The little aunt is young but holds a very high rank, and she is notorious in the capital for her unruly behavior. She indulges in cockfighting, horseback riding, eating, drinking, and playing, and is often seen carrying a birdcage, living a carefree and reckless life, firmly holding the title of the top young rogue. However, the little princess has a secret obsession: she enjoys collecting beautiful items. Her collection includes everything from seashells and pebbles to antique calligraphy and paintings, and even a delicate piece of a finger bone. Chapter 1: But my rank is higher. That night, at the Qingshi Hotel. In the clean and luxurious suite, the soft glow of the lights enveloped the entire room. Shisai stepped out of the bathroom, and the young woman in the room immediately clung to him. Her hand slid over his chest through his bathrobe, eventually resting on the tie of his robe, ready to untie it. Winter break just ended, and I'm still a bit dazed. The birds are waking up the forest overhead. A cheerful song suddenly echoed through the room. Sumo froze, and before she could react, Shisai had already pushed her aside and answered the call without hesitation. Sumo. She never expected that the notorious playboy, Shisai, from the Shi family in the capital, would have set his phone ringtone to the theme song of Bears in the Wild, a playful children's tune. The call connected, and a voice came through on the other end. Xiaosai, I'm at the police station in the capital. The voice was charming and alluring, but sounded tired and listless. Shisai's handsome face tightened, his brow furrowing slightly. What happened? Why are you at the police station? Are you injured? He asked several questions, filled with concern, but there was no response from the other end. Shisai's brow furrowed deeper. He hurriedly changed clothes and grabbed his coat to leave. Shishao. Sumo looked at him in disbelief. Everything was progressing so well, and yet he was leaving. Was the phone call really that important? Shisai handed her a check without a word. Sumo didn't take it, softly saying, Shishao, it's not about your money. Shisai, with an impatient expression, placed the check on the coffee table. His voice was cold. You should know my rules. Looking at Shisai's back, Sumo pursed her lips. She did know his rules. After all, in the capital, who didn't he? The young master of the Shi family, Shisai, never spoke of love, never talked about feelings. He took whatever he wanted from the women around him: money, resources, jewelry, all without hesitation. But to him, they were always just bedmates. None of them lasted more than a month. She was the only exception. She had always believed that she was different. Looking at the check in front of her with some reluctance, Sumo's gaze darkened. Compared to marrying into the Shi family, this check seemed insignificant. The flashy red sports car sped like an arrow, quickly stopping in front of the police station. Shisai opened the car door and quickly entered the station. Hello, sir, may I help you? The young receptionist at the front desk politely asked upon seeing Shisai. Where is Shifu? Shisai asked eagerly. Shifu. The young girl frowned slightly, seeming unfamiliar with the name. Shisai added, his voice quick, the most beautiful girl who was brought in recently. Oh, her? The young girl snapped her fingers, then pointed to the outdoor corridor connected to the police station. She's in the courtyard. Thanks. Shisai grabbed his coat and hurried toward the courtyard. Passing through the corridor, Shisai spotted a familiar figure sitting on the stairs, leaning against the doorframe. The faint orange light bathed her in a subtle glow, giving her an air of isolation and melancholy. Shifu, Shisai called out. The person on the steps seemed not to hear, showing no reaction. Seemingly remembering something, a complex expression flashed in Shisai's eyes. He sighed lightly, slowly walking forward. It wasn't until he reached the shadow that Shifu finally looked up, her eyes meeting his. What caught his eye was an exquisitely beautiful face, stunning enough to steal one's breath. Her slender phoenix eyes tilted slightly at the corners, giving off a trace of coldness. Long, curled lashes like raven feathers cast a light shadow on her pale, delicate skin, which almost appeared translucent. Her lips were beautifully thin, with a seductive color so red it seemed as though it had been kissed by blood. The contrast between the transparent white of her skin and the vivid red of her lips created a striking visual impact, making it impossible to look away. This was indeed the face that Shisai had described as the most beautiful. Moreover, in the capital, everyone knew that the youngest of the Shi family, Shifu, had a face that could captivate the world. One glance and you were enchanted, the next and you were shaken to your core. Even after knowing her for years, Shisai still found himself stunned for a moment by her beauty. Once he regained his composure, he sighed lightly. How did you end up in the police station again? Shifu didn't answer. She just looked at him, blinking innocently, as though she was unaware of the situation. Shisai, realizing, took out an earbud from his pocket without hesitation and knelt in front of Shifu to help her put it in. Then, he saw her phone resting on her lap. The screen showed the Miracle Nikki game page. Shisai couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He had thought she was sitting there feeling wronged, but in reality, she was playing a game. A dress-up game she had been playing for 6 or 7 years. He didn't understand how this young woman, who was only 2 years younger than him but ranked above him in family hierarchy, could be so engrossed in such a mundane game. He remembered helping her complete daily tasks in the game, which he found incredibly boring, especially the chapters that kept coming one after the other. It felt like he was racing against time just to get through the storyline. After the earbud was in place, the world around Shifu, which had been silent, seemed to open up, and sounds began to filter in. She glanced at Shisai, then lowered her head to continue playing the game. You're too slow. Her voice was light and carried a hint of annoyance. I rushed over the moment I got your call. You think I'm slow? Shisai retorted in displeasure. Shifu let out a soft click of her tongue, her tone lazy. How many times haven't you come straight from bed? She glanced at Shisai, her eyes falling on his stomach, and her lips curled into a somewhat playful smirk. Young man, don't be too reckless. Shisai's handsome face darkened immediately. Why are you so shameless? Shifu tilted her head. I am the #1 playboy in the capital. If I'm not shameless, who will be? Shisai twitched the corner of his mouth again. With that tone, you seem proud of being a playboy. He emphasized the word you sarcastically. Of course. Now that my title is out there, no one dares to mess with me. Shisai clicked his tongue. Then why did you get so wild that you ended up in the police station and had me come bail you out? Well, I couldn't register my title in time, could I? Shifu dismissed the game and raised an eyebrow, looking at Shisai with a lazy expression. It's because you young people don't have any discipline. You start fighting right away. Shisai gritted his teeth. I'm 2 years older than you. But I rank higher, Shifu replied slowly, her voice full of teasing. Shisai was speechless. Is it wrong to use my rank to do as I please? Shifu looked at him, her lips curling into a red smile. Is my rank not enough to back me up? Shisai. He had no retort. His great-grandfather had lived a life full of romance, having his grandfather at 18, and when he was 69, he had his 2-year-old great-grandson and gave him a little aunt. This resulted in Shifu, who was young in age but had an incredibly high family rank. Sighing, Shisai stopped focusing on rank and turned to Shifu. Weren't you with Sir Rouge and the others when the group fight happened? Why are you here alone? Chapter 2, I've never collected eyes before. Shifu glanced over at the room not far away. They are all inside. Why don't you go in? Shisai asked instinctively. Shifu was silent for a moment, then slowly and seriously replied, probably because I'm too good looking. Shisai. He lightly flicked Shifu's nose and laughed. You're pretty full of yourself. Afterward, he lowered his gaze, already having an answer in mind. His little cousin's cochlear had fallen out, making communication impossible. The police weren't going to take her inside to question her, right? Seeing the slight gloom in Shisai's eyes, Shifu raised the corner of her almond-shaped eyes and lazily said, Am I not pretty? That guy before even complimented me, saying that the beauty of the capital is supposed to be divided 7 ways, and I take 7 parts. Hearing Shifu's words, Shisai couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Did you only hear the parts you wanted to? Didn't he also say that the capital's wastrels are 100%, and you take 99? Even Shifu's companions, like Sir Rouge and Wen Ruofen, were top-tier wastrels from the capital. There wasn't anything they couldn't play, from cockfighting to birdcaging. The next second, Shisai remembered that Shifu actually took some pride in being the #1 wastrel, and he sighed helplessly, looking at the room. What happened, exactly? We just left Hongcheng, and before we even took 2 steps, we were blocked, and then we started fighting. But it was just some superficial injuries, Shifu explained briefly. Shisai could tell from her tone that she wasn't hurt badly, so he didn't bother asking for more details. Let us get up first. After I finish the paperwork, we can go home together. He was practically a regular at the police station, considering how many times Sir Rouge and Wen Ruofan got into trouble. Every time, they'd be sure to give his name and number. Shisai felt that being stuck with this little cousin of his meant a life of hard work. He had to handle not only her issues but those of the people around her as well. Shifu moved her legs, then paused, innocently looking up at Shisai. My legs are numb. Shisai pinched his brow, bent down, and lifted her off the steps. Just as he turned around, the door opened, and a young woman walked out. Because of the fight, Sir Rouge's face was covered in bruises, her mouth swollen, and her hair a mess, making her look quite disheveled. She saw Shisai carrying Shifu and raised an eyebrow, looking unsurprised. Shifu was quite delicate. But then she frowned. It wasn't he just delicacy, she'd known Shifu for so many years and sometimes felt that Shifu was quite sinister. She'd seen her take a knife wound straight through her palm without so much as a grunt, and then calmly pulled the blade out and stabbed the attacker's heart without so much as a tremor. If she hadn't missed by just a little, that person would have died for sure. So, yeah, she was both delicate and sinister, crazy and fierce. Quite a contradictory person. But Sir Rouge had come to a conclusion: if Shifu was crying out in pain, it probably wasn't serious. If she acted like nothing was wrong and kept quiet, then it was probably a big deal. Knowing Shifu was fine, Sir Rouge scanned the area but didn't see Wen Ruofan. Whereas Wen Ruofan went to get a rabies shot. Sir Rouge stood there with her head full of question marks. What's going on? How did it end up with him getting a rabies shot? He got bitten pretty badly by that girl from the Lian family. He said he was going to get the shot for safety's sake, Shifu said lazily. Sir Rouge. Her lips twitched involuntarily. She wasn't sure if it was because of the rabies shot or because Shifu had called the girl that little girl. After all, Shifu was only 23, just 2 years older than the girl from the Lian family. Shisai carefully placed Shifu on a chair, took off his jacket, and draped it over her shoulders. I'll go sign something. I'll be right back. Watching Shisai's back, Sir Rouge couldn't help but sigh enviously. Shisai is really thoughtful. Whoever marries him will be so lucky. Seemingly remembering something, she pointed at herself and blinked at Shifu. Shifu, what do you think about me marrying Shisai and becoming your granddaughter-in-law? Shifu glanced at her, her tone icy as she poured cold water on her. You two gonna compete to see who's greener? Sir Rouge looked at her in disbelief. Is my impression of you really that bad, to be compared with Shisai? No, you're worse than him. Shifu threw another bucket of cold water. Shisai rarely had a girlfriend for more than a month, but with Sir Rouge, forget a month, even a week's novelty wouldn't last. She was the type to lose interest as soon as she got someone, only to break up after getting bored. She was the ultimate heartbreaker. If Sir Rouge had been Shisai's ex, she probably would have died countless times by now. There would be so many trees over her grave, they'd form a forest. So, as Sir Rouge's friend, Shifu was actually quite worried about her safety. What if she became collateral damage? Sir Rouge. Before she could respond, a young girl, who had been cosplaying as Xiao Simi but now looked quite disheveled with her fan falling apart and her face full of dirt, walked out of the room. The moment she saw Shifu, her eyes darkened. Damn it, they were so close to winning with their group, but this person had suddenly interfered. And now, to top it off, they were getting rabies shots. Sir Rouge bared her teeth and threatened, if you keep staring, I'll dig your eyeballs out. Upon locking eyes with Lianla, Shifu smiled faintly and gave her a vague compliment. The little girl has a nice bite. Wen Ruofeng's wound is deep enough to see the bone. Sir Rouge hadn't expected Wen Ruofeng's injury to be this severe. She cursed under her breath, what the hell? Are you a dog or something? Biting people so seriously? When Lianla heard Wen Ruofeng, she froze, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at Shifu. Wen Ruofeng. Shifu raised one eyebrow, silent, her smile almost mocking. Lianla. Her fierce momentum vanished instantly. Damn it, did she bite the wrong person? She had let go even after drawing blood. In the moment of desperation, Lianla caught sight of a tall, slender figure. Her eyes lit up, and she stepped forward, sweetly calling, second brother. Shifu lazily glanced over. The man had a tall, slender frame, his features clean and flawless, his face exquisitely beautiful, as if painted by the gods themselves, perfect without a single flaw. But to Shifu, what stood out even more than this fair and delicate face were his eyes. His right eye was as black as ink, as deep as a bottomless abyss. His left eye was a pale blue, clear as a spring. As her gaze landed on those crystal clear, ice-like eyes, she couldn't tear her eyes away. Sieur Rouge, standing beside her, was utterly mesmerized. Her eyes were fixed on him, nearly popping out of their sockets. Her inner fangirl screamed wildly, "Oh, is this what a celestial being looks like?" He was too beautiful. As a third-rate screenwriter, Sieur Rouge felt she could write 1,000 words about his looks. His appearance was simply deadly to her. Just as Sieur Rouge was completely absorbed by his beauty, a cold voice suddenly said, "His eyes are pretty." Realizing who had said that, Sieur Rouge snapped back to reality. She turned to Shifu, her voice trembling, "Shifu, what do you mean by that?" At least she was Shifu's good friend, so she had some understanding of her quirks. Shifu had a strange hobby of collecting things she found beautiful. Leaves, pearls, inkstones, antiques, and paintings were just the beginning. Sieur Rouge had even seen her collecting a severed finger, dangling from a blood-stained red string. A real human pinky finger. It was beautiful, but also terrifying. Sieur Rouge had been so scared she didn't dare visit Shifu for a while. And now she was complimenting someone's eyes as beautiful. This was too creepy. Could it be what she thought? Shifu rested her chin in one hand, her long, narrow eyes contemplating as she slowly said, "I've never collected eyes before. It would look really good if they were taken out and placed in clear liquid." Chapter 3, All Present are Juniors. Sieur Rouge shuddered, instantly breaking into goosebumps. Shifu, this is illegal, she swallowed hard and subtly reminded her. She had just said that gouging someone's eyes out was a threat to scare Lianla, but when it came to Shifu, that threat might just turn into reality. Shifu didn't speak. Her alluring phoenix eyes remained fixed on the person before her, or more precisely, on his clear and calm eyes. As if sensing Shifu's gaze, Liansu lifted his eyes and met hers. Their eyes locked. One pair was enchanting and teasing, while the other was cool and detached. Shifu lazily leaned against the back of her chair, half closed her eyes, and the corner of her mouth curled slightly. Such beautiful eyes, they would be perfect for being gouged out and hidden away. Liansu gave a barely perceptible lift of his eyelids and, in an instant, broke the eye contact. He turned his gaze to Lianla with a faint expression. "What's going on?" His voice was light, as if it was the music of the heavens pouring down from the misty mountains. Listening closely, the sound carried a hint of coldness, like the chill of a snowy peak. Despite the coldness, their voice was still incredibly captivating. It perfectly complemented his celestial appearance. Lianla hung her head, her voice weak. "I hit someone." "You hit someone?" Liansu looked at the disheveled, dirt-covered little girl in front of him. His narrow phoenix eyes raised slightly, his voice still indifferent. "It looks more like you were the one getting hit." It seemed rather miserable. Lianla's face froze, and she quickly muttered, "That's not important. What matters is I picked a fight with the wrong person." Liansu's elegant face showed no surprise. He casually commented, "Well, it's exactly the kind of thing you'd do." Lianla instantly became displeased, gazing at him with grievance. "Big brother, am I still your favorite little sister?" "Never was." Lianla. Damn, her temper. But as soon as she met Liansu's cold and indifferent gaze, she instantly wilted. Lianla feared nothing in this world except for her second brother. She knew very well that her brother wasn't as serene and ethereal as he appeared. A single glance from him could make her cower for a long time. Liansu took a quick glance at Lianla and saw only some superficial injuries. His peripheral vision unintentionally swept across Shifu, and in an instant, he roughly guessed what had happened. "Go apologize," he said, his voice as light as smoke. Lianla knew the fault was hers, so she didn't argue. She lowered her head and walked forward, ready to apologize. Just then, a young man with his hand bandaged walked over slowly. He squinted at Lianla, the one who had bitten him. Lianla hesitated and glanced at his wrapped hand. "I'm sorry." Wen Ruofen was a bit of a scoundrel. He raised an eyebrow and, with a half-smile, said, "What? Are you planning to resolve this with just 'I'm sorry'?" Lianla bit her lip, but since she was at fault, she calmly spoke up, "I'll pay for the medical fees." Wen Ruofan sneered lightly. Do you think the Wen family is short on this little money? Lian Le's temper flared, and she frowned. Then what exactly do you want? Perhaps he found teasing the little girl amusing, when Ruofan lightly raised his bandaged wrist. This is the first time in my life I've been bitten like this. Lian Le furrowed her brow, her eyes showing signs of conflict. After a moment of silence, she seemed to make up her mind and held out her pale wrist toward Wen Ruofan. Then, how about you bite me back? Her brow remained tightly knitted as she spoke. The spoiled young master was stunned by her reaction, speechless for a moment. Before he could respond, Lianla, who had seemed ready to sacrifice herself, opened her eyes slightly, a little scared, and hesitantly asked Wen Ruofan, "But, can you just bite a little?" Wen Ruofan twitched his mouth a few times. Shifu, lazily reclining in her chair, glanced at Wen Ruofan, enjoying the spectacle. "Hurry up, bite our share back." Xie Rouge also chimed in with schadenfreude. "What, you're a big man, and you're afraid to bite her?" Wen Ruofan shot the two of them a sideways glance. Damn it, these two were always looking for trouble, especially Shifu. If it weren't for his uncle specifically asking him to look after Shifu, he wouldn't care about this little madam. Lianla didn't say anything but began to tremble in fear. She was afraid of pain. Wen Ruofan looked at the little girl before him and sighed. Biting people is not something I can do. Lianla's eyes lit up. You're a good person. Wen Ruofan chuckled lightly. It was rare for anyone to call him a good person. At that moment, Shisai, who had finished the paperwork, walked over. His gaze swept across the group and then settled on Shifu. Shall we go? Shifu lazily nodded, standing up and draping Shisai's coat over her shoulders. Before leaving, she turned her head to glance at Liansu, whose appearance was as cold and pure as snow. When their eyes met, Liansu slightly raised the corner of his eye, and for a fleeting moment, the icy blue of his eyes deepened imperceptibly. Just now, he had heard her say his eyes were beautiful. And she also said, she had never collected eyes before. Thinking of this, Liansu's thin lips curled into a cryptic smile. His eyes weren't that easy to collect. At the Xie family home, the lights were blazing. As soon as Shifu and Shisai entered, a mocking voice rang out. Har, really full of yourself. Waking up the whole family at this late hour, don't you look at whether you're worthy of such arrogance. The speaker was a young woman in her early 20s, with a delicate and graceful appearance, but her cold eyes were fixed on Shifu. Xiao Yin, as soon as the words left her mouth, a woman who resembled Shi in about 60%, sitting on the sofa, chided her lightly. She then looked at Shifu apologetically. Little aunt, you know Xiao Yin's temperament. She speaks bluntly, don't mind her. Shifu lazily swept her eyes over Shi Yin, exuding the authority of an elder. I'm the elder, so I naturally hold grudges against a younger generation, especially 2 generations younger than me. The rest of the juniors in the room. Chapter 4, She doesn't want me, but I want her. Anyone who has been to the capital knows that old Master Shi is famous for his promiscuity. At 69 years old, he even had a daughter, which placed Shifu and old Master Shi Changqin, in the same generation. Shi Changqin has 2 sons, Shi Chaozer and Shi Yizer. Shi Chaozer is the current head of the Shi family, married to Han Man and has 2 children, his eldest daughter, Shi Li, and son, Shi Sai. Shi Yizer passed away on duty, leaving behind a wife, Xie Yuzhen, and a daughter, Shi Yin. Now, in the entire Shi family, apart from old Master Shi who is of the same generation as Shifu, all the others are younger than her, only a generation or 2 younger. Shi Yin, who dislikes Shifu and is 2 generations younger, stiffened, her gaze darkening as she looked at her. She was nothing but an illegitimate daughter who couldn't even rise to prominence. If Shifu's mother hadn't been so cunning, forcing old Master Shi to acknowledge her, Shifu would have had no place in the Shi family. It's bad enough that she was accepted into the Shi family, but why does everyone treat her with such indulgence? For so many years, no matter what Shifu did, even if her reputation was poor, no one ever criticized her. In contrast, if Shi Yin did anything even remotely out of line, her uncle, aunt, and mother would criticize her. The comparison only deepened Shi Yin's jealousy and resentment, causing her to coldly sneer, an elder. You're just an illegitimate child who even abandoned your own mother. The sharp sound of a slap interrupted Shi Yin before she could finish. Shisai looked at her with a cold, menacing gaze. Say one more word and see what happens. Yin, covering her left cheek where she'd been slapped, stepped back 2 steps slowly. Fine. You all protect her so much. Shifu is so precious that not even a word of criticism can be said. Since my dad's gone, it seems like you can all bully me now. Upon hearing this, Shifu, who had shown no reaction to Yin's previous words, pursed her lips slightly, her eyes filled with an unreadable emotion. Yin. Xiaoyuzhen frowned. I hate all of you, Yin said, and with that, she ran upstairs, crying, slamming the door behind her. Xiaoyuzhen glanced at the others, awkward and unsure of what to say. It was Han Man, who was poised and elegant, who spoke softly, you should go check on Yin. She turned to Shifu, who had remained silent. Yin's just a young girl, she has always been reckless. Don't take her words to heart. Although her tone was gentle, it was clear she was speaking on behalf of Yin. The distinction between her attitude toward Shifu and others was unmistakable. Shifu lowered her eyes and smiled faintly, her voice light and detached. She didn't say anything wrong. The facts are the facts. Xing Qingtan didn't want her. He never did. Her existence was the result of a scheme by Xing Qingtan, and the sole purpose of her existence was to be a tool for that woman to get revenge on the Shi family. She doesn't want me, but I want her. Shisai's voice was laced with sympathy as he spoke the moment Shifu finished her sentence. He stood before Shifu, his usual playful and flirtatious eyes now filled with seriousness. Shifu, you'll always be my little aunt, and I'll protect you for life. Shifu was momentarily stunned. A touch of warmth appeared in her cool, phoenix eyes before she lazily smiled. You're truly my favorite nephew. Shisai clicked his tongue in amusement. Before he could speak, footsteps came from the stairs. A tall, cold-faced woman descended slowly, her gaze softer as it landed on Shifu. You got into a fight. Are you all right? Her tone was indifferent, but she was the first to show concern for Shifu since her return. I'm fine, thanks for asking, Shifu said, her voice calm. Xiang nodded before saying, Grandfather's waiting for you in the study. Shifu wasn't surprised and headed upstairs. In the study. Shifu raised her hand to knock on the door, but an elderly voice called from inside, come in. She withdrew her hand, opened the door, and entered. Seeing the elderly man sitting in a purple sandalwood chair, she leisurely pulled out a chair and sat down opposite him. What's the matter? Why did you call for me? Her voice was lazy, as though she had nothing urgent to do. She had moved out of the Shi family a long time ago. If it hadn't been for her older brother telling her he had something to discuss, she wouldn't have returned today. Shi Chan, though aged, still had sharp eyes. He looked at Shifu and his gaze darkened. You had a conflict with that little girl from the Lian family today. Shifu scoffed and narrowed her long, phoenix eyes slightly. Big brother, you didn't ask me to come here just for something like this, did you? Her big brother never meddled in her affairs. It seemed impossible that he'd have called her here just for such a trivial matter. Shi Chan paused for a moment before sighing. Actually, there is something else I need to discuss with you. Shifu said nothing, sitting back and waiting for him to continue. Shi Chan, looking at the beautiful young woman before him, hesitated before asking, what do you think about the marriage proposal with the Wen family? Shifu raised an eyebrow with interest. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Could the marriage with the Wen family really be undone? It seems the Wen family is interested, Shi Chan said, though he didn't confirm anything directly. This was an old habit of the older generation, always leaving room for maneuver. In truth, the Wen family hadn't made any official statements about the marriage yet. He was just waiting to see Shifu's stance. Though Shifu was known for her rebellious and unpredictable nature, her beauty was undeniable. If she could marry into the Wen family, it would be a powerful alliance that could benefit the Shi family greatly. What about Wen Jiyue? What does he say? Shifu seemed quite interested. The marriage was proposed by Wen Jiyue himself. Would he go back on his word? Shifu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. That's not certain. He dares. Shi Chan expression darkened, his voice rising. He then looked at Shifu and said earnestly, but you need to be more careful outside. You do have a marriage contract. Don't act too recklessly. Your reputation. Shi Chan had intended to say that reputation was important for a young lady, but when he thought of Shifu's current reputation as the #1 troublemaker, there didn't seem to be much reputation left to protect. With a helpless sigh, he got to the point. In a few days, it will be Old Master Wen's birthday. No matter how busy Wen Jiue is, he will attend. You should go with Shi Yang and attend the celebration. Shi Fu nodded. All right. I'll also take the opportunity to discuss the marriage contract with Wen Jiue. Seeing Shi Fu agree so easily, Shi Chanqin grew suspicious. As she was leaving, he reminded her again, his voice stern, behave yourself when you go. Don't cause any trouble for Shi Yang, and don't embarrass the Shi family. As Shi Fu reached the door, she smiled lowly, her tone enchanting and carefree. I can avoid causing trouble, but if trouble comes to me, I can't just take it lying down. She wasn't a soft target for anyone to bully. Chapter 5, Getting a certificate is only 9.9 yuan. You? Shi Changjin was so angry that his old face darkened. Over the years, no one except Shi Fu dared to talk to him like this, but he couldn't do anything about Shi Fu. Shi Fu didn't care about Shi Changjin at all and left straight back to his room in Shi's house. Then he took out his cell phone, found Wen Jiue's number and dialed it. The other party answered the call quickly. Why did you suddenly think of calling me? The deep and restrained voice was a little bit magnetic, gently scraping the eardrums, sounding very seductive. Shi Fuqing smiled charmingly, the fiancé cares about her fiancé. Wen Jiue clicked his tongue. By the way, when are you going to cancel the engagement? If you don't, the Shi family will really plan to make me get married. Shi Fu leaned against the windowsill bonelessly, looking at the dark night listlessly, a hint of self-mockery flashed silently in his eyes. For the Shi family, marriage may be her only use. Why do you want to cancel the engagement? Doesn't Afu like me? A pleasant low laugh came with a hint of unclear ridicule. Okay, then I won't cancel the engagement. You come to me tomorrow with your ID and household registration. It only costs $9.90 to get the certificate anyway. Shi Fu said casually. At the end, he added lazily, after all, he is a movie star with many faces. I can play different roles when the time comes. It doesn't seem to be a disadvantage to me if I think about it this way. Wen Jiue. After a moment, he silently uttered 3 words, I'm at a disadvantage. Suffering a loss is a blessing. Shi Fu also silently threw out 4 words. Wen Jiue sighed again, then I will give you as much of this blessing as you want. There's no need to be so polite. Shi Fu said lazily. Wen Jiue chuckled softly, then said seriously, I will return to the capital in a few days, and we will discuss the engagement in person then. Yeah. After answering 1 word, Shi Fu seemed to remember something and urged in a charming tone, it's better to cancel the engagement quickly, so that I don't have to feel like the third party when I'm in a CP relationship. Wen Jiue was stunned. What CP? The river and the sky are one color, and the bright moon shines into the water. When talking about the CP he supports, Shi Fu, who has always been lazy, became noticeably more interested. I know that the river and the sky are the same color, but what's going on with the bright moon sinking into the water? Wen Jiue was a little suspicious. After all, he is in the entertainment industry, so he must know a few things related to himself. For example, Jiang Qianise is the CP name given to him by fans in a previous gay drama, in which he played Jiang Yu and Song Shishui played Kaise. As for this bright moon entering the water, Wen Jiue was silent for a moment before he reacted and asked in a sinister tone, me and Song Shishui. Although it was a question, his tone was very firm when he asked it. Shi Fu felt a little guilty, but still had a strong sense of justice. Who made you not have a good ending in Red Dust? Then I can only find sweets outside the play. When she watched Red Dust walk before, she was fed with the glass shards. The young girl who had been doing whatever she wanted in Beijing for so many years felt a little mentally broken. If she didn't respect the original novel, she would have wanted to spend money to change the ending. When Jiue chuckled, you think you're making sense by pairing your fiancé with someone else, right? You're an actor, and you don't want your fans to ship you a couple, right? Shi Fu retorted calmly, and then continued, besides, don't I, as your fiancé, have any responsibilities? I fully demonstrated the term self-indulgent in the circle of friends. You've already danced in front of the main character, but you're still keeping to yourself. Do you have any profound misunderstanding about keeping to yourself? Wen Jiue smiled, but she wasn't angry. Instead, she spoke with a somewhat indulgent and teasing tone. You are the only one besides me who knows that the moon falls into the water. Am I not good enough to be in my own circle? The aunt who was supporting CP asked leisurely. If she wasn't afraid of causing trouble to Wen Jiuyue and Song Shishui, she could have pushed the CP of Mingyu Ruxue to the sky. Wen Jiuyue, then am I quite honored? You don't have to feel honored. Why don't you invest with me? It will definitely be worth it. Shifu leaned lazily against the window and said jokingly. At least it's much better than in the drama. In the drama, the two of them are extremely sad. Jiangyu and Kaise didn't know each other's feelings until they died, but in reality. Shifu's narrow eyes curled slightly, and a smile with ambiguous meaning appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's hard to say what will happen in reality. She hasn't figured out that Wen Jiuyue is a 1,000-year-old fox yet, but she is sure that Song Shishui has ulterior motives towards Wen Jiuyue. But it's also true that they are old friends, and the terms childhood sweethearts are not correct, but childhood sweethearts. There is also the debt of life-saving involved, so it's not difficult to understand why Song Shishui would like Wen Jiuyue. Wen Jiuyue, I see you haven't woken up yet. You really don't want to consider it. Let me tell you, the joy of shipping a couple is unimaginable. It's even more enjoyable than dating yourself. As soon as the CP girl finished her interesting words, Wen Jiuyue sneered, have you ever been in a relationship? It's more enjoyable than being in a relationship yourself. Shifu. She snorted coldly, raised her eyebrows and asked back, have you talked about it? Wen Jiuyue. Shifu couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth and mocked back, you're still single in your 30s, Wen Jiuyue, you're amazing, you're a rare animal. Rare, Wen Jiuyue. Dongwu lost his usual gentlemanly manners and hung up the phone without even saying hello. Shifu clicked his tongue, peeled a lotus seed with one hand and threw it into his mouth, sighing, it's a pity that I wasn't there, otherwise it would have been very interesting to watch Wen Huli's face change. The next day. The sky is clear and the wind is gentle. Lieshan is a famous cemetery in the northern suburbs of Shangjing. A slender figure walked up the bluestone steps slowly. When he reached the halfway point of the mountain, he headed westwards towards the river and finally stopped in front of a tombstone. There is only one sentence on the tombstone, Tanji is at the tomb, Shifu is standing. Apart from that, there is nothing. Shifu gently placed a dewy crabapple branch in front of the tomb and sat on the ground leisurely. She looked at the tombstone, smiled gently, and chatted with me like a good friend, I see you again, and I even picked a branch of early spring crabapple for you. I am still very good to you. After all these years, I don't know if you are still alive, so I erected a monument for you according to your request. Don't be angry if you're still alive. I'll need it sooner or later anyway. I've even reserved a place for myself nearby. After blabbering on for a while, Shifu's tone became a little heavy, mixed with a low sigh, Tanji, you broke your promise. An unknown amount of time had passed before Shifu, bored to death, pulled out all the weeds around the tomb. Then she stood up and slowly left. At the foot of the mountain, Shifu walked to a red heavy motorcycle, straddled the motorcycle with his long legs, took a helmet of the same color from it, put it on, and rushed out like an arrow. Despite his heroic appearance, the ends of his hair, which could not be held down by the helmet, danced in the air in a somewhat weird manner. At this time, a white car came towards us. As they passed each other, Shifu noticed with his sharp eyes that the trunk of the car seemed to be opened a crack, and then a bloody hand stretched out from it with difficulty. Chapter 6, At least check the gender. Shifu half closed his eyes, and the speeding red motorcycle made a beautiful turn on the not-so-wide road. The next second it changed direction and chased after the car. The car seemed to have noticed someone was catching up with it, and its speed instantly increased. In order to prevent Shifu from overtaking it, it even seemed to be swaying back and forth on the road. Fortunately, this section of road is relatively remote and there are usually few vehicles passing by. After a stalemate of about a few minutes, Shifu, who was chasing closely, overtook the car from the left side, and the body of his car was almost touching the car when overtaking. Shifu glanced inside the car from the corner of her eye. The cool red rear end of the car drew a beautiful arc in the air, and the motorcycle cut off the car's path. Seeing this, the car stopped and 7 or 8 strong men walked out of it, 2 of whom were dragging steel pipes out of the car. At first glance, he is just a gangster in society. Shifu took off the helmet with one hand and put it on the car, then looked at those people and let out a light sigh. This car is overloaded with too many people. The moment Shifu took off her helmet, there was a flash of surprise in the eyes of these gangsters, and then that uncomfortable gaze fell on her. Oh, the nosy person is actually a little girl. This is a beauty that comes to our doorstep, someone said greedily. I've never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. She must taste good. A group of people were talking at once, their eyes never leaving Shifu. Shifu smiled lightly, in a light and charming way, that depends on whether you have the ability to do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Shifu took action. Somewhat inconsistent with her sickly appearance, the young girl's attacks were quick, decisive, ruthless and fierce. Her every move was full of cruelty. She was very agile and brutal. Those strong men couldn't even get close to Shifu, let alone do anything to him. Taking advantage of the fight with others, Shifu approached the trunk quietly. Quick, stop her. Someone discovered Shifu's intention and shouted. They can give up the thorn in front of them, but they cannot lose the gold nugget inside. The wealth and glory of their brothers for the rest of their lives depend on that gold nugget. But it was too late. Shifu kicked away the person who was about to pounce on him, opened the trunk and pulled the person out. Then, Shifu saw a fairly familiar face. The little girl who cosplays as Xiao Siming. He was also the person who was taken to the police station for a fight with her yesterday. Shifu. She looked at the little girl, her beautiful eyes full of mockery. It's true that we meet each other everywhere in life. Lianla had his mouth taped and couldn't speak, but when he saw that the person who saved him was Shifu, who had dominated the whole place yesterday, he was stunned for a moment. After meeting the teasing in her eyes, his expression became a little complicated. He seemed to want to be happy, but also looked a little sad. Jiaoxing was because this young lady was very strong in fighting and should have no problem dealing with this group of people. Chi was shocked because she had just taken a grudge with the other party to the police station yesterday, and after returning home she found out that it was the young lady from the Shi family, who was famous for her vengeance in Beijing. After thinking for a while, Lianla blinked pitifully at Shifu a few times, and finally reached out and tugged at her sleeve. Never mind, I'll just flatter you first, and we'll talk about revenge later. Shifu glanced at the bloodstains on his sleeves, the corners of his lips flattened a little, and he looked at Lianla expressionlessly. Otherwise, put it back. Lianla. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little flustered. Shifu lazily clicked her tongue, her slender hands resting against her chin, her voice suddenly becoming gentler. Don't worry, sister won't abandon you. After all, she is the sister of the one with beautiful eyes. I wonder if she will give her eyes as a thank you to the one with beautiful eyes since she saved his sister. Lianla. Awoo, she became even more panicked. Shifu raised her hand and just tore off the tape on Lianla's mouth, and saw the little girl seemed to be finally liberated, and shouted at the gangsters who surrounded her, I tell you, I am the third daughter of the Lian family. You dare to kidnap me, don't you want to die? There is a feeling of being fierce on the outside but weak on the inside. One of the hooligans snorted coldly, if you are the third daughter of the Lian family, then I am still the young lady of the Shi family. Hearing this, Lianla instantly turned his head and looked at Shifu. Aren't she? After a moment of hesitation, she raised her lips and chuckled, looking over nonchalantly, even if the appearance doesn't match, at least let's check the gender. What, the Shi family's young lady is a man. Chapter 7 I think my uncle is pretty good. Har ha har har. Lianla at the side was the first to laugh. When Shifu looked at her, she forced herself to hold back her laughter and said to those hooligans, can you please show a little respect to the young lady of the Shi family? Har har har. After saying that, Lianla laughed out loud without any hesitation, and even his shoulders were shaking with laughter. Oh my god, what kind of magical statement is this from Shifu? What the hell? Those people looked at Shifu and knew that she was not someone to be trifled with, so they said, although you are good at fighting, there are so many of us. You may not be able to escape unscathed if you take her with you. It is better to leave her behind. You don't know her anyway, so why take risks for her? Now Lianla couldn't laugh anymore, she looked at Shifu silently. Shifu looked at her and said slowly, keep laughing. Lianla. Who can laugh at this? She is about to cry, okay? Sister, Sister. Shifu raised her eyebrows meaningfully. Lianla looked at Shifu pitifully, Aunt, according to seniority, I am your niece after all, and I call you aunt, you can't abandon me, otherwise I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. The threatening words that followed had no momentum at all, and could even be described as rogue. Shifu curled her lips, what a coincidence, I have never seen a ghost in my life, and I just want to see one. Lianla. There was no speech for a long while. It turns out that she is the stubborn little girl from the Shi family. What do you think about what I just said? If you ignore her, we can give you some money. The man threw out another bait. They just want this person to leave quickly. How much? Shifu asked with interest. The man thought there was a chance and immediately said, 10,000. Hearing this number, Lianla immediately quit and looked at the man angrily. I'm only worth 10,000. The kidnapper leader didn't bother to pay attention to Lianla, but looked at Shifu. What do you think? Did you hear what she called me just now? What do you think? Shifu asked casually. Hearing this, the man who had just looked like he was going to discuss things with Shifu suddenly changed his expression and looked at her fiercely. It seems like you are determined to take care of this matter, so don't blame us for being rude, come on. Stay aside. After saying that, Shifu faced those people head on. Lianla was frightened at first when he squatted in the bushes, but later he felt that the young lady from the Shi family was quite capable, and later he discovered that there might be more than just two skills. At last. Oh yeah, come on, auntie. Auntie, beat him, yes, beat him hard like this. Aunt is mighty. Aunt is the best. The little girl looked at Shifu with sparkling eyes, calling her auntie all the time, and it came naturally to her. After beating up a group of people, Shifu dusted off the non-existent dust on his body and looked at them with a half smile. Are you not sure you can get away with it? She was too lazy to take the girl back, but she was too kind-hearted to do such a thing as abandoning Lianla in such a remote place and allowing these people to jump around here. Those people were lying on the ground in a twisted state, trembling when they met Shifu's gaze. This seemingly sickly little girl is so powerful in fighting. Lianla jumped out from the bushes and looked at them with a proud face. I asked you to tie me up, and now you're getting beaten. Looking at his proud look, if his feet weren't still tied, he would definitely have kicked them a few times. The kidnappers were too lazy to even look at Lianla's smug look, and just lay there with their eyes closed. Aunt, can you please untie it for me? Lianla jumped in front of Shifu, twisted his hands, and moved his feet. Shifu lowered his eyes and looked at the blood on her hand. Where is the injury? I'm not hurt. Lianla looked at his hand and said awkwardly, I got angry and had a nosebleed. I covered it with my hand. Shifu. He looked at the blood on his hands with disgust, then looked at Lianla expressionlessly. Just keep tying it up. Lianla. Don't ask, you will regret it if you ask. If she had known earlier, she would have said she was injured. Lianla looked at Shifu sadly, then squatted on the ground, silently pulling weeds and catching ants. When she was about to catch the third ant, Shifu took out an exquisite dagger from somewhere and cut the rope that tied Lianla in 2 strokes. Thank you, aunt. Lianla's hands and feet were free, and he walked forward to give Shifu a loving hug. My dagger is quite fast. Do you want to try it? Shifu was playing with the dagger. Seeing this, he tilted his head and said in a low voice. Lianla waved his hands and took 2 steps back. Although he did not dare to get too close to Shifu, he was still chattering and praising Shifu for how handsome and beautiful he was in the fight just now. Just when Shifu was about to tell the little girl to shut up, a silver grey car came speeding over. My second brother, aunt, my second brother is here. He is the one you met at the police station yesterday. Lianla said excitedly. Hearing this, Shifu, who was leaning against the car, looked at him gloomily and said nothing. Liansu got out of the car and saw a hint of surprise in Shifu's eyes. The young man who got out of the car right after him looked around the scene. When he saw Shifu, he was shocked and asked in disbelief, Second young master, was this done by that little girl? Anyway, it definitely won TB the third miss. After all, the third Miss' fighting ability, har, can be ignored. Second brother. Lianla called out obediently. Yeah. Liansu responded calmly, then walked past Lianla to Shifu and asked calmly, are you okay? When Liansu asked, Lianla noticed that Shifu's face was much paler than before, and he looked listless. Aunt, what's wrong with you? Lianla came over hurriedly. When the word, aunt, came out, Liansu's elegant and refined face paused slightly, mainly because Lianla called her aunt too naturally. Seeing Liansu looking over, Lianla explained, second brother, she is the young lady Shifu from the Shi family. According to seniority, we should call her aunt. She and her second brother's seniority is not low in the capital, and they are 1 generation higher than their peers. But there is always someone stronger among the strong, and the young lady of the Shi family is of a higher generation. Liansu. I was speechless for a moment. She lowered her eyes slightly and met Shifu's half-smiling gaze. Even her lazy eyebrows were slightly raised, as if she was waiting for him to call her aunt. Liansu smiled lightly, and as his thin lips parted, he spoke in a voice as clear as Sang Shui's, "It's okay to call me aunt, but you have to have a gift that suits my taste." Oh. Shifu dragged out the tone and asked curiously, "I wonder what gift Mr. Lian wants." Liansu's lips curled slightly, and the ice blue in his eyes was as clear as water. "I think my uncle is pretty good." Shifu sighed, "Then just wait, when I find you an uncle, I will make you change your mind." Chapter 8. It's been too long, I won't admit it. Hearing this, Liansu's smile deepened, and he said jokingly, "Okay, then Miss Shi, don't keep me waiting too long." He raised his eyes and looked at Shifu indifferently, his slender phoenix eyes tilted up a little, and even his cold voice had a hint of intimacy. "It's been too long, I won't admit it." "Then it seems I have to hurry, otherwise my nephew will run away." Meeting Liansu's gaze, Shifu smiled nonchalantly. "Lianla." He looked at Liansu, then at Shifu, with a puzzled look on his face, as if he was watching a fight between gods. "Isn't he just aunt? You can call her if you want, and don't call her if you don't want. How does this involve your lifelong event? I leave this place to you." Shifu said, then stood up lazily and walked towards his car. He had taken just 2 steps when he was stopped. Shifu raised one eyebrow and looked at Liansu. Liansu looked at Shifu's pale face and said in a faint voice, "You don't look well. It's dangerous to drive back. Let me take you." Shifu was indeed not in a good condition, so she did not refuse. "Thank you for the trouble." Polite. Lianla also came forward and said, "Second brother, let me go with you to send aunt back. Miss San, the police will be here soon. You are the victim, so you need to go together to make a statement." Xie Xing hung up the phone and walked over. Lianla, who was about to get on the bus. Liansu glanced at the red motorcycle that matched Shifu's personality very well, then returned his gaze to Shifu. "Should I have someone send your bike back to you?" "No need, just leave it here. There's a tracker in it, and someone will come and drive it away when the time comes." When she was too lazy to drive, she would just start and stop the car as she pleased. It wouldn't be lost anyway. Liansu didn't say anything, but politely and gentlemanly opened the car door for Shifu. Shifu was about to go up when Lianla's hand holding the phone suddenly reached out. Aunt, I don't have your contact information yet. Aunt, let's add each other on WeChat. After all, we have lived and died together. Aunt, you are so handsome in fighting. Auntie, I love you so much." Listening to the aunt's continuous laughter, Shifu looked at her expressionlessly. "Are you a pigeon spirit? You keep cooing?" Auntie, the pigeon spirit kept pestering and calling out. Shifu glanced at Liansu who was standing beside him. "Does your sister really not get beaten up outside with this kind of personality? Maybe she is more resistant to beatings." Liansu Yin said calmly. "Lianla." I whispered back, "I wouldn't be like this outside. I just like my aunt so much." Although her aunt had been trying to scare her on purpose, she still protected her well during the fight afterwards and didn't give anyone the chance to get close to her and hurt her. And he was able to come alone to save her. Although the aunt didn't know who was inside at first, she was still very moved. In the end, Shifu was probably annoyed by Lianla, so she added him on WeChat as she wished. Lianla looked at the departing car, stretched his neck and said, "Second brother, take good care of auntie for me." Inside the car, Liansu glanced at Shifu, who looked tired, and asked, "Are you going back to the Shi family?" "Shi family." Then, as if he really couldn't hold on any longer, he added, "I'll take a nap. You wake me up when we get there." After saying that, he leaned lazily in the chair and slowly closed his eyes. Liansu tilted his head to glance at Shifu and said nothing. He probably heard some news related to Shifu. When Shisai was kidnapped, Shifu fell off a cliff to save him. Although he survived, there was an icy lake at the bottom of the cliff. When he was rescued, his body had been frozen by the lake water and was now very fragile. "I just had a fight with those guys again. I guess I was just leaning on the car to hold on." After taking a look at the sleeping Shifu, Liansu slowed down his pace. When they were about to arrive at Shi's house, Liansu saw that Shifu was sleeping soundly, so he parked the car next to a peach orchard nearby. He reached out and took a blanket from the back seat and covered Shifu with it. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Liansu chuckled with ambiguous meaning. He was quite well behaved when he fell asleep, even the ends of his flamboyant hair hung down neatly. After opening the car window a little, Liansu got out of the car quietly. Shifu slept for quite a long time. When he woke up, the sun was already setting. Liansu, who was beside him, had long disappeared. As she sat up, the blanket slid off her body. Shifu was stunned for a moment, picked up the blanket, folded it, then opened the car door and walked out. From a distance, Liansu's figure could be seen under the peach tree. Under the scorching peach tree, the tall and slender figure stood there casually. Even though it was just the back, it gave people an indescribable beauty. Shifu stepped on the fallen petals on the ground and walked forward slowly. Hearing the footsteps, Liansu turned around. His cold and elegant face had a hint of laziness, and he looked over lightly. His right eye was like a bottomless pool, and his left eye was like clear and flawless ice blue crystal. Insanely beautiful. Shifu looked at Liansu and was distracted for a moment. There was even a moment when she felt that the dazzling peach blossoms behind her were not even half as beautiful as the person in front of her. Coming back to his senses, Shifu silently said in his heart, "What a beauty!" But Liansu's eyes are really beautiful. They were the most beautiful eyes she had ever seen, and she wanted them. Seeing Shifu staring at his eyes, Liansu slowly approached, raised his eyebrows and asked in an ambiguous tone, "Miss, she seems to have an issue with my eyes." Shifu looked at Liansu, who was so close to her, and couldn't help but raise her hand, lightly touching his ice blue left eye with the back of her index finger. Liansu did not move until he felt a cool touch on his brow bone. Then he heard Shifu Kingmei's praise, "Your eyes are so beautiful that I want to possess them." The tone of the second half of the sentence was lowered, and it sounded inexplicably dangerous. "Should I thank you for the compliment?" Liansu said with a smile. But Shifu withdrew her hand in an instant, imitating Liansu's tone, "Should I say you're welcome?" After looking at each other for a moment, they smiled gently. Shifu picked up a petal and tilted her head to look at Liansu. "Thank you for the blanket." In fact, it was not just the blanket. Liansu parked the car here on purpose, probably because he didn't want to wake her up. "It's just a piece of cake. Besides, I should be the one thanking you for what happened today. If it weren't for Shifu, it would probably take them some time to find Lianla." Hearing this, Shifu subconsciously looked at the pair of eyes she had been thinking about, and asked faintly, "Can I have a thank you gift?" To Liansu, Shifu's words were the same as saying openly, "I want your eyes." After all, when he was at the police station, he knew that the young ancestor of the Shi family coveted his eyes. But Liansu was not angry. Eyes that are different from those of ordinary people will bring about strange looks, either contempt, fear, or ridicule. Even if they are praised, they are just insincere words said by those people because of his identity. Behind his back, where he couldn't see anything, there were still all kinds of pointing fingers. Liansu had never met anyone like Shifu who thought from the bottom of her heart that his eyes were beautiful. So even if the other party wanted to dig out his eyes and hide them, Liansu didn't feel unhappy at all. These were his eyes, and Shifu could do whatever he wanted. Just think about it. Liansu raised his hand and pinched his brow, his voice cold and indifferent. "Lianla and I are not that close. You saved her, so if you want a thank you gift, just go find her." Shifu. I was speechless for a moment. The speed of breaking up the relationship was faster than hers. Looking at Shifu like this, Liansu's eyes added a faint smile. When he was about to speak, his gaze inadvertently fell on the peach blossoms in her hair, and he was slightly stunned. Almost instantly, I remembered the comment, "Of the 10 beauties in the capital, the young lady from the Shi family alone accounts for 7 points. That's not wrong." Seeing Liansu staring at her, Shifu was puzzled. "Is there something dirty on my face?" "Yes, it's kind of pretty." The next second after asking the question, Shifu suddenly thought of the cheesy love words she had seen on the internet before. Peach blossom. Shifu reacted, but she couldn't see where it was, so she shook her head roughly. "It feels like a beauty gone mad." Liansu's expression remained calm, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He looked at the peach blossom left on his temple and was about to raise his hand to take it off. Ding ding, suddenly, the sound of a car horn sounded. Chapter 9, First time being flirted with, no experience. Hearing the sound, Shifu turned his head to look. As she moved, Lian Suwei raised her hand to pick up the flower petals and inadvertently brushed Shifu's face. The white and slender fingertips were slightly cool as they passed by Shifu's temples, the corner of her eyes, her left eye, and the center of her eyebrows, and finally landed on her right eye. The eyes are warm and the fingertips are slightly cool. The moment they clearly felt each other's temperature, they were both stunned and their eyes subconsciously looked at each other for a few seconds. In fact, the touch is very light, but because the action is quite intimate, the feeling it gives to each other is so strong that it cannot be ignored. There's even some unspeakable ambiguity. The long and curly eyelashes fluttered lightly across the fingertips, and Liansu felt an inexplicable tingling sensation in his heart, as if he was being tickled by the tip of a kitten's tail. Liansu even didn't want to move away. Shifu raised her eyes and uttered a playful sigh. The second young master Lian really doesn't want to suffer any loss. But he made up for it so quickly after I touched your eyes. Liansu's thin lips, which were light crimson, curled slightly, and his voice was as clear as snow. This is the first time someone flirts with me. I have no experience, so I can only flirt with him back. If you listen carefully to the words, there seems to be a hint of innocence in them. Hearing this, Shifu's cunning and charming phoenix eyes widened slightly, with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Being flirted with? Was it her? Touching the eyes is frivolous, it's outrageous. Is Liansu an unmarried young lady in ancient times? Lian. The unmarried young lady. Suareo looked at Shifu with great interest. Her slightly cool fingertips caressed Shifu's eyelids a few times, and I'll collect some interest. Suddenly, Liansu paused his fingers and his gaze fell on Shifu's right eye. Shifu lowered her eyes slightly, and could vaguely see a not-so-obvious red dot hidden on her eyelid, almost hidden between the thin eyelids. It is hidden when you raise your eyes and visible when you lower your eyelashes. It gives people an indescribable sense of enchantment and beauty. It's pretty good. Liansu curled his lips and said a sigh. Then he withdrew his hand calmly, and the peach blossoms between his fingers also floated into the air. Collecting interest. Shifu came back to his senses and narrowed his slender eyes dangerously. He suddenly raised his hand to grab Liansu's chin, stood on tiptoe and kissed his icy blue left eye before leaving. The movements are as smooth as flowing water, and are both cool and handsome. Liansu was caught off guard and was a little stunned. Then his eyes turned cold, as if they had been quenched by snow, and he just looked at Shifu expressionlessly. Shifu raised her lips in a wicked way. If you really want to be frivolous, I can go even further. Shisai, who had just honked the horn in the car, was so shocked when he saw this that he almost stepped on the accelerator instead of the brake. What? Xiang, who was reading documents in the back seat of the car, looked up and happened to see the scene of Shifu kissing Liansu. She paused at the end of her words, but there was a hint of ambiguity in her eyes. It seems to be Shifu and Liansu. Ding ding. Just as the two were in a stalemate, their horn sounded again. Shifu and Liansu both looked over. The car window was rolled down, revealing Shisai's handsome face. He leisurely put his hands outside and said to Shifu, "Little girl, in broad daylight, please restrain yourself." It was a teasing tone, but there was not much smile in those peach blossom eyes. Of course he recognized Liansu. Liansu, the second son of the Lian family, was born to Lian Muchuan's second wife Xiezhua. On the surface, he seemed cold and indifferent, but he had once witnessed this man almost killing his half-brother. The cruelty and madness he showed at that time was really chilling. But Liansu hid it too deeply. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that this immortal in the painting who was not tainted by the mortal world would have such a cruel and crazy side. Thinking of this, Shisai frowned slightly. How come Shifu was involved with Liansu, and even such an intimate and ambiguous scene happened just now? If I don't restrain myself, you will not be able to bear it. Shifu curled her thin lips and said a sigh. After that, she smiled nonchalantly. The joking words were obviously directed at Liansu. After all, with the appearance of the second young master Lian, it is understandable that I can't control myself for a while. Liansu glanced at her calmly, still without any expression. It's still unclear who will suffer and who will not be able to bear it by then. Shifu never expected Liansu to respond, and was so choked that his eyes bulged out. Liansu didn't say anything else and walked out of the peach forest at a leisurely pace. However, the moment he passed Shifu, he lowered his eyes slightly and smiled not too obviously. You can vaguely see a small mole on his left eyelid. Standing on the left and right of Shifu, even their specific positions seemed relative. After walking out of the peach forest, Liansu did not say hello to Shifu. He walked directly to his car and drove away, kicking up the fallen petals on the roadside. Seeing Shifu coming over, Shisai got out of the car and opened the door for her. He also looked at her and asked in a deep voice, "Why did you come back with Liansu?" To be honest, he didn't want Shifu and Liansu to have any interaction. This guy from the Lian family is not a good person. Shifu lazily walked to the car. "I helped his sister, and then he came and sent me back." "Is that the one who fought with you yesterday?" At this point, Shisai looked at Shifu strangely. "With your personality, it would be fine if you didn't add insult to injury, but you actually helped him." At this point, Shisai's peach blossom eyes raised up in a rather romantic way, and he asked casually, "Tell me quickly, do you have any intentions towards him?" The person he refers to is naturally Liansu. Shifu took out his phone and started playing games. Hearing this, he spread his hands and asked, "What can I want from him?" She changed the game character's makeup, raised her hand and brushed across his ice blue eyes. Shifu curled her lips slightly, but she just wanted his eyes. Shisai looked at Shifu, unable to figure out what the other party meant for a moment. However, based on his understanding of Shifu, he knew that the young lady had just barely met Liansu and they probably didn't have any friendship. Besides, these two men, one is a dissolute little dandy and the other is a noble and dignified young man, they are not the same kind of people at all. He smiled, pretended to sigh, and repeated jokingly, "Yeah, what do you want from him?" Shifu didn't feel anything when she said this, but now when she heard Shisai ask this, the drama-chasing girl she's little aunt almost subconsciously replied, "Because he's old, and because he doesn't take a bath." Shisai couldn't help but twitch his lips a few times, and continued the line with great joy, "You want to give the house to you after the person dies in 2 years." Shifu stamped her feet and imitated the expressions and tones of the characters in the TV series, Nonsense. Har ha har ha. Shisai couldn't help laughing, with her hands on the car door, she couldn't even stand still with laughter. "Little aunt, please watch less TV dramas. It's just unbearable to watch." A series where the characters in the play are about to jump out and beat people up. Even Xiang in the back seat looked at Shifu with amusement. Shifu. Chapter 10, Always Your Last Way Out. That night, the door of the bathroom in the room was opened, and the dense mist poured out and dissipated. Shifu, wearing plush pajamas and slippers, walked out. Furry Big Bear pajamas, furry Big Bear slippers, and even the electric toothbrush in his mouth has a Big Bear pattern. It can be seen that Shifu loves Big Bear deeply in Bunai Bears. She picked up the vibrating phone on the sofa. It was a voice call from Sir Rouge. He raised his hand to answer the call, and Sir Rouge's excited voice came from inside. "Shifu, I heard that a group of good horses came to the north suburbs horse farm. Do you want to go and take a look tomorrow?" "Are you going?" Shifu asked vaguely with toothpaste foam in her mouth. "Go ahead, when and I. Then I won't go." Sir Rouge was interrupted by Shifu before she could finish her words. When she heard that Sir Rouge was going too, she refused without even thinking about it. Hearing this, Sir Rouge complained in dissatisfaction, Hey, this is too much. How can you not go when I go? What do you think?" Shifu asked back expressionlessly. He almost cursed, "Don't you have any idea what's going on?" Some time ago, Sir Rouge was addicted to novels and TV shows about the heroes and heroines of the Jianghu. She thought those people riding horses at full speed was so cool and handsome, so she suddenly decided to learn how to ride a horse and she persisted in doing so. That's right, riding a horse probably requires talent, and Sir Rouge has talent in this area. In Wen Ruofen's words, saying that someone is not smart enough is an insult to the word stupid. This is a secret that even a diamond cannot carve out. Anyway, whenever Sir Rouge rides a horse, he either hurts others or himself, and there will always be casualties. In 1 month, Wen Ruofen had been to the hospital 3 times because of teaching Sir Rouge how to ride a horse. But Sir Rouge is still addicted to horse riding and can't extricate herself. Typical of a person with a big addiction to food. After listening to Shifu's words, this person who was addicted to being a poor person was silent for a moment, and tried to explain, "Those things before were all accidents." "Well, they were all accidents," Shifu said, with a very perfunctory tone. Sir Rouge was speechless for a while, and assured, "I have learned it now, and there will be no accidents." "You said the same thing last time." I said the same thing last time." Sir Rouge was a little sad. "Are you really not going?" Shifu spat out the toothpaste foam in her mouth and lazily said, "Ask Wen Ruofeng if he wants to go." Hearing this, Sir Rouge became even more sad. "He also asked me to ask you this." After hanging up the phone, Shifu rinsed his mouth and walked out when he heard a knock on the door. When I opened the door, it was Shisai holding a glass of milk. Looking at Shifu's long hair casually wrapped in a soft towel, even the hair not wrapped was still wet, with water droplets rolling down the ends of the hair, he frowned, but was not surprised. Shifu hates blow-drying her hair and is too lazy to dry it. She usually wraps it in a dry towel after washing it, unties it when it stops dripping, and lets her hair dry naturally. He handed the warm milk to Shifu, untied the soft towel on her head with familiar movements, and sighed softly, "What will you do if you find someone who can't take care of you in the future?" Shifu sipped the milk, lowered her eyes and said nonchalantly, "Just live like that, every day is a life." These words may sound indifferent, but her long eyelashes drooped slightly, and the thin shadow that fell on her eyelids seemed to penetrate into the bottom of her eyes. Even the slightly raised corners of her eyes added a bit of indescribable sarcasm and coldness. Hearing this, Shisai's hand holding the soft towel froze, and he looked at Shifu with an indescribable heartache. Shifu returned to the Shi family when she was 11 years old, so he didn't know much about Shifu's past. But from the fact that Xing Qingtan gave herself to her great-grandfather, who was over 60 years old, when she was only in her early 20s in order to take revenge on the Shi family, it can be seen that the woman is definitely a person who will do anything to achieve her goals. Coupled with her hatred for the Shi family, it is estimated that even if the little girl was her biological daughter, she would not treat her well. After all, to Xing Qingtan, the young aunt was just a tool for her to take revenge on the Shi family. She was even more than a tool, because Shifu was also a member of the Shi family and had half of the Shi family's blood in her body. As for Xing Qingtan, it can be said that he was with the Shi family until his death. Shisai understood Shifu, and Shifu naturally understood her nephew as well. Noticing the changes in the person behind her, she knew what the other person was thinking without having to guess. She sighed quietly in her heart. She realized that Shisai cared about many of her affairs more than she did. She sipped another sip of milk, rested her head on the back of the chair, and looked up at Shisai, saying lazily and jokingly, "Yesterday you said you would protect me forever, but today you are thinking of abandoning me. I am your little aunt, and if you can't find someone to take care of me in the future, I will rely on you for the rest of my life." The teasing and joking remarks helped to dissipate the depressing atmosphere. Shisai looked down at Shifu, raised his hand to wipe the milk stains on the corners of her mouth, then he looked seriously and promised firmly, "Shifu, no matter what time it is, I will always be your last resort." Shifu looked at Shisai and was silent for a long time before she chuckled. It was very light and low, but it was the kind of joy that came from the bottom of her heart. Then he said slowly, "That's great. There is a way out. You won't be left alone and helpless with no way to retreat." Shisai flicked her nose and said, "So sit down now. I'll dry your hair and go to bed early." It was rare for Shifu to sit up straight and upright and gracefully. Shisai was wiping her hair while she was drinking milk in small sips. As if remembering something, Shisai gave another reminder, "By the way, it's best if you and Liansu don't have any contact." Shifu dragged out the word with some curiosity. "Liansu is definitely not a good person." The next day. North Suburbs Racecourse. The racecourse is divided into three main areas. One is a place for rest and accommodation, one is the horse racing area, and the other is a large grassland connected to the mountains. In the warm sunlight, a tall and thin young man can be vaguely seen in the pavilion on the hillside at the edge of the grassland. Soon, two figures came up the stone steps from one end of the hillside. "We finally got you to come out, but you turned out to be hiding here, making it so hard for us to find you," the handsome and feminine man on the left complained. The man on the right wore a pair of silver-rimmed glasses and had a very gentle and handsome appearance. He also looked at the young man. "I heard that Lianla was kidnapped yesterday. Is he okay?" The young man was naturally Liansu, who was also described by Shisai as definitely not a good guy. "It's okay. It's her bad luck that the kidnappers mistook her for someone else," Liansu Kinking said coldly. "I even felt that there was a sense of mystery of cause and effect in it. The day before yesterday she mistook someone for someone else and beat him up, and yesterday she was mistakenly arrested. That's what I told you. Otherwise, that kidnapper would be desperate to kidnap the third daughter of the Lian family," the man on the left, Yang Bailu, said indifferently. After saying that, he looked at Liansu and raised his eyebrows. It's a rare opportunity for you to come here. Do you want to have a competition? Lian Su glanced at him and said, don't compare yourself to a vegetable. Vegetable. Yang Bailu. Melon, you are a vegetable melon, your whole family is a vegetable melon, both vegetable and melon. Fang Wuan, who was standing by, raised his hand to adjust his glasses and reminded him, you and Lian Su are also related. His whole family is melons. What are you, a loafer? Lian Su's mother and Yang Bailu's mother are half-sisters, but Yang Bailu's mother is an illegitimate daughter. Not many people in Beijing know about this, so few people know that Lian Su and Yang Bailu are actually cousins. Yang Bailu. He didn't say anything and was just sulking with himself. Stupid thing, he insulted himself too. Fang Wuan, on the other hand, looked at Lian Su and said, but there are two very powerful people coming to their horse farm today. One of them may be as good as you. Do you want to go over and take a look? Lian Su didn't like crowds, and was about to refuse when he heard Yang Bailu's quiet voice, it's Wen Ruofeng and Shi Fu, right? Chapter 11. Do you want to try it? On the track, 12 horses were chasing each other and competing with each other. The sound of horse hooves echoed throughout the entire arena, and the scene was very spectacular. The people in the audience were watching the contestants on the track with even more nervousness and excitement, especially the leader, number 9. Although their faces couldn't be seen clearly and their identities weren't known, they could guess that she was a girl from the long hair flowing behind her. There aren't many girls who like horse racing, and even fewer who can ride horses and participate in the competition. So when people in the audience saw number 9 leading the pack at the racecourse, they were all surprised, excited, and even in disbelief. Is number 9 really a girl? Number 9 is too strong. The main thing is that number 9 was behind at the beginning, and then he caught up later. Is that falling behind? At the beginning, that can be called paddling. Number 3 and 7 are also very powerful, chasing closely. Do you know who number 7 is? That young master from the merchant shop. I heard he's a horse racer and often goes out to compete. How can he not be amazing? This. What about number 9? I've never heard of a woman who's great at horse racing. Anyway, I bought number 9, so I'm sure I'll win a lot of money. Fuck, I didn't buy it, boo-hoo. Winning or losing doesn't matter. I just want to get to know her and have a deeper conversation. Do you think I'll be successful if I try to strike up a conversation with her? It's possible, but it's hard to say whether he will be dead or alive by then. Xie Rouge was sitting in the audience holding a computer. When she heard that sentence, she responded in her heart. The young lady is the most beautiful girl in the capital, and her personality makes people want to conquer her. There are countless people in the capital who have feelings for her, and they have used many tricks both overtly and covertly, but no one has succeeded. That guy Shifu looks delicate and arrogant, but he is actually a man of great potential. Want to flirt with her? I can even make your pants fall off. Thinking of this, Xie Rouge looked at Shifu, who was about to reach the finish line on the track, and sighed with some sadness and envy. How come this delicate guy who finds it difficult to walk a few steps is so good at riding a horse and fighting? How enviable. Especially for someone like her who is so addicted to riding horses, she wished that her soul could penetrate Shifu at the moment of victory. If she couldn't penetrate Shifu, then she could penetrate their horse. The next second, number 9 and number 7 arrived at the finish line one after the other. There was cheering from the audience. In the only private room with an excellent view in the audience, Fang Wuan watched the show with great interest, then tilted his head to glance at Lian Su, who was standing beside him. How about number 9? He's amazing. Even Shang Jianwei is no match for him. Yang Bailu supported himself on the railing with both hands, half closed his eyes and looked at number 9, who was preparing to take his position on the field, and said in a vague tone, Shifu is already very powerful. Lian Su's gaze also fell on Shifu. His phoenix eyes, as clear as spring water, were somewhat surprised, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Hearing Yang Bailu's words, Lian Su tilted his head and gave him a meaningful look. Yang Bailu didn't say anything. He walked back with a gloomy look and sat down on the sofa to play with his mobile phone. What's wrong with him? Lian Su asked in a calm voice. Fang Wuan explained with a smile, what else can I do? I have impure thoughts towards Shifu. Hearing this, the icy blue color in Lian Su's eyes deepened slightly. Fang Wuan adjusted his glasses habitually, gossiping a little, before he was ordered as a duck by that young lady in the mortal world. Bai Lu was quite excited and felt that he had found his destined love. But when he got to the box, he saw that he was not the only one. He was so angry that he even threw away the novel, Boss, Love Me Again, that he had treasured for many years after returning home. Fang Wuan glanced at Yang Bailu and continued to laugh, and after that, every time he saw Shifu, his eyes were full of resentment, as if Shifu had done something to him and then abandoned him. Liansu didn't say anything, but his cold expression faded a little. But to be honest, our Xiao Bailu is still a little naive. How could he withstand a big monster like Shifu? After laughing, Fang Wuan sighed softly. In the past, children of wealthy families were only told by their parents not to cause trouble outside. Now, those young masters have been warned more or less not to associate with Shifu, for fear that their children will devote themselves to her. As the saying goes, there are 3 demons near water. The girl from the Shi family must be living in the middle of the water. I wonder who will be able to marry that girl home in the future. Fang Wuan was really looking forward to this. After saying that, Fang Wuan glanced at Liansu, who was obviously not interested in his gossip. He felt a little disappointed and was about to walk back when he suddenly heard Liansu say, "Isn't she engaged to Wen Jiyue?" Fang Wuan didn't care. It's just an engagement. The girl's heart can't be controlled by an engagement. Just wait and see. This engagement will be cancelled sooner or later. Besides, Shifu's temper may not be restrained even after marriage. By then, the ladder to build a wall will be. Fang Wuan. Liansu's tone was slightly deep. Fang Wuan was stunned, as if he was a little surprised that Liansu would actually stand up for the other party. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, he waved his hand nonchalantly. Okay, I won't say it. Then he reflected on himself and thought that it was indeed not a good idea for him to say that to a girl, and gossiping behind her back was not a gentleman's behavior. Yes, so it's him who's wrong, not Liansu. After leaving the arena, Shifu got off the maroon horse. The movements are smooth, clean and neat, with a sense of coolness and handsomeness. Please wait a moment. She had just taken 2 steps when she heard a clear voice behind her. Shifu stopped. The young man with haze blue hair caught up with her in 3 or 2 steps. He was quite good looking, with clear eyes and brows. He had the youthfulness and immaturity of a teenager, but there was also the clarity between his eyes and brows that only teenagers have. He stood in front of Shifu and said in a friendly and polite manner, "Hello, my name is Shang Jianwei, you are very good, let's compete again next time." Shang Jianwei, the young master of the Shang family. Shifu knew his identity clearly and said lazily, "My name is Shifu." Shang Jianwei nodded, his eyes sparkling as he asked, "Can we add each other's contact information so we can compete again next time? Apart from my master, you are the most powerful person I have ever met." "Kid, didn't your family tell you? When you meet Shifu, this little ancestor, you can go as far as you can." Wen Ruofeng walked over with a smile. "I know, but I still want to compete more." Shang Jianwei looked at Shifu insistently, as if he would not give up until Shifu agreed. At this time, Liansu walked over slowly. He glanced past Shifu and looked at Shang Jianwei. Shang Jianwei saw Liansu, walked over silently, and said with a guilty conscience, "Master. How come Master is here? I just found him blocking someone." "Master?" Shifu looked towards Liansu, with an ambiguous look in her eyes. Shang Jianwei seemed to have said just now that his master's writing skills should also be good. "Sorry." Liansu walked in front of Shifu. Shifu smiled indifferently, "It's okay." Then he looked at Liansu and raised his eyebrows. "I heard that you are good at writing, do you want to try it?" Chapter 12 Choose an Eye. Hearing this, Shang Jianwei wished he could agree on behalf of Liansu, and even wanted to go on stage in his place. However, he didn't dare to say it. He was still quite afraid of his master, and it seemed that his master knew the beautiful and cool young lady in front of him. "Okay." Liansu was silent for a moment and then agreed. Shang Jianwei stretched out his hand like a good kid. Just when he was about to say that he would join in, he heard Shifu's nonchalant voice again, "Since it's a competition, there must be some prizes to make it interesting. What do you think?" As she said this, her deep gaze fell on Liansu's eyes. Liansu vaguely guessed it, and the corners of his thin lips, which were light crimson in color, curled up slightly. "Then what kind of lottery do you think is suitable?" Shifu didn't beat around the bush. "If you lose, I want your left eye." As soon as these words came out, Shang Jianwei's hand retracted instantly, as if his eyes would disappear if he was a second later, and then he stared at the beautiful sister in front of him in disbelief. Oh my god, are things so exciting now? Wen Ruofan also suddenly looked up at Shifu, even suspecting that he had heard it wrong. However, when he glanced at Shifu who was staring at Liansu's eyes, he felt that there was no doubt, or he was thinking too much. Shifu is a crazy person, there is nothing he can't do. Liansu's cold and picturesque face showed no sign of surprise. He looked at Shifu calmly, with the corner of his mouth slightly raised as he asked, "What if you lose?" After a short pause, he said calmly, "After all, my prize is my left eye, so Miss Shi's prize can't be too low." The little aunt always played hard and crazy. Upon hearing this, she raised her eyebrows and said lazily, "If I lose, you can choose one eye." The look and tone were so casual and relaxed as if those were not his own eyes, but were saying, "Please choose one of these two cabbages." Wen Ruofan. Shang Jianwei. The corners of their mouths twitched a few times, and their expressions were indescribable. Please respect your eyes a little, they are not just random cabbages. However, even after hearing what Shifu said, there was no worry on their faces. In Wen Ruofan's opinion, Shifu was indeed playing crazy enough, but with Liansu's cold and indifferent personality, he would probably not agree to it. Shang Jianwei thought so too. There was no way his master would agree to such a crazy bet. Sure enough, the next second they heard Liansu laugh softly and said elegantly and calmly, "Why do I need your eyes?" He didn't want to collect eyes like this little girl. Then what kind of prize do you want? Shifu asked. Liansu pondered for a moment. I haven't thought of it yet, why not write down a condition first? When they heard Liansu's agreement, Wen Ruofan and Shang Jianwei went crazy instantly. Shang Jianwei looked at Liansu and advised, "Master, the stakes are too high, why don't we just give up? If I lose this, the price will be an eye." Shifu, don't mess around. Wen Ruofan looked solemn. An unknown condition, the stakes are no smaller than the eyes. But Shifu and Liansu looked at each other, curled their lips and smiled with ambiguous meanings, and both saw a little bit of rising interest in each other's eyes. That's more interesting, isn't it? Don't worry, it's just one condition. Seeing Wen Ruofan's unhappy expression, Shifu spoke to comfort him. Wen Ruofan wanted to swear. It's just a condition. What if the other party wants your eyes? Wen Ruofan had known Shifu for so many years, and he knew her bad character. He also knew that he couldn't persuade her, so he looked at Liansu and said with a smile, "Second Master Lian, such a bloody bet is so boring, why don't we change it?" "Yes, Master, let's change it." Shang Jianwei agreed. Shang Jianwei felt extremely guilty. After all, if he hadn't suddenly stopped Shifu, his master and Shifu would never have met, and there wouldn't have been such a bet in the competition. Since she wants to play, there's no harm in playing with her. Liansu's expression was indifferent. Shang Jianwei was still blaming himself and feeling guilty 1 second ago, but the next he felt that he inexplicably heard a hint of doting in his master's words. Something was wrong with him. Soon, Fang Wuan, Xie Rouge and others who heard about the competition came over. Xie Rouge, who arrived last, was shocked after learning the details. What did she miss in just the time she spent writing 2 episodes? But she wanted to write down the plot in a small notebook and use it in the script later. After she finished memoizing, she glanced at Shifu and Liansu who were standing side by side not far away, and sighed in her heart. As expected, Shifu had attacked the fairy's eyes. It's a pity to scratch out such beautiful eyes, Xie Rouge said with some regret. As soon as he finished speaking, an ambiguous voice came from behind him, "Shifu may not win against Liansu." Xie Rouge looked at Fang Wuan, "Aren't you a good friend of Tianxian Liansu? Aren't you worried about him? If Shifu wins, he might really dig out his eyes. After all, the young lady came here for Liansu's eyes. So, Liansu will not lose," Fang Wuan said. Xie Rouge smiled, "What a coincidence, I also think Shifu will not lose." Is there a conflict between Liansu not losing and Shifu not losing? Everything doesn't just have 2 outcomes, win or lose. Fang Wuan said slowly. You mean a tie? Xie Rouge looked at him like an idiot. Although I'm not good at riding a horse, I know that the chances of a tie in horse racing are slim. Fang Wuan smiled calmly. Although the stakes of this competition were very high, the 2 competitors were not in a hurry at all. Not only did they not even go to the stadium but instead sat in a grassland specially used for horse walking, they even chatted leisurely before the competition began. Shifu sat on the horse's back and glanced at Liansu, who was at the same starting line as him. He bared his teeth and looked a little cute. I'm very strong, you have to be careful. What a coincidence, me too. At a command, the two of them ran out at the same time like lightning. They are running side by side, neither giving in to the other. Not many people watched this game, only Wen Ruofen and Fang Wuan. How about we make a bet? Fang Wuan said slowly, looking at the nervous people present. No bet. Shang Jianwei threw out two words without even turning his head. Wen Ruofen ignored them and continued looking at the two people running side by side on the racecourse, neither giving way to the other, with a slightly frowned brow. Xie Rouge rolled her eyes. A gambler who gambles to the end will end up with nothing. Having said that, I glanced at the two gamblers on the field. One relied on his eyes, and the other relied on random conditions. They really dared to gamble. I wonder what these two people relied on to be so confident. Hey, Bai Lu, who do you hope will win? Fang Wuan came over. Yang Bai Lu sneered, didn't you figure it out? It's a draw. Fang Wuan is an old sorcerer who likes to calculate when he has nothing to do. He cheats and deceives people everywhere, but sometimes he seems to be able to calculate some things. Of course, this is an extremely rare case, it's just like a blind cat catching a dead mouse and getting it right by chance. Hearing this, Fang Wuan spread his hands helplessly, and said innocently, but it's just that there is no difference between winning and losing, but I don't know the reason. After running 3 laps, the two of them were following the ground very closely, and they were always overtaking each other. Even when the gap was the biggest, it was only half a horse head. With only 1 lap left, the two men on horseback looked at each other and sped up almost at the same time. At this moment, a horse came running out from the corner. The place where it ran out happened to be a corner of vision, which was in the blind spot of Shifu and Liansu. By the time they discovered it, it was too late to stop. Chapter 13, Life-Saving Grace. No one expected that a horse would suddenly run out from the corner and was about to collide with them. Wen Ruofeng and the others' eyes suddenly shrank, their eyes were bloodshot, and their hearts jumped into their throats. Shifu, be careful. In a flash, before Shifu could make any move, Liansu, who was standing beside him, jumped up and knocked Shifu to the ground. The moment the two men fell off their horses, the two horses collided with a bang. Liansu fell to the ground holding Shifu, but the two of them had surprisingly good understanding of each other and put their hands behind each other's heads to protect each other when they fell. The two rolled on the ground several times due to inertia, and when they stopped, Liansu's lips accidentally brushed Shifu's forehead. Liansu was stunned, sorry. Although she stopped, Shifu's head was still dizzy. She lay on Liansu with droopy eyes and said listlessly, it's okay, but I feel a little dizzy. Can I lie down for a while? Liansu. Without saying a word, she lay still, her clear phoenix eyes fixed on Shifu, unconsciously adding a bit of darkness to them. In this position, he and Shifu were very close, so close that their faces were almost touching, and he could even count the other's crow feather-like eyelashes. Wen Ruofeng and the others who were running over to see if the two were injured were stunned when they saw this scene. They stopped where they were, not knowing whether to move forward or backward. We looked at each other, feeling that it was somewhat redundant. Shifu took a short break, but when she was getting up from Liansu, she lost her balance and fell down again. Her forehead hit the other's teeth, and she frowned in pain. Liansu was knocked and groaned. Are you okay? Shifu asked with his head down. Glancing at Shifu's red forehead, Liansu felt his teeth aching. He sighed and said calmly, I didn't realize you have such a hard head. Shifu. She felt a little embarrassed, as she was in the wrong. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, don't worry, I will be responsible. Liansu looked at her with slightly raised eyebrows, and then heard Shifu say seriously, if your teeth are loosened, I can take you to get the best ones. Liansu. Noticing that Shifu was about to stand up again, Liansu raised his eyes to glance at her and said calmly, if you knock again, you will really be responsible for me. This time, Shifu propped himself up and stood up, then extended a hand to Liansu. Looking at the slender white hand in front of him, Liansu was distracted for a moment. After he came to his senses, he held her hand and let Shifu pull him up. You're not being polite at all. Aren't you afraid that I'll let go of you suddenly? Shifu said with a smile. Liansu didn't even use much strength, he was basically pulled up by her. Liansu slowly brushed off the grass debris on his body and said, I saved your life after all, I can't repay you with evil. Shifu tilted her head to look at him, and joked lazily, I should repay you for saving my life with my body, what do you think, second young master Lian? The second young master Lian's eyes were clear, and he reminded her lightly, Miss, she seems to have forgotten her marriage with the Wen family. Shifu let out a light sigh and was about to speak when the cell phone suddenly rang. Liansu was standing in front of Shifu, his eyes inadvertently swept across her phone, and happened to see the three words, Wenjiue. He smiled softly, raised his eyebrows and looked at Shifu, well, here's the reminder, do you still want to pledge your love to me? Shifu held the phone and went to the side to answer the call. It's a good thing you called, otherwise your fiancée would have given herself to someone else. After answering the phone, Shifu smiled lazily. Oh. Wenjiue's tone dragged out a bit, but she wasn't angry. Instead, her deep and restrained voice added a hint of curiosity, then I'm quite curious about who can catch your eye, Liansu. Shifu was a little surprised to hear the name Liansu. Before she could ask, she heard Wenjiue explain, when Ruofeng called me just now and said that you and Liansu were competing. Isn't he the one who can pledge his love to you at this time? Then he snorted and laughed, why? He won and asked you to marry him. Shifu glanced at the finish line that was just around the corner, looking glum, the game was interrupted, and there was no winner. Teacher Wen, it's your turn. A female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hearing this, Shifu did not delay Wenjiue, okay, go and film. You're going to continue to pledge your love to me, right? Wenjiue smiled, then lowered her voice and warned, forget about the others, you won't suffer any loss with your personality, but if it's Liansu, don't provoke him, he's hiding well, don't let yourself get burned in the end. Seeing Shifu hung up the phone, Xia Rouge ran over quickly, Shifu, are you okay? She couldn't hide her worry in her tone. She was almost scared to death by the scene she just saw. It's okay. After saying that, Shifu walked in front of Liansu. The little girl was serious for a rare time, thank you for what happened just now. Although she was not helpless, Liansu was helping her after all, and he was still protecting her when she fell to the ground, otherwise she would definitely suffer. At this time, Fang Wuan and others also came over. Seeing that both of them were at peace, Fang Wuan pushed his glasses up a little, it's really a draw. Hearing this, Xia Rouge turned her head instantly and said in surprise, it's really a draw. Yang Bailu stared at Fang Wuan with a gloomy look, you can predict that it will be a draw, but how can you not predict that there will be an accident? I've already told you that I can only make rough guesses. If I could really calculate so accurately and in detail, why would I have a job? I could just set up a fortune-telling stall. Fang Wuan touched his nose and said innocently. Xia Rouge came over curiously, why don't you calculate for me how long I can live? Fang Wuan was silent for a moment, live until death. Xia Rouge. They wished they could drag Shifu away the next second. They wouldn't talk to fools. But perhaps because they were not very familiar with each other, after a few simple greetings, Shifu and the others left. Fang Wuan raised his hand and waved in front of Yang Bailu, brother, the person has gone far away, don't look at him anymore. None of your business. Fang Wuan sighed, you are just a bully. Shifu was standing here for so long, why didn't you come up and say a word? After saying that, he looked at Liansu, Liansu, what's going on between you and Shifu? I've known Liansu for so many years, but I've never seen him be so indulgent to anyone. Just now, that little guy used Liansu as his bed for quite a while. Chapter 14, The Most Beautiful Woman in the World. Hearing this, Yang Bailu also looked over, with curiosity blazing in his eyes, and even a bit of curiosity. Seeing Yang Bailu like this, Fang Wuan, who wanted to stir up trouble, was the first to wonder, don't you like Shifu? Why do you still have such a look of disgust? I like you, and I enjoy watching the show. Besides, I never thought that I could be with Shifu. Yang Bailu looked at the direction where Shifu left and said slowly. With Shifu's looks and personality, it was hard not to be moved after meeting her. He did have deep feelings for Shifu for a while, but later he realized the difference between him and Shifu and gradually gave up the idea. Shifu is a person with unpredictable thoughts and deep secrets. He is not someone he can afford to love. So he withdrew from it in time, and now he just simply likes the novel. What makes him even more sad is that he threw away the novel in a fit of anger, even though he had treasured it for several years. Fang Wuan was quite surprised. He didn't expect Yang Bailu to think this way. After all, this guy had been thinking about Shifu for several years. However, Fang Wuan was quite happy to see that his good brother could climb out of the pit set by Aunt Shi. At the beginning, he was worried that the young man Yang Bailu would experience the taste of love for the first time and throw himself into Shifu. He almost shamelessly went to Wen Jiue to ask him to marry Shifu on the spot. Fortunately, Yang Bailu got out of this trap himself. But Fang Wuan looked at Liansu silently. Liansu raised his thin eyelids slightly, his eyes were clear and indifferent, and he asked indifferently, "What do you think I can think of Shifu?" Fang Wuan didn't say anything. The person he couldn't understand the most was Liansu. This man looked otherworldly, but honestly, he would not be surprised no matter what crazy and paranoid things Liansu did. After all, Liansu was just that kind of person, cold and crazy in his bones. Yang Bailu didn't say anything, just looked at Liansu and smiled meaningfully. There is no such idea, but it is somewhat different. Raising his hand and stroking his smooth chin thoughtfully, Yang Bailu's slightly feminine face added a bit of interest. He was actually quite curious about what it would be like if Liansu liked someone. Maybe we can look forward to it a little. Liansu glanced at Yang Bailu without saying anything. When he was about to leave, he inadvertently saw a small wooden sculpture dropped on the grass. The wood carving was about the size of a palm, small and exquisite, with very well-handled details. Moreover, based on the appearance of the little man, Liansu could tell at a glance that it was carved based on Shifu. "Liansu, what's wrong?" Fang Wuan asked when he saw Liansu suddenly stop. Liansu played with the little wooden sculpture in his hand and said calmly, "You guys go back, I have something else to do." Fang Wuan was about to ask when Shang Jianwei, who had been silent, grabbed his sleeve and pulled him away. "Let's go, I'm hungry." Before leaving, Shang Jianwei turned around and secretly glanced at the cold and tall figure on the grass, with a hint of mystery in his eyes. He just saw that the master picked up a wooden sculpture, which seemed to be that beautiful sister. In the evening, dusk fell. A thin figure was looking around for something with her head down at the horse racing place during the day. As the sun set, the thin orange afterglow fell on her body, giving her a layer of light and warm evening glow. Someone, enveloped by the evening light, muttered quietly, "It should have fallen around here, why can't we find it?" She searched the area over and over again. At this moment, Shifu accidentally caught a glimpse of a shadow on the ground that was stretched by the setting sun, and then a cold and low voice came slowly, "Are you looking for something?" When Shifu looked up, he saw Liansu walking gracefully in the sunset. She was tall and slender, elegant and refined, and even her usually cold and indifferent eyebrows were rendered a little warm by the setting sun, making her incredibly beautiful. Shifu was a little stunned. "Come back to your senses." Liansu walked over and waved his hand in front of her eyes a few times. Seeing Shifu come back to his senses, he curled his lips and asked, "Am I so good looking that even the Shi family's young lady who traveled all over the capital was stunned by me?" The words were light, but if you listened carefully you would probably find them somewhat pleasant. Shifu didn't care about the other party's teasing, and raised her slender phoenix eyes in a flirtatious manner. "Do you know what is the most beautiful thing in the world?" Liansu raised his eyes and looked at her, humming indistinctly. He felt that the person in front of him was the most beautiful person in the world. But that beauty obviously didn't think so. Her slender white hand even restlessly fell on Liansu's left eye again, and her slightly cool fingertips rubbed it lightly, and gave a lazily answer, "Beauty should be the most beautiful in the world." At this point, Shifu tilted her head slightly, almost in Liansu's ear, and said in a low voice with a lazy charm, "But I think your eyes are even worse." Liansu's eyes darkened slightly, but returned to normal in an instant. He raised his index finger and pressed Shifu's forehead to push her away a little, and said calmly without any emotion, "If you didn't want to dig my eyes out, I would think this is a compliment." Shifu. Sure enough, Liansu knew that all he was thinking about was his eyes. "Are you looking for this?" Liansu handed the small wooden sculpture to Shifu. Seeing the wood carving, Shifu breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you. You seem to like this very much." Liansu lowered his eyes to look at the wood sculpture that Shifu took over, and asked casually. Given Shifu's personality, he came here specially to look for it, so he must care about this little wooden sculpture very much. Or maybe, the person who gave her this little wooden sculpture. Shifu raised her hand and tapped the small wooden sculpture playfully, then smiled faintly. "A little kid gave it to me." After saying that, she looked up at the gradually darkening sky, then looked at Liansu with a complicated and unbelievable expression. You have been waiting for me here. Isn't that a long wait? Liansu raised one eyebrow and glanced at her calmly. So, it's not too much to send me back, right? Although she had guessed this was the case, Shifujian was still a little surprised when she heard Liansu admit it. She looked at him strangely. You don't like me, do you? Liansu glanced at her coldly and asked, should I just throw away the wood carving after picking it up? Shifu. When the two were about to walk out of the racecourse, they heard the staff talking. Did you see it today? The second young master of the Lian family really has heterochromia. I saw it. The left eye is blue and the right eye is black. It makes me feel terrified. I heard that heterochromia is considered a bad omen, so even his family members don't like him. Those wealthy families are very averse to this. In ancient times, if someone had heterochromia, they would be burned to death at birth. Liansu was already accustomed to these words. His expression did not change at all, still looking clear and indifferent. Just as he was about to talk to Shifu beside him, he turned his head and found that the person had disappeared. Chapter 15, Potential of a Hooligan. Turning his head slightly, Liansu saw that the person who was supposed to be by his side now had a cold face and walked towards the people who had just gathered together to talk with great momentum. Liansu was slightly stunned and a little surprised. The Shifu he knew were all lazy and casual, and seemed to be nonchalant and not care about anything. This was the first time he saw Shifu with a cold face. Shifu half closed his eyes and walked over slowly. Those people didn't seem to notice and continued to talk excitedly. There were many unpleasant words in their words, and they became more and more unpleasant. Try to say one more word. A low and dangerous voice sounded faintly. Those people were startled and immediately looked up in the direction of the sound. Under the dim light, Shifu leaned lazily against the wall, holding an exquisite dagger knife in his slender white hands. The scabbard of the knife had been taken off, but Shifu just casually held it in his hand and tossed it. He even looked up at them, with an expression that seemed like a smile, but his eyes were cold. Seeing that it was a delicate-looking little girl, those people snorted indifferently. Who are you? What does what we say have to do with you? Once one person spoke up, the others seemed to grow bolder. That's right. Shouldn't people be allowed to speak out about the facts? Isn't it true that his eyes are a different color? Besides, even his family dislikes him because of his eyes. Suddenly, with a whoosh sound, an exquisite knife went straight towards the man. The man was frightened to the point of pale face, his hands and feet stiff as he stood there, unable to speak, let alone make a sound. The dagger passed by her tied hair, the sharp blade even cut off a strand of it, and then nailed into the wall. Am I going to die? The man finally screamed in horror, and then fainted from fright. Everyone else stood there in silence, looking at the knife that was still trembling back and forth even though the handle was nailed to the wall. Even the exposed blade was emitting a cold light. They didn't even dare to breathe, and everyone's faces turned pale. Oh my God, this little girl is so fierce. I'm so scared. The more perceptive people quickly apologized. We were wrong. We shouldn't have done that. Please don't bother with us. We won't say that again. These frightened people apologized repeatedly. Seeing that the little girl scared the group of people like quails, Liansu curled his lips and smiled softly. A flash of light flashed across his beautiful phoenix eyes. Then he walked out slowly. Seeing Liansu's figure, those people's faces turned even paler. At most, they dared to gossip behind their backs. It would be fine if they said bad things to their faces, but this person wanted to kill them, which was easier than killing an ant. Second Master Lian, we were wrong. We will never do it again. Please be magnanimous and let us off this time. I have old people above me and young children below me. They spoke tremblingly, and then found that the man didn't even look at them, but walked straight to the girl who had done it. Liansu lowered his eyes to look at her hand and asked, Is your hand not hurt? It's okay. After confirming that Shifu didn't hurt her hand, Liansu raised his head and looked at the group of people. His elegant face was filled with an indescribable chill, as if it had penetrated into his bones. I don't want this to happen again. No, absolutely not. Those people assured again and again. Seeing that Liansu and Shifu didn't say anything, they immediately dispersed. But of course, they were still quite loyal. They came back after running a few steps and dragged away the unconscious person. Shifu tilted her head and met Liansu's teasing smile. She was a little suspicious and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Liansu let out a short, low laugh. "I didn't realize you had the potential to be a little hooligan." Shifu raised his eyebrows and whistled in a rather frivolous and gangster manner. "I was handsome just now, wasn't I?" Was second young master impressed by my handsomeness? Handsome. Liansu looked at Shifu and smiled softly. "I'm impressed by his handsomeness." Shifu was stunned. She was just joking and never thought that Liansu would follow her words and give a serious answer. Now Shifu looked a little unnatural. He snorted without losing his composure, then walked towards the wall and pulled out the knife that was nailed on it. Watching Shifu fold the dagger and put it into his pocket, Liansu's eyes darkened slightly, as if he wanted to ask something, but in the end he didn't. "Why do you carry a dagger with you?" Shifu came over and saw that Liansu's eyes were slightly gloomy. She thought he was bothered by what those people said, so she advised him quietly, "Don't pay attention to what those people say. I think your eyes are beautiful. Very beautiful." Shifu added. "I'm not angry, and those people are not worth it," Liansu said in a light tone, and he really didn't care at all. Shifu looked at Liansu without much belief. After all, those words were really harsh. She, an unrelated person, would feel uncomfortable listening to them, let alone Liansu himself. There are too many people like this in real life. They say nice things to your face, but what about behind your back? Hearing this, Shifu narrowed his eyes dangerously. "I don't care what they do behind my back. If I find out, I will make them avoid me next time they see me." Liansu couldn't help but chuckle. "Why are you acting like a bully? Isn't it me? I am the #1 playboy in the capital." Shifu clicked his tongue lazily. Liansu. Looking at the proud and arrogant playboy named Shi, Liansu pinched his eyebrows and sighed softly. "Let's go, you treat me to a meal," Liansu said. "Okay, you treat me." Shifu suddenly looked at Liansu. "I treat you. Is there a problem?" Liansu raised one eyebrow. "There is a problem, of course there is a problem." Shifu came up to Liansu and said, "I just helped you. Shouldn't you be the one to treat me?" At least Liansu should have treated her to a meal to thank her, right? "I helped you once during a horse riding competition. I'll wait for you all afternoon regarding the wood carving." After saying this, Liansu curled his thin lips slightly and looked at her with a half smile. "Shifu." Before she could speak, Liansu raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "I am very precious. I have been hungry for 2 meals for you. If anything goes wrong, I'm afraid you will be responsible." The corners of Shifu's mouth twitched slightly, and his expression was hard to describe. It's my treat, you'll see if you don't give me back both meals later." After saying that, he dragged Liansu away. It's really the kind of forced pulling. Liansu let her hold him without saying anything, only slightly curling the corners of his mouth. Actually, Shifu looks quite cute like this. Chapter 16, Pig Kidneys. The red Zhongyang motorcycle came with its headlights on, and slowed down when it was about to reach Liansu. Shifu lightly placed his left foot on the ground and stopped steadily in front of Liansu. The casual and unrestrained movements seem indescribably cool and handsome when she does them. Shifu tilted her head to look at Liansu. "I forgot to tell you, I only have this kind of car. Or, I'll treat you to a meal next time. Are you planning to leave me here?" Liansu stood on the side of the road and looked at Shifu, asking with a smile. Shifu naturally sensed the danger in Liansu's words. She lazily placed her hands on the handlebars and said, "If you don't mind, I have nothing to say." "Of course I don't mind, and..." At this point, Liansu paused for a moment, looking at Shifu with an ambiguous expression. "I'm afraid you'll default on your debt." Shifu glanced at him gloomily and said with a sigh, "It's just a meal, do you think I should refuse to pay?" 2 meals. Liansu reminded in a calm voice. Shifu. Completely speechless. Who the hell spread the rumor that this second young master Lian is an immortal in a painting who is not tainted by the mundane world and does not eat worldly food? He is already here calculating how much he wants to eat for 2 meals. Shifu turned his head away, not wanting to bother with this immortal in the painting who wanted to eat 2 meals but didn't care about worldly things. But when he came over, he still took out a blue helmet and gave it to him. "Put it on." Liansu put on his helmet, took a step with his long legs and sat behind Shifu, with a hint of interest in his slender phoenix eyes. This is the first time in his life that he has ridden in this kind of car. After taking a look at the person in front of him, Liansu's thin lips curled up slightly. What do you want to eat? Shifu turned his head and looked at Liansu. The guest should follow the host's wishes. Liansu, who had just been thinking about ordering 2 meals, was now very elegant and gentlemanly. Shifu didn't say anything, but raised his eyebrows cunningly. Okay, then I'll do whatever I want. Since she doesn't care about worldly things, she can only take this fairy in the painting to have a taste of worldly things. After all, she has come to the world and must feel the atmosphere of worldly things. Hold on tight. Having made up his mind, Shifu reminded him to step on the accelerator to the bottom, and the next moment the motorcycle rushed out like an arrow. Shifu's speed was very fast, it could even be called racing. The wind whistled past his ears, blowing Shifu's long hair under the helmet into flying in the air. Liansu's face was covered with hair through the helmet, and some of his long hair was even blown into Liansu's clothes by the whistling wind, brushing against the skin on his neck and causing an indescribable itch. Liansu asked, "Do you have a hairband?" Liansu's voice was blown away by the wind, and Shifu didn't hear it clearly at all. Liansu moved closer and whispered in her ear, "Headband." Shifu heard it clearly now, and guessed that it was because of her hair, so she said without hesitation, "It's in the left pocket, take it yourself." Liansu looked at the red head wearing a helmet in front of him and sighed helplessly. Does the little girl have any sense of security? The pockets are close to her waist after all, are they so defenseless? When it arrived, Liansu did not take it. Instead, he took out a hand to gather Shifu's long hair and held it down with his hand. Shifu didn't see any movement from behind for a long time. After a moment's thought, he couldn't help laughing. His lazy teasing voice was heard in the wind, "Second Master Lian, you're just holding a headband. I didn't expect you to be so innocent. It's very joking." If they weren't driving, Shifu would even want to go and see Liansu's expression at the moment, but based on her understanding of Liansu, she estimated that there wouldn't be much expression on that elegant and delicate face. Liansu didn't say anything. He tilted his head slightly and found that the surrounding scenery had turned into old and dilapidated streets at some point. He raised his eyebrows in an ambiguous manner. The next section of the road is not very smooth, so hold on tight. After Shifu finished speaking, she turned and went into the alley. The dilapidated cement road is lined with independent houses on both sides. The buildings are not very high, generally no more than 5 stories high, but they all look quite old. A lot of the whitewashed walls have fallen off, and some places are even covered with black spots caused by dyeing. And probably because it had just rained, there were still puddles of water in the potholes on the road, and if you didn't step on the right spot you'd get splashed with mud. Even Shifu, who was used to riding a motorcycle, found it difficult to ride steadily in this place. After all, he had to pick and choose places, so the ride was a bit bumpy. When the wheel passed over a large protruding rock, the car body shook violently. Liansu, who was sitting in the back, was caught off guard and leaned forward towards Shifu. Liansu rested his chin on her shoulder, as if he was hugging Shifu from behind and whispering in her ear. Even his nostrils were filled with the faint lotus scent from Shifu's soft long hair. "It smells quite good. Why don't you hold me?" Shifu suddenly said. Liansu was stunned for a moment when he heard these words out of the blue. "I was afraid you might fall off." Shifu added, as if remembering something, when Ruofeng was driving Xie Rouge before, he only realized she had fallen off the road after driving for quite some time. For this reason, Xie Rouge ignored Ruofeng for a whole half-month. Shifu didn't say anything after the sentence, "If you fall down into this piece of land." Liansu. After a moment of hesitation, he raised his hand and gently grasped the hem of Shifu's clothes. The beautiful eyebrows on that cold and picturesque face were slightly frowned, and his expression was quite strange. "I always feel like something is not right." After driving around in the alley for about 20 minutes, Shifu parked the car under a sycamore tree. Not far away, one could see a whole long street full of all kinds of delicious food. Shifu raised an eyebrow and smiled at Liansu, "Bring the second young master Lian here to get a taste of the world." Liansu raised his eyes and looked at the long streets and alleys not far away that were full of the atmosphere of life. "Young Master Lian has probably never been to a place like this. Do you want to try it?" Shifu asked. It was indeed the first time for Liansu to go in and out of such a place. Looking at the colorful lights on the long street, Liansu curled his lips and said, "It doesn't hurt to give it a try." Shifu should be quite familiar with this area. Upon hearing this, he took Liansu's hand and walked into the long street alley. Very different from usual, Shifu was quite lively here, and even patiently introduced various snacks and delicacies to Liansu. "Do you want to eat fried rice cakes? What about the barbecued ribs? Boiled pork slices? The chili here is super spicy. Grandma's red bean and osmanda soup. And this one has charcoal grilled pork belly." Liansu looked at the food in his hands, then looked at Shifu, who wanted to have a portion of each, and sighed softly. He must be crazy to ask Shifu to treat him to a meal. "I have to treat you to 2 more meals. Shifu," Liansu called out. Just as he was about to ask her to buy less because she couldn't eat that much, he saw the little girl who heard his voice turned her head and looked at him. "The pork kidneys here are also a specialty. Would you like some?" Chapter 17 Rogue. At this time, the night market was bustling with people coming and going on the long street. People like Shifu and Liansu naturally attracted most of the attention. After all, no one doesn't like to see handsome men and beautiful women together. In particular, the looks of this young man and woman are 1 in a million. Passers-by were already paying attention to them, and when they heard the word pig kidneys, a relatively sensitive food, they naturally looked over with curiosity and ambiguity. Liansu. The jade-like face that had always been clear and indifferent stiffened slightly, and she looked up at Shifu expressionlessly. Shifu, who reacted, was also stunned, with a complicated expression. I swear to God, she was just recommending some delicious food to Liansu. Even though it was pork kidneys, she heard it tasted really good and was the 3rd most popular food on this street. The boss looked at Shifu, then at Liansu, and asked with a narrow smile, "Young man, do you still want the pork kidneys your girlfriend mentioned?" Maybe it's because pig kidneys have something to do with strong erections, so most young couples would tacitly avoid ordering them. This is the first time he has seen someone ask his boyfriend whether he wants it or not. "No more," Liansu said, not even paying attention to the boss's words. "Your girlfriend? Are you sure you don't want that? My pork kidneys are really good. Everyone who has eaten them says they are tasty." The boss recommended with a smile, but the meaning behind his words was profound. Passers-by also followed suit. "It tastes really good, it's worth a try. My girlfriend has hinted so clearly, I must try it. It's really good. It strengthens the body, improves sexual function and nourishes the kidneys." The last 4 words were lost in laughter. Under the ambiguous gazes of passers-by, Liansu glanced at Shifu, who seemed to be trying hard to hold back her laughter, and without saying a word, he grabbed Shifu's wrist and dragged her away. Shifu did not struggle and let Liansu drag her. She seemed to have remembered something and said with a smile in her lazy voice, "I haven't even taken my pork belly yet." Liansu didn't even bother to pay attention to Shifu. After walking a distance, Liansu looked at her coldly. "Are you satisfied now?" His voice was indifferent, but he was not angry, but seemed a little helpless. "At that time, I really just wanted to recommend pork kidneys to you, har har har." When she mentioned this word now, Shifu still couldn't help laughing. Her charming eyebrows were half narrowed. It didn't have much credibility to begin with, and now it's even less so. Liansu narrowed his clear eyes, raised his thin lips in a light crimson color, and looked at Shifu with a smile. "What do you think the boss and the passerby meant by what they said just now, girlfriend?" When speaking, the emphasis was placed on the word girlfriend at the end. Girlfriend. Oh no, she had been focusing on the pig kidneys and didn't realize that those people thought she and Liansu were a couple and were calling each other boyfriend and girlfriend. Before Shifu could say anything, Liansu suddenly moved closer, tilted his head slightly and looked at her. His usually clear tone was now tinged with some indescribable meaning. "So, what is the purpose of my girlfriend personally ordering pork kidneys from me?" Huh. Especially the last tone, which seems to have rolled on the tip of the tongue several times and turned out, which is very seductive. Shifu was stunned for a moment, and her eyes almost uncontrollably fell on Liansu's shirt, which was elegantly tucked into his waistband, and slowly moved down. That look was straightforward and unrestrained, as if he wanted to take a peek under the hem of his shirt. Even though Liansu was as elegant and calm as he was, when he noticed Shifu's gaze, a crack appeared on his calm face. After a while, he raised his lips and uttered 2 words in a cold voice, "Rogue." Shifu sighed and whistled in a vulgar way. "I haven't seen anything yet." Hearing Shifu's regretful tone, Liansu's expression was difficult to describe. What else do you want to see? Shifu was in a good mood. She leisurely ate the snacks she had just bought and even hummed a happy tune. Liansu's delicate and picturesque face turned dark in an instant. But Shifu didn't notice it at all and was still there leisurely making clang clang, clang clang, clang clang. The main thing is, it's clearly sung, but it's not tuned yet. It seemed as if it was being read aloud. After a while, when he finished the skewers in his hand and was about to ask Liansu for more, he realized that Liansu didn't follow him. When she turned around, she saw the other person standing there expressionlessly, looking at her with cold eyes. Shifu. As Xiaowei walked towards Liansu, he reflected on himself. After all, it was obvious from Liansu's expression that he was irritated. Shifu walked in front of Liansu. She looked at Liansu. Her clear, cunning and charming phoenix eyes blinked slightly a few times, and her long and curled eyelashes fluttered up and down, casting a thin layer of shadow on her eyelids. When she stared at him intently, there was a breathtaking beauty. But for Liansu, the beauty of being stared at only lasted for a second. Liansu. Beauty is like a mirror. Once it is hit, it shatters into pieces in an instant, leaving nothing. Without saying a word, he turned and left. He didn't even leave the food in his hand for Shifu. Shifu raised his hand and touched his nose, looking innocent. At least leave the food behind. Half an hour later. Passing by, I saw a barbecue restaurant with a nice environment at the end of the street. Shifu was wearing disposable gloves and peeling a large plate of crayfish in front of him. The main thing is that the peeled shrimp meat has to be placed on the plate opposite, which is almost full. Liansu sat opposite Shifu, picked up a peeled shrimp with chopsticks, put it into his mouth elegantly and ate it. At the end, he curled his thin lips to look at Shifu and said lightly, "It tastes good." Shifu. For a moment, I wanted to smear the shrimp shells on the other person's face. I felt more like I was having a brain seizure at that time. She thought at the time that Liansu was kind to her after all, and if she pissed him off, she could probably just coax him a little. After some coaxing, she became a crayfish transporter. Peel it, dip it in sauce, and put it in his bowl, almost feeding it into his mouth. Glancing at Shifu, who was about to get angry, Liansu curled his lips slightly and knew that he had to wait until things were better, so he pushed the plate of peeled shrimps in front of Shifu. Shifu raised her eyes and looked at him. "You eat it," Liansu said indifferently. Shifu raised her eyebrows. "Are you still angry?" Liansu raised his hand and pinched his brow lightly, sighed, and said helplessly, "I'm not angry, it's just that the word you said is really hard to describe." "Sing," Shifu said suddenly. Liansu. "It's singing, not reading, thank you," Shifu corrected lazily while eating shrimps. This is the last stubbornness of the girl who sings out of tune. Chapter 18, Taste That Makes People Happy. Liansu. If there was a slight change in the tune, he wouldn't have thought that Shifu was just reciting lyrics. After swallowing the shrimp in his mouth, Shifu looked at Liansu with his narrow phoenix eyes, and spoke lazily, "Is it hard to describe? I saw others singing it before and thought it was quite interesting." As if remembering something, Shifu said with interest, "I can also sing 18 touches." He even sang a few lines while saying, "I touched the edge of your hair, and it was smooth and soft. I touched the edge of your forehead, and it was bright and soft." Liansu probably couldn't bear it anymore, so he picked up a peeled shrimp with chopsticks and fed it to Shifu's mouth. Meeting Shifu's gaze, Liansu had no expression on his face. Just eat the shrimp obediently. He felt that if he didn't stop him, Shifu might really finish reciting the 18 touches right here. After eating the shrimp in his mouth, Shifu looked at Liansu, a little dissatisfied. Hey, you." Before he could finish his words, he was fed another shrimp. Shifu's phoenix eyes widened. "Didn't you ask me to feed you?" Liansu looked at Shifu calmly and asked back. But when he put down the chopsticks in his hand, he was suddenly stunned. He lowered his eyes slightly and looked at the chopsticks in his hand. So, he just fed Shifu twice with his own chopsticks. Shifu was also stunned for a moment, staring at the pair of chopsticks without saying anything. I even felt for some unknown reason that the taste of the shrimp in my mouth was different from before. She curled her lips, glanced at the silent Liansu with some malicious intent, and raised the corner of her almond-shaped eyes. "If you don't want to eat, help me peel the shrimp." Shifu didn't think Liansu would agree, he just made a joke to break the silence. After all, peeling shrimps is a hard job. The next second, Shifu saw Liansu slowly putting on disposable gloves. Shifu was stunned in surprise. Liansu put on gloves, picked up one and started peeling it. Shrimp shells, shrimp threads, shrimp tails. His speed was not very fast, and it was obvious that he had never peeled shrimps before. However, his elegant and calm demeanor made people feel as if he was not just peeling shrimps, but doing something very elegant. Looking at Liansu's actions, Shifu sighed in his heart. He was indeed the elegant and refined second son of the Lian family. Even something like peeling shrimps was pleasing to the eye when he did it. "Why are you staring at me?" Liansu looked up and asked. Shifu supported her forehead with one hand and spoke with a hint of amusement, "A beauty peeling shrimps is very pretty." Liansu. But perhaps he had understood the temperament of this young lady to some extent, so he did not get angry. Instead, he changed the subject in a light tone, "You seem to be very familiar with this area. Do you come here often? The alleys here are intricate and the houses in each street look similar, but Shifu seems to know the situation here very well and even knows the food on the food street by heart." Hearing this, Shifu paused holding the chopsticks, a dark look flashed across his eyes, and then he smiled nonchalantly. "I didn't return to the Shi family until I was 11 years old. This is where I lived before." She was clearly saying it with a faint smile, but there was no smile in those clear and cunning phoenix eyes. Instead, there was a hint of sarcasm and coldness. On her birthday, Xing Qingtan really gave her a big birthday gift. She always knew that Xing Qingtan didn't like her. Since she could remember, Xing Qingtan had never treated her well. She didn't know the reason at that time and just thought that she was not likable. So she was well behaved and obedient, and even tried her best to please Xing Qingtan, but it seemed that no matter what she did, she couldn't get even a little bit of Xing Qingtan's care and concern for her. Even when she woke up in the middle of the night, she would find Xing Qingtan standing by the bed, staring at her with hateful and cold eyes. She would never forget that feeling of coldness all over her body. There were several times when she was not awakened by being frightened, but woke up struggling because she couldn't breathe. Xing Qingtan either covered her mouth and nose with a pillow or pinched her neck, staring at her with a hideous and resentful look. She called the police and suspected that Xing Qingtan was mentally ill, but in fact he was not. Xing Qingtan was normal and just simply hated her. So she was particularly afraid of Xing Qingtan. She hid in the closet, on the street, and even ran away, but it was all useless. Even if she ran away, Xing Qingtan could catch her back. For a long time she didn't dare to sleep or close her eyes, and she kept her eyes open all night until dawn. Perhaps she felt that life was meaningless, and she even wanted to die with Xing Qingtan, killing her and then committing suicide, but she didn't do it in the end. The reason was simple, because she felt that Xing Qingtan was suffering, and she didn't want to help Xing Qingtan get rid of it. Since it is painful, Xing Qingtan should live well. So she just chose to commit suicide. If Tanji had not appeared, Shifu would have long ceased to exist in the world. After listening to Shifu's words, Liansu paused in peeling shrimps. He looked at Shifu, his eyes swept across the other's cold and sarcastic eyebrows, and said in a low and deep voice, "Sorry." Judging from Shifu's expression, the memories of this place might not be very good. Shifu smiled softly, leaned back lazily on the back of the chair, with a sluggish look between her brows. "It's okay. If you care about even this kind of thing, then there are too many things to care about." Liansu didn't say anything. He took off his gloves, took out a candy and handed it to Shifu. "Want some candy?" Shifu was stunned and stared at the candy in front of him for a long time. "What flavor?" she asked. Liansu peeled it slowly and passed it to Shifu's lips. His cold voice was rarely filled with warmth. "It's a taste that can make people happy." With a click, the flash went off. Shifu and Liansu both looked in the direction of the flash, only to see a girl with a camera hanging around her neck approaching them. She smiled politely at the two of them and said, "Hello, my name is Jiang Qi, Jiang as in Yangtze River, Qi as in being tempted by beauty." After that, she glanced at the camera in her hand and continued, "I felt that the scene just now was particularly warm and harmonious, so I took a picture of it for you without asking for your consent. I'm sorry. But it's really beautiful. How about you leave me your contact information and I'll print out the photos and send them to you. Can you show it to me?" Shifu held a candy in his mouth, seeming to be curious about the photos he had just taken. Hearing this, the little girl immediately came over with her camera. "Isn't it beautiful? This is definitely the best photo I've ever taken. I will never send it out. Can you keep it for me? After all, she took the photos without the other party's consent, so there was nothing she could do if the other party asked her to delete them. Shifu lowered her eyes and glanced at the picture in the camera, her expression somewhat surprised. Under the yellow light, Liansu handed the peeled candy to Shifu's mouth and looked up at her. His picturesque and cold eyebrows softened a little in that frozen moment. Shifu was probably a little surprised by Liansu's behavior. She just looked at her in a daze with raised eyebrows. Her charming profile showed some doubt and confusion. The two people looked at each other. The picture was beautiful and harmonious. Chapter 19. As long as my brother is happy. The photos are pretty good. Shifu's thin, crimson lips slightly opened, and her clear and charming voice carried her usual lazy and casual tone. When Liansu saw the photo in the camera, he was also slightly stunned, and then his thin lips seemed to curl up, and his voice was light and clear, not bad. It was indeed a good shot. Whether it is him or Shifu, looking at this picture, there is a special feeling of harmony and artistic conception. Jiangqi smiled a little proudly. The photo is great. I've taken so many photos, and you two are definitely the best looking couple I've ever seen. This appearance is divine. As a face control, she has already started imagining the baby they will have in the future, who will surely be stunningly beautiful. Lovers. Shifu looked up at Liansu, as if she remembered something. A hint of ill intention appeared on her cunning and delicate eyebrows. She said innocently, "We are not lovers. He is my brother-in-law." Jiangqi. The smile on the pretty little face froze in an instant. Before he could say anything, he heard Shifu approach Liansu and whispered nervously, "Brother-in-law, why don't we keep this photo? If my sister sees it, everything between us will be exposed." Liansu raised his clear eyes slightly and looked at her with a half smile. "Oh. Brother-in-law? You don't usually call me like that." Shifu originally wanted to tease the little girl and Liansu at the same time. Seeing Liansu cooperating with the little girl who always liked to make trouble, she became more interested and said sweetly, "Brother, if you like me to call you like this, then I will call you brother from now on, okay? For me, as long as brother is happy, it's all." After all, she is a girl from old TV dramas and novels, and she has grasped all kinds of expressions and movements very steadily. Jiangqi was stunned and looked at the two of them in disbelief. So, this incredibly beautiful couple in front of me are my sister-in-law and brother-in-law? Have the two of them already communicated with each other? Before Jiangqi could accept this, he heard their brother-in-law frowning slightly. "The beauty frowns, looks good." After this thought came out, Yango Jiangqi immediately complained and despised himself in his heart. Damn it, no matter how good-looking he is still a cheating scumbag. He even cheated on his wife's sister. He is simply the worst of all the worst of the worst. What a scumbag. However, even though I despise it, I can't hide my gossipy nature and I can't wait to prick up my ears to listen. The beauty frowned and sighed softly. "What about your sister? As long as she's around, we won't be able to be together openly in this life." Hearing this, Shifu put aside her usual laziness and spoke more harshly, "Then let sister disappear." Jiangqi shuddered and got goosebumps all over his body. Liansu smiled softly, and said in a faint voice, "That's right. After all, only if your sister disappears can I inherit her property. Then we can." Jiangqi felt that his three views were completely destroyed. Damn it, it's fine that my brother-in-law and sister-in-law are having an affair, but they are actually thinking about killing my sister. It would be fine if he just killed his sister, but he actually wanted to take over her property. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? And the two of them got together. Are people in the city playing so hard now? A trip to the city really broadens my horizons. Then tell me, what should we do with this person who overheard our secret? Suddenly, Shifu's unfathomable gaze fell on Jiangqi. Jiangqi's back stiffened and he wished he could disappear underground. The next second, the beautiful woman who had just frowned said slowly, "Then let's kill them all. Killing one is killing, and killing two is also killing." Jiangqi turned around and ran away. Oh my god, is she going to be killed because she knows too many secrets? After running for a while, I found that I seemed to be hooked by something and couldn't run at all. I looked down and found that the camera strap was still around my neck, and the camera was in the hand of that sister-in-law. Their sister-in-law was lazily playing with the camera, looking at her with a half smile. Jiangqi was trembling when he was looked at, and said bitterly, brother-in-law, aunt. The name that came out of her mouth made Jiang Qi want to slap herself. She looked at the two of them pitifully. Miss, I didn't hear anything just now, please don't kill me, okay? How should I put it? She knew that we were living in a society ruled by law, but looking at these two people she just felt that they were capable of doing such crazy things. It was a strange intuition, but she just felt that these two people were very dangerous. And it's said in TV dramas that the prettier a person is, the more vicious and dangerous they are. Isn't that how Zhang Wuji's mother Yin Susu taught him in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber? It was all her fault that she was blinded by the beauty. Now, she went up to me and started a conversation and got herself involved. Shifu's slender fingers slowly slid across the camera, and she curled her lips into a smile. Extremely charming and seductive, not hearing anything and not killing me are contradictory, little girl. Jiang Qi was startled by the word, little girl. Even the sadness of being silenced disappeared. He just looked at Shifu strangely. After all, the person in front of her looked younger than her. Why did he say these three words to her in such a condescending tone? He really has the demeanor of an elder. After saying that, Shifu tilted her head to look at Liansu, who looked indifferent, and called out in a soft and tender voice, brother. Liansu. He raised his hand and gently pinched his brow bone. I have to say that Shifu like this is really hard to resist. Before he could say anything, Shifu leaned over and conspired openly, brother, what do you think we should do with her? Sink her into the river, dismember her, or bury her alive? Jiang Qi heard the conspiracy over there clearly, as if it was spoken directly to her. So every time Shifu mentioned Jiang Qi, he would tremble. If she had known earlier, she should have left when she realized that something was wrong between the two of them. She shouldn't have been so curious to listen to the whole thing. Now, she is going to die. Seeing Jiang Qi shaking like a sieve, Liansu sighed helplessly, raised his hand and patted Shifu's head, and said slowly, stop playing, you've scared everyone. There seemed to be a subtle hint of doting in his tone. Shifu curled her lips and looked at Jiang Qi in surprise. How do I know there are such innocent people in the world? After all, they are in public, how can they really kidnap people and do something shameful? Besides, if they really want to plot something, don't they have to find a place where there is no one? The main thing was that she found the little girl's reaction so interesting. The look of surprise, disbelief, and even contempt, but this gossip is so explosive that I really want to hear it, was clearly written on her face. Since he wants to listen, she will satisfy his needs. Jiang Qi was stunned again, his eyes widened. Are you kidding me? Chapter 20, second time being frivolous. Shifu supported her fair chin with one hand, raised her eyes and looked at her lazily. How did you grow up to be such a simple girl? Hearing this, Jiang Qi was instantly unhappy, and looked at Shifu and complained a little aggrievedly, I don't have anyone who wants to kidnap Chen Jiang for me the first time we meet. At this point, Jiang Qi felt even more aggrieved. Who knew you city folks were so good at playing tricks? His mournful eyes swept over Liansu and Shifu one by one, and he said quietly, instead of the shocking conspiracy between the brother-in-law and the sister-in-law, why not an illicit love story between the nephew and the aunt? When she was eavesdropping on the gossip just now, she didn't know how many times she complained for the sister who was falsely accused and suffered the most in the whole situation. Is she easy? Shifu stroked his chin again and again, looking at Liansu thoughtfully. It's not impossible. After all, this is more in line with her relationship with Liansu. TSK, aunt and nephew, it's exciting just to think about it. Stop messing around. Liansu glanced at Shifu, his clear voice carrying a hint of helplessness that was barely perceptible. Then he looked at Jiang Qi and said calmly, I scared you in the heat of the moment, I'm sorry. When Jiang Qi heard the word Qi, his eyes lit up. Although, rounding it off, it can still be considered a beauty pronouncing her name Qaq. Then he touched his nose a little embarrassedly and said, it's okay. No fight, no acquaintance. It can be considered fate. In fact, Jiang Qi still felt that she had made a stupid mistake. It would have been fine if she had insisted on going up to listen to the gossip, but she was reluctant to leave even after hearing the explosive news. But the next second, Jiang Qi looked at the two of them curiously. Are you boyfriend and girlfriend? Her eyes were fixed on Liansu, clearly revealing one message. If not, she would have taken action to fight for herself. Before Shifu could say anything, she heard Liansu's calm voice, of course, my girlfriend was just having fun just now. Jiang Qi looked at Shifu interestedly. Shifu was a person who wanted nothing more than to cause chaos in the world. Naturally, she would not do as Liansu wished. Just as she was about to deny it, Liansu whispered in her ear, "Although I cannot give you my eyes, you can still look at me and touch me." What? The girl has a crush on my boyfriend. Shifu instantly lost her gloating expression and her voice became slightly deep. Jiangqi pursed his lips and stared at Shifu. "I don't believe it. You must be fooling me. My elder brother always uses this trick to ward off peach blossoms." "Then how can we prove it?" Shifu looked at Jiangqi in distress. Before Jiangqi could say anything, his face turned red first, and he stammered, You kiss him, like a kiss on the mouth. Otherwise, kissing on the cheek or forehead may just be a casual act." Shifu glanced at Liansu and felt like she was about to take advantage. After all, apart from Song Chenshui, Liansu is the most handsome man she has ever seen. It would be a good thing for her to kiss him. She doesn't have to take responsibility anyway, so it would be a waste not to kiss him. Seeing that Liansu lowered his eyes and said nothing, Shifu pressed his thin lips on Liansu's without saying a word. The thin lips touched lightly, but there was no further movement. It was Shifu, on the other hand, who had a little curiosity and eagerness in her almond-shaped eyes. She then opened her mouth and bit Liansu's lower lip with the tip of her teeth, neither lightly nor heavily. Liansu's body stiffened, and the icy blue in his left eye deepened slightly. "It feels like a cold glutinous rice dumpling. It's pretty good." Shifu was still lazily concluding her speech. Liansu pushed Shifu away with a calm expression. "You've been frivolous with me for the second time, you little rascal." Shifu tutted lightly, "How about I let you be frivolous back?" Anyway, she felt it was pretty good, and even thought that in-depth communication was not impossible. Liansu. His eyebrows twitched helplessly twice. As for the little girl Jiangqi, she had already run away when Shifu kissed Liansu without hesitation, and snorted, not even caring about the camera. Shifu played with the expensive-looking camera on her phone and tilted her head. "What should I do with this?" "I'll give it to her brother then." Hearing this, Shifu was not surprised and just chuckled, "You really do know her." Otherwise, with Liansu's personality, he probably wouldn't sell his eyes just to pretend to be her boyfriend. She can touch these eyes as she pleases in the future. Liansu still didn't show any concern on his face, and explained calmly, "Not really acquaintance, her brother Jiang Jianser and I are good friends, and I heard him mention that he has a very difficult sister. If Jiang really develops feelings for him today, it would be difficult to resolve." Shifu smiled softly and said in an ambiguous tone, "Brother Jiang Jianser, Sister Jiangqi, the names are quite interesting." No wonder Jiangqi said that his name came from being attracted by beauty. It turns out there really is a Jiang Jianser in front of it. The names of this brother and sister are both nice when taken alone, but when combined with the word lust. Half an hour later, Shifu sent Liansu to his doorstep. As Liansu got out of the car, a figure ran out from the yard, shouting excitedly, "Auntie, auntie, auntie." It was like a dove spirit whistling past. Then the pigeon spirit wanted to cling to Shifu and looked at her excitedly, Aunt, why are you here? Are you here to send my second brother back? Are you with my second brother tonight? How come you are together?" Questions came one after another like beans pouring out, a lot of them. Shifu. The little girl's enthusiasm was irresistible. Lianla. Liansu raised his eyes and looked at her coldly. Lianla let go of Shifu's hand and said, "Aunt, it's too late today. Why don't you stay at my house for one night?" "Thank you, but no." Shifu politely refused. "Then be careful on the road," Liansu warned in a calm voice. Lianla also said, "Aunt, be careful on the road. Send me a message when you arrive." After Shifu left, Lianla approached Liansu cautiously and asked, "Second brother, why did Aunt send you back? Where did you and your aunt go? Did you have fun? Is my aunt all right?" Liansu glanced at her calmly and asked, "Have you completed your graduation project?" Lianla. He suddenly became dispirited. Liansu didn't even look at her, he just took the camera and left. Lianla sighed to the sky, why did such a horrible thing as graduation project happen? After Lianla left, no one noticed that a figure walked out from behind the tree. He glanced at the direction Shifu left, and said softly with a low laugh, "It turned out that the little ancestor of the Shi family sent her back. Interesting, but she seems to have an engagement with the Wen family." Chapter 21. The name of a playboy is unshakable. The next day. As night falls, the city's neon lights gradually light up. The capital city of Shanjing at night is a scene of feasting and revelry. Even the lights are tinged with extravagance, making it look even more prosperous and lively than during the day. Hongchen is the most luxurious and expensive entertainment club in Shanjing City. The person in power behind it is unknown. However, in Shanjing City, where powerful people are everywhere, there are countless people who make trouble in Hongchen, but no one gets any benefits. Over time, even those rich and powerful children know that the person behind Hongchen is not simple, so they would not choose Hongchen even if they want to cause trouble. But as long as you leave the world of mortals, you can be beaten to a pulp or buried in the mountains, and the world of mortals will not ask you a word. Just like the last time when Lianla brought people to cause trouble, he waited until Shifu and the others left the mortal world before taking action. Shifu was a frequent visitor to the world. As soon as he reached the door, he saw the thin and tall figure leaning against the wall. It seemed that he had diverted some of his attention to the door. When he saw Shifu coming, he turned off his phone and put it in his pocket. He took a few steps forward and said, "Sister Afu, you are here." As soon as he opened his mouth, his voice sounded like jade and porcelain colliding, clear and melodious. The boy was about 17 years old, with stunningly beautiful eyebrows and eyes, skin as white as snow, and curled eyelashes that fluttered up and down like butterfly wings. Through his eyelashes, one could see a pair of pure eyes. He just looked at Shifu with a faint smile on his thin lips. Shifu looked at him, her charming eyebrows softened a little, and she smiled lightly. "I watched the live broadcast of your award-winning performance, it was amazing." The young man was a little surprised, then smiled slightly. Before he could say anything, he heard Shifu say faintly, "So to reward you, I prepared a gift for you." Hearing this, the smile on the boy's face froze slightly. He looked up at Shifu, blinked a few times, and asked, "Is it the exercise book?" Shifu touched his head and said, "Chen Shui is awesome, you guessed it right. It's the same gift every time, it's hard to guess wrong." Song Chen Shui looked up at Shifu, smiled and sighed softly. Perhaps because the boy's hair was soft and smooth, Shifu couldn't bear to let go and touched it a few more times, smiling lazily and saying, "I'm letting you experience the life you should have at your age." Collecting exercise books and 5/3 is a common thing. Song Jiakenshui is the most handsome young man in Shanjing, but what is even more familiar to people than his appearance is the title of genius given to him. He started talking late, only at the age of 4, but after he started talking, it was not an exaggeration to describe him as unstoppable. He was required to stay in kindergarten for 3 years, and was directly promoted to the 5th grade after the entrance examination. He skipped a grade and took the college entrance examination at the age of 12, and scored full marks. A 12-year-old boy who scored full marks in the college entrance examination caused a great sensation at the time, even though people knew that Song Chen-shui was different from ordinary children since he was young and was a genius. The top universities in China and even in the world have extended olive branches to Song Chen-shui and even promised a large amount of benefits. It is the kind that as long as you come to our school to study, you can get whatever you want. I heard that the parents of the wealthy families at that time were so envious that they wanted to stuff all their children into their stomachs and ret-rain them. Not to mention creating a Song Chen-shui, even if they could have 1/10 of him, they would be proud enough. After all, it is really too amazing. The only drawback is that Song Chen-shui mixed with this group of playboys. Song Chen-shui's fans must have been worried about this, fearing that they would be led astray. Song Chen-shui sighed softly, a hint of helplessness appeared in his pure eyes. "Sister Afu, you really don't even have a reason to change. Isn't this the only reason why I gave you the exercise book?" Shifu spread his hands and asked back calmly. Song Chen-shui thought about it and agreed. He lowered his eyes to look at Shifu, then naturally held her wrist and led her inside. "Let's go in first, or else Brother Ruofeng will say that I am a loser for coming out to pick someone up." Hearing Song Chen-shui say this, Shifu suddenly remembered another incurable shortcoming of this brilliant young man: he was a road idiot. And he is so bad at finding his way that it's scary. She thought that if people with poor directionality had levels, Song Chen-shui should be at the top of the list. Basically, he would be the type who might not be able to find anyone if he turned a corner on the street. "Let go, that's him." When I pushed open the door of the box, all the men and women inside looked over. Unlike previous small games with only a few of them, this time, in order to celebrate Song Chen-shui's victory, when Ruofeng specially called more people to make the scene more lively. "Hey, two little ancestors, you are finally here. Wen Ruofeng stood up and looked at the two people who came in, and then his eyes fell on Song Chenxue. I thought you were lost again. Song Chenxue smiled, said nothing, and sat down with Shifu. After a brief greeting, Shifu leaned lazily on the sofa, half closed his eyes and watched the noisy crowd. In fact, she quite likes the hustle and bustle, at least it doesn't seem lonely. Song Chenxue called the waiter and whispered something to him, and soon someone brought over a plate of fresh lotus seeds. Song Chen peels the shrimp in water and Shifu eats it, with familiarity and naturalness. Wen Ruofeng and Xie Rouge were used to it, so it was nothing to them, but the others were all more or less shocked, some even widened their eyes. After all, Song Chenxue is the young master of the Song family. His status is more noble than that of the aunt of the Shi family, who is actually an illegitimate daughter. However, he is willing to lower himself and peel lotus seeds for her personally. And it looks like this isn't the first time. Suppressing their surprised looks, those people smiled and stepped forward to celebrate. We haven't even congratulated young Master Song for winning the game yet. I heard that this math competition is particularly difficult. Song Xiaoxiao is the youngest among both Chinese and foreign teams. As expected of young Master Song. Congratulations. Thank you. Song Chenxue raised his glass and took a sip of wine gently and politely. The purpose of organizing a party is to have fun. Once the atmosphere is right, people start to talk about all kinds of things. Besides, gossip is almost everyone's nature, and the topic tends to veer off as they chat. So-and-so is cheating on his wife, so-and-so is keeping a mistress, so-and-so is pregnant as a mistress, so-and-so is playing too hard in bed. After all, what wealthy families lack the least is this kind of romantic scandal. Of course, it is also because they are more interested in talking about such scandals. When talking about the later part, someone suddenly became interested and said, "Hey, I know this." He was probably drunk, and couldn't speak clearly, but he still raised his wine glass and teased, "Speaking of this big game, who can compare to the young lady of the Shi family? I heard that she ordered by herself at the beginning." After one night, her reputation as a playboy was firmly established and could not be shaken. Chapter 22. You stand up and speak first. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally noisy box instantly fell into deathly silence. Those young men and women all glanced at Shifu secretly, wishing they could reduce their presence to nothing. They had naturally heard about the incident involving the young lady from the Shi family, and they could tease and ridicule her in private, but why did they bring this up in front of the real owner? "I'm afraid he's not drunk, he just doesn't want to live anymore." "Eh? Why aren't you talking?" the drunk man asked in confusion, then covered his mouth and laughed obscenely. "Do you also think that girl is amazing? There are 7 or 8 of us, and I don't know how her sick body can withstand it. But I have to say, the girl's appearance and figure are amazing. If I could have something happen with her, it would definitely be." As he spoke, Shifu's figure seemed to appear before him. He tried to open his blurry eyes wider, as if he had woken up for a moment. "Brothers, I seem to have seen the young lady from the Shi family." None of his brothers said anything, and they even subconsciously kept a distance from him, looking at him as if he were dead. A true warrior is one who dares to let his brothers face the bleakness of life and the bloodshed. "Shit, it's really that little girl." The brother who was left alone seemed to wake up for a moment and almost jumped up. "But I couldn't jump up." Because Shifu walked up to him, raised his hand seemingly casually and placed the wine glass lightly on his shoulder, he was instantly forced to bend down, and then knelt on the ground with a thump. The man sobered up instantly, realizing what he had just said, and his face turned pale instantly. "Little aunt, I was wrong, I was drunk and talking nonsense just now, please don't take it seriously and don't bother with me." Shifu chuckled and shook the wine glass gracefully. "What a coincidence, I am a vengeful person." Although the words were said with a faint smile, it seemed that even the end of the words carried an unknown danger. Then he lowered his voice and said in a playful but dangerous tone, "Guess what happened to the last person I knew said this." While speaking, Shifu was playing with his exquisite and beautiful knife quietly. The cold blade tapped against his face, and Jiang Jin's face turned even paler. Although he didn't know, if he offended this little ancestor, the consequences would definitely not be good, but his Jiang family was still a well-known family in Beijing. Thinking of this, Jiang Jin swallowed his saliva and pretended to look at Shifu calmly. I am the eldest young master of the Jiang family. If you dare to touch me, the Jiang family will never let you go. Although the Jiang family is not as powerful as the Shi family, I am the only son, and you are just an illegitimate daughter. Do you think the Shi family will become enemies with the Jiang family because of you? Jiang Jin became more and more confident as he spoke, and even began to threaten Shifu. Shifu, I'm telling you, you'd better let me go, otherwise you'll definitely not end up well if you try. A group of people looked at Jiang Jin like he was an idiot. In front of the Shi family, the Jiang family is really not good enough. I don't know where he got the confidence from. Xie Rouge crossed her arms and sighed, maybe I'm not sober enough. If he had been a little more sober, he would not have said these words to Shifu. I think there's something wrong with his brain. Wen Ruofen, who was standing by, also said something while watching the show. The Shi family will not be hostile to the Jiang family because of Shifu. What is the Jiang family? If Shisai was here, based on how much he cherished Shifu, the Jiang family would probably be gone tonight. Song Chenshui was sitting on the sofa, peeling lotus seeds slowly. Hearing this, he glanced over and gently reminded, stand up and talk first. This sentence was really hurtful. After all, the man was pressed to the ground by Shifu, and he was kneeling even when he said those harsh words. Jiang Jin's face turned pale and blue, and he looked at Shifu viciously because of the alcohol. You are just an illegitimate daughter. Do you think the Shi family really cares about you? Yes, the Shi family lets you do whatever you want outside, and they will cover it for you if you get caught. But look at how the elders of the Shi family disciplined Shi Yang and Shi Yin. They are ladies from famous families, and you, a playboy from an aristocratic family. And if you hadn't saved Shisai, do you think the Shi family would care about you, an illegitimate daughter? Jiang Jin seemed to have given up. Hearing this, Wen Ruofeng and Xie Rouge's faces looked a little unhappy. Song Chenshui, on the other hand, was still peeling the lotus seeds leisurely. Her beautiful fingertips slowly cut open the green skin of the lotus seeds, took out the lotus seed meat inside and put it into a clean porcelain plate, then looked at Shifu. Are you finished? Shifu asked lightly. You saw that Shifu looked normal, but Jiang Jin was stunned. This shouldn't be the case. How could a normal person remain so calm knowing all this? Shifu's slender phoenix eyes were half closed, with a half charming and cold look in them. Her red lips parted slightly, and her tone was lazy. It's not your turn to comment on the affairs between me and the Shi family, but... The subject suddenly changed, with an unspeakable danger in his voice. I think what you just said is feasible, let's try it. Jiang Jin's mind was instantly confused. What did he just say to try? Before I could react, I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder, as if someone had cut me with a knife. When he tilted his head, he saw that he had been cut. Arhahar, Jiang Jin screamed in pain. But Shifu obviously had no intention of letting the other party go easily. He held the blood-stained dagger in his hand and slowly moved down. After slowly cutting 3 times, she curled her lips and smiled slightly, lowered her eyes, and asked in a rather playful voice. Jiang Jin's face was distorted with pain and he couldn't speak. I'm going to destroy your uncle's soul. The young men and women's faces turned pale with fear and they stood there, not daring to move. Oh my God, is this a... Cut the meat. No wonder people say that you should never offend the young lady from the Shi family. This is too cruel. Didn't Jiang Jin just say? Okay, what Jiang Jin said was indeed harsh, he deserved it. Shifu leaned in closer, and my rant's voice became unusually gentle, even like a lover's whisper. Next time I hear these words, it will be your tongue that's gone. But the words spoken are not the same thing. After all, no lover would say such words. Jiang Jin quickly closed his mouth and then fainted. Shifu stood up and sighed softly. It's really scary. Other young men and women, can you honestly say that this statement is just a scare tactic? Glancing at the people around Jiang Jin, Shifu said calmly, send him to the hospital. Those people carried the unconscious Jiang Jin away as if they had been pardoned. Song Chenshui came over and handed Shifu a wet tissue. After wiping the blood off the dagger, Shifu folded it and put it back in his pocket, then looked at Song Chenshui. I'm sorry for ruining your celebration party. Song Chenshui shook his head. It's okay. You guys continue, I'm going to go out for a walk. After saying this, Shifu left the box. Xie Rouge was worried about Shifu and was about to follow her when Song Chenshui stopped her in a calm voice. Let Sister Afu be alone for a while. For some things, knowing about them is one thing, and having others talk about them loudly is another. Chapter 23, Borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha is also a token of my heart. Walking to the end of the corridor, Shifu lit a lady's cigarette. She leaned lazily against the wall, her fingers holding the cigarette were slender and white, but her expression was unclear in the hazy smoke. She doesn't smoke, and her unhealthy body doesn't allow her to smoke, but she likes to watch the cigarettes slowly burn out. The sparks, the smoke, and the smell of tobacco mixed together had a strange beauty to her. In fact, she had always known about the Shi family's attitude towards her. Apart from Shisai's generation, no one else in the Shi family really regarded her as a member of the Shi family. Even the fact that they allowed her to stay in the Shi family was out of consideration for their feelings. In the first 6 months of her stay in the Shi family, everyone ignored her. Later, their attitude became slightly more relaxed only because she almost lost her life saving Shisai. Then came Shisai's protection of her and her marriage to Wen Jiue. After all, the Wen family was one of the 4 major families in Shanjing, and the Shi family would not lose face for Wen Jiue. From then on, they turned a blind eye to her and never scolded her no matter what she did. But no one would discipline her either, allowing her to grow up recklessly outside. The cigarette burned to the butt and just burned Shifu's hand. She came back to her senses in a trance, lowered her eyes, put out the cigarette and threw it into the ashtray on the trash can. He sighed softly and said to himself, "What a poor little thing." As the words fell, a low chuckle was heard. Shifu looked up and saw Liansu standing at a corner not far away, looking at her, with a hint of smile between his cold eyebrows. Shifu looked at Liansu and said nothing. She felt that the probability of her meeting Liansu in the past few days was really very high, probably every day. "How long have you been here?" Shifu asked. Liansu walked to Shifu and said, "Anyway, I heard the poor little girl say that she is a poor little girl." "She, poor little girl. Fu. Why are you here alone?" Liansu asked in a cold voice. "I came here with Song Chenxue and the others. The box was too stuffy, so I came out to get some fresh air." Shifu answered casually. She couldn't say that she had just stabbed someone 3 times. Liansu did not continue asking, but took out a candy from his pocket and handed it to Shifu. Shifu was stunned. Liansu also gave himself a candy yesterday. She subconsciously looked at Liansu's pocket. "Are there any other flavors?" Liansu took out another one. Shifu looked at it and asked, "Anything else?" Liansu took several candies and placed them in Shifu's palm. "They are all here." "Why do you carry candy with you?" Shifu was quite curious. After all, this didn't seem to match Liansu's temperament and identity at all. Can you imagine a cold and indifferent person taking out a candy from his pocket, and then another candy? "Sometimes I take one when I encounter a problem. It's just a habit," Liansu explained in a light tone. Shifu sighed and looked at Liansu teasingly. "Second Master Lian, aren't you afraid that I will tell this secret to others?" Liansu tilted his head to look at Shifu, his eyebrows slightly raised. "Be careful or I'll kill you to silence you." Shifu chuckled. "Be careful that I might kill someone to save my life." After saying that, she picked out 2 candies in the same packaging that Liansu gave her yesterday from the candies spread out in her palm and said, "Happy flavor." Then he put the rest back into Liansu's pocket and said lazily, "I'm bribing you not to kill me to silence me. Bribe me with my stuff." Shifu peeled a candy and said, "Borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha is also a token of my heart." "You do have a reason." As soon as Liansu finished speaking, Shifu handed the peeled candy to his mouth. "Well, this is a bribe, right? At least there is an extra process of peeling off the candy wrapper." Liansu didn't say anything. When he held the candy in his mouth, his lower lip accidentally brushed across the tip of Shifu's index finger. Both of them were stunned for a moment. They glanced at each other subconsciously, then looked away calmly. "By the way, why are you here?" Shifu peeled another candy and put it in his mouth, asking vaguely. "It tastes pretty good, so she bought some when she got home. Talked to someone about something." At this time, Song Chenxue's figure appeared in their sight. He walked slowly to Shifu and said, "Sister Afu, do you want to go back?" Shifu nodded, then looked at Liansu. "I'll go back first, thank you for the candy." "You're welcome." Liansu's expression was indifferent. Looking at the backs of the 2 people leaving together, Liansu's elegant and picturesque eyebrows slightly frowned, and she felt inexplicably that something was not very pleasing to the eye. He knew that the young man was Song Chenxue, the genius of the Song family. Shifu should have a very good relationship with him. Moreover, the wood carving that Shifu dropped at the horse farm yesterday should also be a gift from Song Chenxue. He saw Song Chenxue's name under the wood carving. Suppressing the extremely faint emotion in his heart, Liansu left the world. When Shifu returned to their box, everyone inside had left. Only when Ruofeng and Xie Rouge were slumped on the sofa in a completely unpresentable manner. Xie Rouge was playing a game. When she heard the voice, she looked up and saw Shifu throwing her phone aside. Shifu, I'm telling you, you were too domineering just now. People like Jiang Jin need to be taught a lesson so that they will be scared. Then she snorted again, what kind of person are you? How dare you covet you? Even I, your best friend, can't even covet you. Shifu sat down nonchalantly, tilted her head to look at Xie Rouge, spread her hands, and said charmingly, can't you imagine it? Come, I'll lie still and let you imagine it. Xie Rouge's face froze. Shifu is definitely a monster that brings disaster to the world. When Ruofeng's peach blossom eyes were full of smiles as he looked at Xie Rouge and said, we've known each other for so many years, but I didn't expect you to be so secretive. No wonder your boyfriend never lasted more than a week. It turns out it's the wrong gender. Xie Rouge. Wrong gender. But then again, if Shifu really meant that, she wouldn't mind. But Shifu, you really can't have any desire for her. She is my future aunt-in-law. When Ruofeng looked at Shifu and said, will you come to the Wen family's banquet tomorrow? Yeah. Shifu nodded. On the night of the banquet, the Wen family banquet hall was as bright as day and filled with guests. With so many people here, there will naturally be people who like to gossip and watch the fun. Just at the entrance of the banquet hall, several young women in gorgeous clothes gathered together and chatted and laughed. Do you think the young lady from the Shi family will be there? I think so. After all, I'm engaged to Mr. Wen-san. It would be inappropriate not to attend such an occasion. What do you think Third Master Wen likes about her? She's pretty and has no other good qualities. Mr. Wen has a good family background, is good looking, and is an actor with half the popularity in the entertainment industry. Logically, he should have seen countless women. How could he be engaged to Shifu? At this time, someone interrupted and said, maybe it's a cover-up. Cake. Someone agreed, I think so too. Otherwise, why would Third Master Wen fall for Shifu? Is Shifu ugly? Cake, their voice asked casually. She is indeed pretty, but I don't think she is worthy of Third Master Wen. How can she be worthy of Third Master Wen? I also think they don't deserve it. The voice said seriously, and at the end there was the sound of cracking melon seeds. At this time, the sisters realized something was wrong. Hey, you are. When I looked up, my eyes widened instantly, and even the words of greeting were choked in my throat. Chapter 24 I am still very gentle and kind. The girl was wearing a dark blue dress with traditional Chinese elements. Her waist-length black hair was casually tied up, with a small lock of hair left on each side of her ears, which was wrapped around the ends of her hair like a vine with crystal red thread. Slightly upwards, there is that enchanting and charming face. At first glance, it has an indescribable purity and beauty, so beautiful that it is difficult to take your eyes away. The sisters in the group were all stunned. They were just a bunch of mud thrown out by Newer, but this person must have been carefully carved by Newer. Otherwise, how could it look so good? Knock. A sound came that was not in harmony with the scene. The stunned sisters finally came to their senses and looked at the girl who was eating melon seeds with an expression that was hard to describe. This person must be the first person in Beijing to eat melon seeds at such a banquet. Shifu. After a long while, someone with a pale face stuttered out a name. After saying it, she seemed to remember something and quickly covered her mouth. No, it's my little aunt. As soon as these words came out, the other girls froze in place with fear on their faces. They are just some small wealthy families outside the 18th tier. They have only heard about some things about the young lady of the Shi family, but have never seen her. If this person is that young lady, then weren't they just saying bad things about her in front of her? Thinking of this, my face turned pale with fright. Shifu lazily leaned against the white pillar of the hall, cracking a handful of melon seeds in his hand. Looking at the expressions of the few people, the tail of his slender phoenix eye slightly raised. Am I that scary? When he said this, his gaze lingered for a moment on the person who spoke first. When Shifu looked at the little girl, her face turned even paler and she was almost scared to tears. Seeing this, Shifu sighed helplessly and said faintly, don't worry, I am still very gentle and kind. Do you want to eat melon seeds together? Sisters group. Shivering. I feel even more scared. Shifu. Looking at the little girls in front of him who dared not move, speak, or leave, Shifu was speechless for a moment. Is she really that scary? Shifu didn't make things difficult for them, forget it, just have fun. After all, the little girl was just gossiping and didn't mean any ill will. After Shifu walked away, someone whispered, "It seems that the young lady is pretty good." "I think so too. I just said she was useless, but she didn't blame me. And let us have fun. He just treated us to some melon seeds. I would have eaten them earlier if I had known." There was an unconcealable regret in his words. The person who first recognized Shifu looked at her sisters silently without saying anything. She saw with her own eyes last night that this young lady cut Jiang Jin's hand 3 times without changing her expression. The blood was flowing and the wound was probably deep enough to expose the bone. That kind of ruthlessness definitely didn't come about overnight. These girls didn't know Shifu, but most of the people at the party knew her. When they saw her, they all had the same doubts in their hearts. Why is Shifu here? Is she here to mess up the party? After all, Shifu had attended 2 banquets before, both of which ended in fights. Mainly because those people suffered a miserable end. There was a family that was relatively powerful, but it was directly suppressed and had no power to resist. So wherever Shifu went, those who were originally greeting each other with smiles and smiles fell silent, for fear that they had offended this little ancestor. But after Shifu left, their gossipy nature made them unable to help but gossip and make sarcastic remarks behind her back. "I don't know what she's so proud of. She's just an illegitimate daughter who can't be seen on the stage." Looking at the entire Shanjing, everyone knows that Shifu is glorious on the outside but miserable at heart. Who helped her get such a good marriage? When Jiue is good in everything except her vision. With Shifu's temper, Lu Yun will be indispensable in the future. When he saw Xiyin coming over, the man stopped talking instantly. But some people also knew that Xiyin and Shifu had a bad relationship, and they kept talking and belittling Shifu in front of Xiyin in an attempt to curry favor with Xiyin. Xiyin didn't stop them. He just let them talk and even felt comfortable listening to them. She and Shifu have always been at odds with each other. If you have the guts, say these words in front of Shifu. What's the point of gossiping behind her back? Lianla walked over with a sullen face and retorted in an unpleasant tone. She was so angry that she actually said that to her aunt. Those people didn't dare to say anything more. After all, the little ancestor of the Shi family was not an easy person to deal with. Besides, there was Shisai who was extremely protective of her by her side. Lianla looked at Xiyin. "Shifu is your elder after all, are you just letting others slander you?" Xiyin crossed his arms and sneered, "What does it have to do with you? Is it your turn to stand up for her in the matter between her and me? She is my aunt and she is so nice to me. Why can't I protect her and stand up for her?" Lianla raised his chin and snorted coldly at Xiyin. Xiyin didn't say anything, his face looked a little ugly. "If I hear you say bad things about my aunt again, I will tell her and let her punish you." After threatening, the pigeon spirit said proudly, "I'm going to find my aunt." Xiyin pursed his lips and his expression became even uglier. Seeing Xiyin's expression, some people with ill intentions began to come up with ideas. "Since Lianla and Shifu have a good relationship, we can use Lianla to add something to Shifu's drinks, and then see how Shifu ends up." After saying that, she turned her head to look at Xiyin. "Xiao Yin, what do you think?" Xiyin's face was gloomy. "Do you dare to try?" Those people were somewhat puzzled. "Xiao Yin, don't you hate Shifu the most?" "Yes, I don't like her, but no matter how much I dislike her, she is still a member of my Shi family. I can scold her or even hit her, but who do you think you are?" Xiyin said with a cold face. Those people looked at Xiyin in confusion. She was obviously the one who hated Shifu the most, so why was she the one protecting Shifu? Let's go, let's go." As they were talking, everyone dispersed, leaving Xiyin standing there alone. Shifu stood behind a pear-wood screen, with his arms folded across his chest, watching the scene lazily. When Xiyin turned around, he was startled to see Shifu coming out. He asked coldly, "Why are you hiding and eavesdropping on other people's conversations?" Then he snorted coldly in an annoyed tone, and deliberately bumped into Shifu as he left angrily. Shifu dodged to the side, and just then a waiter came over with a drink cart, and Xiyin couldn't help but bump into him. With a bang, the wine glass shattered to the ground. Xiyin failed to stand firmly and fell face down. Chapter 25. Guess what, brother? There were broken glass all over the ground. Everyone who heard the noise and looked over here widened their eyes. Some even turned their heads away without daring to look. If he falls down, he will definitely be disfigured. Xian was so frightened that his face turned pale and he closed his eyes in despair. In a flash, Shifu grabbed Xian's wrist in time and pulled her up. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xian opened his eyes after recovering from the shock. When he saw it was Shifu, he widened his eyes in surprise, then snorted awkwardly, "Don't think I'll thank you. If you hadn't dodged, I wouldn't have bumped into you." Shifu lazily stood there, her charming phoenix eyes were slightly cold, with a hint of mockery floating in them. "Should I just stand there and let you bump into me?" Xian was suddenly speechless. Then Shifu chuckled faintly, "As for your thanks, you say it as if it's worth money. In my case, even a dime is too high." Xian glared at Shifu fiercely, unable to speak for a long time, and then left in anger. After Xian left, Liansu walked over, his eyes fixed on Shifu's wrist which was scratched by a piece of glass stuck on the wine cart. His cold eyes deepened slightly. Without saying a word, he took Shifu's wrist and led her out of the banquet hall. The guest room on the second floor. Shifu sat on a chair, Liansu squatted in front of her and cleaned her wound. His movements were very gentle, as if he was afraid of hurting Shifu, but when he opened his mouth, his words were light and clear. "You don't seem like the kind of person who would repay evil with kindness." Others might not have seen it, but he saw it clearly. In order to grab Xian in time, Shifu did not dodge, and his hand was directly scratched by the glass, leaving a deep and long wound. Shifu tilted her head to look at the night outside the window, and her clear and charming voice seemed to float from the horizon. "Do you know what is the most difficult thing to repay in the world? Humanity." Shifu sighed vaguely. Moreover, she had promised Xian's father that she would take better care of her in the future. Liansu raised his eyes and glanced at Shifu, without mentioning the matter again. He cleaned, disinfected, sprayed healing agent, and wrapped gauze. After finishing, he stood up and reminded, "Avoid spicy food, tobacco and alcohol." When he said the last three words, Liansu looked at Shifu meaningfully. Yesterday in the world, he saw Shifu holding a cigarette in his hand. "Thank you," Shifu said lazily. There was a knock on the door. Liansu went to open the door, and as soon as he opened it, a slender figure walked in. The man was very good-looking, with delicate features like those carved by an axe and a knife, deep eyebrows and eyes, calm and reserved. After he came in, his eyes fell on Shifu's bandaged hand, and his eyebrows were slightly frowned. "What's wrong with your hand?" The deep and magnetic voice reveals the concern that cannot be concealed. "I was accidentally scratched, it's nothing," Shifu explained in a calm voice. "How can you be so careless?" the person who came scolded softly. Although it was a reprimand, it sounded more like helplessness and doting. After that, he walked up to Liansu, extended his hand and introduced himself. "Hello, Wenjie." Those deep and restrained eyes fell on Liansu, looking at him with a calm look. Afu and Liansu seemed to have a good relationship. Liansu raised his hand and shook hands with Wenjie. His cold gaze lingered on Wenjie for a moment. Of course he knew Wenjie. Wenjie took his mother's surname and his father's name was unknown, but everyone in the capital knew that the Wen family was controlled by his mother Wenjing. Therefore, Wenjie was the next person in charge of the Wen family and Shifu's fiancée. The moment they looked at each other, they let go of each other almost at the same time and took 2 steps back to distance themselves. Wenjie smiled faintly, gentlemanly and politely. "Thank you, Mr. Lian, for taking care of Afu. But once you open your mouth, it's not the same thing anymore. It's somewhat like a declaration of sovereignty." Liansu's eyes faded, and his voice was clear and emotionless. "This isn't the first time Shifu and I have met, so saying thank you is too polite." As for the rest, Liansu didn't say much. After all, Wenjie was Shifu's fiancé, and he seemed to care about Shifu. "Since your hand is fine, I'll leave first." Liansu's gaze passed Wenjie and fell on Shifu, and then he left. Wenjie dragged out a chair and sat down elegantly opposite Shifu, with a slightly raised eyebrow. "You and Liansu seem to have a good relationship." Otherwise, given Liansu's personality, he would not have applied the medicine himself. Hearing this, Shifu lazily tutted his words. "It's been so many years since we got engaged, and you're only now thinking of being jealous. Would you have chosen someone else when I was around?" Wenjie asked jokingly, and even his deep and delicate eyebrows softened a little. "Quite confident." Shifu smiled. Did I say something wrong? Wen Jiue chuckled softly. Shifu raised her eyebrows with a smile. So you are jealous now because you think you are not as good as Liansu. With your personality, you must have fallen in love with Liansu. Wen Jiue said calmly. Shifu. She curled her lips, looked at Wen Jiue, and asked lazily, when do you plan to cancel the engagement? Seeing Shifu was so persistent about breaking off the engagement, a hint of interest appeared in Wen Jiue's deep fox eyes. Afu, how do you know that we will definitely break off the engagement? Then will you marry me? Meeting Wen Jiue's gaze, Shifu's expression was quite playful when he asked this question. Wen Jiue didn't say anything, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Shifu suddenly became deeper, as if they were soaked with ink, and seemed deep and heavy. After a long while, he asked in a deep voice, Shifu, do you know something? Shifu smiled softly, and suddenly leaned in front of Wen Jiue, and opened her thin lips slightly. Guess what, brother? The tone of the last two words was even dragged out in an ambiguous way. Wen Jiue's eyes narrowed slightly, and even a calm man like him lost his usual calmness. His eyes were fixed on Shifu. What did you just call me? Shifu sat back in the chair with his body tilted and sighed softly. Brother, I know everything. Wen Jiue looked at Shifu and said nothing. After a long silence, he asked quietly, when did you know? Shifu clasped her hands behind her head and said lazily, soon after the engagement. She looked up at Wen Jiue and said with a smile, after all, we were not familiar with each other at that time. I have to find out the purpose of your engagement with me. Then I checked and the result was quite unexpected. Wen Jiue didn't expect Shifu to know it so early. She smiled softly and sighed helplessly. You knew it so early, but the little girl didn't tell you until now. I was still wondering when you would tell me. Even when the Shi family started urging you to get married, you still didn't say a word. Shifu also sighed helplessly, imitating Wen Jiue's tone. Chapter 26 I only recognize you as my sister. Listening to Shifu's words, Wen Jiue couldn't help but laugh, and her magnetic low voice was rarely tinged with a hint of joking. No wonder the little girl is so sure that we will break off the engagement. If you listen carefully, it seems like there is a bit of doting. Shifu put her hand on her chin and sighed softly, with undisguised regret in her clear and charming voice. Actually, if we weren't half siblings, I would think this engagement would be good. After all, Wen Jiue thought that it was very feasible in every aspect. It was just a pity that they were half siblings with the same father. Yes, half sisters. But anyway, since she was born when her father was 69 years old, she absolutely did not believe that she and Wen Jiue were the only illegitimate children. If a brother or sister suddenly appeared from Daming Lake to recognize them as her relatives, she probably would not be surprised at all. After all, her father was said to be a famous handsome man in the capital when he was young. He was a romantic and amorous man. He relied on his good looks to bring harm to countless people. Even when he died, many aunties with white hair and hairpins came to mourn for him. People talked about it for a long time. After all, being able to make so many women devoted to you does take some skill. Last time, the CP came to me, and now you say this to me. Do you think I will believe it? Wen Jiue glanced at Shifu with a neutral tone. So what do you think? Speaking of this, the CP fan came closer, and the color in her charming and narrow phoenix eyes brightened a little. Wen Jiue raised his hand and tapped Shifu's forehead. Hey, you're still excited, right? Shifu slumped back in his chair, sighed, and said lazily, how do you know what I'm asking? Aren't you guessing it yourself? Wen Jiue. With a light sigh, he looked at Shifu and asked, what did Shi Changjin from the Shi family say? When asking this question, there was an obvious hint of coldness in Wen Jiue's eyes. Shi Changjin has always been a person who would not do anything without benefits. He has ignored Shifu for more than 10 years, but now he starts to care about her. He can only think of arranging a marriage for Shifu. I'm afraid he is also thinking of switching to another family as soon as possible if the Wen family doesn't work out. My only role in the Shi family is to form an alliance through marriage. Shifu said nonchalantly, not caring about the matter at all. After all, Shi Changjin could think of it, but whether he had the ability to do so was still unclear. What she said that night was intended to tell her older brother more than just what it seemed on the surface. Wen Jiue's deep and handsome face turned slightly cold, and his narrow and long fox eyes darkened a little. He looked at Shifu with a complicated look. If I had known earlier, I should have brought you back to the Wen family. Actually, he originally planned to bring Afu back to the Wen family, but then he changed his mind and thought that if Afu stayed in the Shi family, at least her status would be upright and unquestionable. If she went back with him to the Wen family, she would inevitably be bullied by these aristocratic families. But the Shi family was different. Not to mention the others for now, but the seniority could be used to suppress many people. But now think about it, if it was in the Wen family, at least no one would dare to set their sights on Shifu's marriage. Shifu also knew what Wen Jiue was thinking, and comforted her calmly. There is no such thing as the best of both worlds. This is good. Don't worry, the Shi family can't decide on my marriage. She knew that Wen Jiue really cared about her. He was just afraid that she would be bullied in the Shi family, and he even used the engagement to protect her. Wen Jiue looked at Shifu with gloomy eyes and said nothing. He knew that Shifu was not a soft persimmon that could be easily bullied, and he also knew that Shi Changjin had no say in her marriage. But he still didn't like seeing that the Shi family, who never treated Afu as one of their own, was now trying to plot her marriage. Shifu met Wen Jiue's gaze without avoiding or dodging it, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with seriousness, and then she stepped forward to hug Wen Jiue, resting her chin on his shoulder, and whispered, "Brother, thank you." Wen Jiue didn't expect Shifu to do this. She was so stunned that she didn't know where to put her hands. After a long while, she smiled softly and reached out to pat Shifu's back a few times like coaxing a child. "What are you thanking me for? You're my sister." As if thinking of something, Wen Jiue let go of Shifu and looked at her steadily, saying every word very seriously, "Shifu, in the entire Shi family, I don't recognize anyone except you. Even if there are many brothers and sisters with blood relationship with us outside, I, Wen Jiue, will only have you as my sister, and I only recognize you as my sister." Environment is enough to influence a person's character. What Shifu experienced and felt, whether she was with Xing Qingtan or after returning to the Shi family, were destined not to make her have much expectations for family affection. After all, none of her so-called blood relatives, such as her parents, brothers and sisters, had ever cared about her feelings and existence. Looking at the entire Shi family, Shisai is the only one who truly cares about her. Even though Shifu had a weak sense of family affection, he felt indescribably moved when he heard Wen Jiue's words. Even the corners of his eyes turned slightly red, but the corners of his mouth were still raised. Before Shifu could say anything, there was a sound of someone knocking on the door, and the other party's impatient voice came, "Shifu, are you in there?" Wen Jiue looked at Shifu. "Xian, the youngest of the Shi family." Shifu explained lightly, then went to open the door. Perhaps because she was in a good mood, even though Xian's tone sounded very impatient, there was still a smile on Shifu's eyebrows and eyes the moment she opened the door. She raised her eyes to look at Xian. "What's the matter?" With Xian's awkward personality, she was afraid that Xian would hide and not want to see her after she helped her just now. So it would be interesting for her to come to her. Xian's eyes fell on Shifu's hand, and he asked with a cold face and frowned, "My cousin said your hand seemed injured, are you okay?" As for the cousin that Xian mentioned, it was naturally Xiang. "Do you care about me? Why do you look like you're here to fight me?" Shifu tilted his body to look at her, and his voice was lazy as soon as he spoke. The expression on Xian's face instantly became uglier. "I'm here just to fight you, so what?" He snorted coldly and left. But after taking a few steps, he stepped back and shoved the medicine and cotton swab in Shifu's hand with a sullen face, stiffened his neck and said coldly, "We're even." Then he left. Shifu happened to be injured on her wrist. She frowned slightly and let out a soft hiss. She looked at the medicine and cotton swab that were forced into her hands, and then glanced at the figure who was walking away quickly. Shifu sighed helplessly. If her daughter behaves in a disrespectful manner in the future, she will probably be hung up and beaten by her. Chapter 27: A Price You Can't Afford. Today is the birthday of the old man of the Wen family. As a member of the Wen family, Wen Jiue naturally cannot be absent for too long. He instructed Shifu on some things and left. Shifu was too lazy to join in the fun in the front hall, so she went to the garden and wandered around aimlessly, even getting so bored that she kicked the small stones on the road for fun. Before I knew it, I had reached the end of this road. Not far away is the Wen family greenhouse. Wen Jiue's mother, Wen Qiong, is good at growing flowers. Her greenhouse is filled with precious flowers, trees, and rare and exotic plants collected from all over the world. Shifu is quite interested in these. After all, she also likes planting. Although she grows vegetables. After walking a few steps, passing the trees that were dimly lit under the lights, Shifu saw two figures outside the greenhouse. It seems to be a man and a woman. Shifu let out a light click of his tongue, stroking his chin from time to time with his slender white hands, his eyes full of interest in joining in the fun. But why did the man's figure look so familiar to her? Shifu moved a little closer and squinted his eyes to see clearly. When he saw the two people clearly, his almond-shaped eyes widened unexpectedly. Liansu and Wen Ruohua? Shifu and Wen Ruohua actually have no intersection, but she is Wen Ruofan's sister and they have met several times before. However, the night is dark and windy, and the man and woman are alone. TSK 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 TSK. Shifu sighed several times in his heart. In order to know what the two were talking about, Shifu leaned sideways and pricked up his ears, even wishing he could move the cochlear implant in his ear out a little. And once you see this professional posture, you will find that you are always eavesdropping. Second young master Lian. Wen Ruohua looked at the cold and elegant young man in front of her and called him softly. Liansu was standing a few steps away. Hearing the words, he raised his eyes slightly and looked at her indifferently. Is there something? Even his voice was clear and light. Wen Ruohua lowered her head as if she was afraid to look at Liansu. She pursed her lips slightly. After a while, she mustered up the courage to hand the beautifully wrapped gift box in her hand to Liansu. Liansu, I like you. The moment she looked up at Liansu, Wen Ruohua said it all in one breath, I have liked you for a long time. Can you consider me? The light outside the flower room was not bright, and it fell on Liansu's cold face, with an indescribable coldness and indifference. His voice was clear and light, thank you for the gift, but I'm sorry. A distant but polite refusal, without any hesitation. Hearing this, Wen Ruohua's face turned pale, but she looked at Liansu unwillingly and said, why not? You don't have a girlfriend. Why can't you consider me? While speaking, he even stared at Liansu with an extremely unwilling look. She thinks she has good looks and family background, so why can't she do it? Liansu raised his eyes slightly, his eyes became lighter, and he looked at Wen Ruohua and asked calmly, why should I consider you? But he retracted his gaze in an instant and said, besides, when is it your turn to question my feelings and ask why not? His voice was like the faint snow, chilling to the bone. It was the first time that Wen Ruohua was rejected so mercilessly. Her face looked extremely ugly, and even the hand holding the gift box clenched a little tighter. She threw the gift in her hand aside in front of Liansu. A sound of glass breaking came from the gift box. Wen Ruohua pursed her lips and looked at Liansu, then ran away with red eyes. Shifu, who was leaning against a big tree in the dark, was lamenting that the scene under the flowers and the moon was rejected by Liansu, when she heard Liansu's voice slowly ringing out, you've seen enough of the good show, it's time to come out. Shifu. Are you talking about her? That shouldn't be the case. She felt that she hid it pretty well. What? Does the person behind the tree think he is hiding well? Liansu was not in a hurry at all. He glanced indifferently at a clump of trees not far away. Shifu walked out from the shadow of the bushes and saw Liansu standing there looking at her leisurely. She touched her nose in embarrassment. After all, this was eavesdropping, but I was caught by the person involved. But before Shifu could say anything, she heard Liansu's indifferent words, aren't you with Wen Jiyue? Why did you come here alone and leave you behind? When he said the last 5 words, he lifted his thin eyelids and glanced at Shifu. His eyes were very pale. Hearing this, Shifu's charming phoenix eyes slightly raised, and she almost came in front of Liansu, looking at him playfully. What? Second young master Lian cares so much about my affairs, are you jealous? The warm breath sprayed on her face. Liansu still looked at her with a clear and calm expression. He curled his thin lips and said with a hint of amusement, what if I say yes? After all, we are boyfriend and girlfriend, right? Shifu sighed softly, and said with a half-smile, speaking of this matter, the second young master Lian used me as a shield yesterday, but he made a condition. As he spoke, his eyes had already fallen on Liansu's left eye. Liansu. What does it mean to shoot oneself in the foot? This is it. Shifu raised her hand, and her slightly cool fingers fell on his left eye. The fingertips rubbed gently and slowly. He was reluctant to let go for a long time, and even kept fiddling with her long and curly eyelashes. The ice blue eyes are so beautiful, I want to reach in and touch them. As if sensing Shifu's rather dangerous thoughts, Liansu raised his hand and held her restless hand, saying calmly, at this point, there is a different price. Shifu let Liansu hold her hand, and was more interested in his words. What's the price? Liansu looked at the girl in front of him with a faint look in his eyes, and his thin lips curled slightly. You can't afford the price. It's the same as saying nothing. Shifu snorted coldly. Liansu gave her an ambiguous look, and his chilling words were unspeakably dangerous. If one day I'm willing to make an offer to you, Shifu, you're done. Shifu curled her thin red lips, tilted her head and looked at Liansu, saying faintly, now that you mention it, I'm even more curious about the price. Liansu looked at him calmly, I'm leaving now. Do you want to come with me or stay here and continue to be curious? Shifu sighed softly, if I was just curious, I should follow you, right? When leaving, Shifu accidentally glanced at the gift box discarded on the side, and looked at Liansu jokingly, when Ruohua is a beauty after all, don't you really consider it at all? If I want a beauty, do you think I need to go far away? Isn't the beauty next to me who is 70% of the beauty of the capital better? Liansu met Shifu's teasing eyes and looked at her with a smile. Shifu. After the two left, when Ruohua turned back and walked out from the other side with her lips tightly pursed. Because she was facing away from the light, the expression on her face could not be seen clearly. However, his hands hanging by his sides were clenched into fists, so tightly that even the knuckles turned white under the light. She originally wanted to pick up discarded gift boxes, but unexpectedly saw Liansu and Shifu together. Chapter 28 I Won't Treat You Unfairly. The party was halfway through. Shifu leaned his elbows on the railing on the second floor of the banquet hall, lazily looking at the banquet going on downstairs. It's really boring. In her opinion, such a banquet of a wealthy family is not as interesting as singing and sleeping at home. He turned around casually and took 2 steps when a maid who was walking quickly with a decanter in her hand suddenly bumped into him from the corner. It was as if he had locked onto Shifu. In such a wide corridor, he bumped into her head straight, causing her to lose control of the decanter in her hand, which fell to the ground with a clang. The curved glassware shattered onto the ground, and the red wine splashed everywhere. If Shifu had not nimbly taken 2 steps back, the decanter would have fallen all over her and onto the ground. However, even so, there were still a few wine stains on her clothes. I'm sorry, I was in a hurry and didn't pay attention to the road. The maid apologized repeatedly with a pale face, but a look of triumph quickly flashed across her eyes. Shifu stood there, with her thin, red lips raised in an ambiguous way. TSK, I just thought the banquet was boring, and now here comes something interesting. The maid glanced at Shifu's wine-stained dress, then looked at Shifu cautiously, and said nervously, Miss Shi, your clothes are stained by red wine. Let me take you to change clothes first. Shifu smiled and said slowly, of course we need to change our clothes, but before we do, let's do a good job of calculating the cost. Maid. She was still pale, and the worry and fear on her face were very obvious. She asked stutteringly, what are you going to settle? My dress is ruined because it's stained with wine. Shouldn't you compensate for the loss? Shifu asked. The maid was stunned for a moment, and then explained in a low voice, a dress can only be worn once. Shifu raised an eyebrow, who stipulated that? Maid. Looking at Shifu in disbelief. There is no rule, but everyone knows that a formal dress can only be worn once, otherwise it would be disrespectful. Since it's not a hard and fast rule, this is my clothes. Would it bother anyone if I want to wear it more times? Shifu said with a smile. In fact, she has always felt that wearing a dress only once is an excuse for rich people who have nothing better to do to waste or show off. Otherwise, if it is just for attending a banquet, in her opinion, as long as the clothes are decent and suitable for the occasion, it is enough. As for the so-called respect or not, it is really not reflected by this point. And in her opinion, this is wasteful and unnecessary. Maid. The maid was stunned and speechless. What else can she say when she meets someone who doesn't play by the rules? In all her time working, she has never seen anyone who wears a dress several times and still feels so confident about it. He glared at Shifu with resentment and unwillingness, but could only accept his fate and asked, how much compensation? No matter how you listen to it, it feels like gnashing of teeth. I've always been a kind person, so I won't make things difficult for you. 100,000, please. Shifu said lazily. In fact, it is not difficult to say 100,000. After all, Shifu just drew a design drawing, and the starting price is 100,000 and above. Miss Shi, I'm just a maid and I really can't afford so much money. The maid looked at Shifu with difficulty. Shifu didn't say anything, just hummed softly. The maid gritted her teeth and said, "Okay." Where Shifu couldn't see, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. "It's only 100,000. If she can accomplish this task, let alone 100,000, even 1 million will not be a problem." And the maid raised her head and glanced at Shifu. She wondered if this miss she could still be so high and mighty. When she thought of this, a look of satisfaction and revenge flashed across her eyes. Shifu looked at the 100,000 yuan that had arrived in her account and happily followed the maid back to her room to change clothes. She was quite curious about who was the person behind this maid. He really gave her both entertainment and money. When she finds out, she will definitely have someone send a banner with the 4 big characters, "Helping others brings happiness," written on it. As soon as she entered the room, Shifu discovered that there was something wrong with the incense in the room. She sighed in her heart. She thought it was a very clever trick since they dared to do that to her. As for aphrodisiacs, passion drugs and spices, she could simulate the consequences of various spices even with her eyes closed. My aunt hasn't spent all those years in this world in vain. Miss Shi, please wait here for a moment. I will go get you a spare dress. After saying that, the maid left the room. But after a moment, when the maid pushed the door open, she saw Shifu leaning on the sofa with a flushed face, her slender hands tightly grasping the sofa cover. Her eyes were misty, and her whole body was extremely charming. "Miss Shi," the maid came forward and called out. Shifu seemed to have lost her mind, and a low moan escaped from her scarlet lips, which was like a cat's tail passing across her heart, very seductive. Even the maid felt her face flushed for some unknown reason. She looked at Shifu and sighed softly, "What a pity to have such a face." The maid felt that the time was about right, so she took out her cell phone, typed a text message and sent it out. She wanted to keep all the evidence and use it as a threat later, so she wouldn't have to worry about her future wealth and glory. Thinking of this, the maid grinned, with a smug smile on her eyebrows and eyes. "I'm in a good mood." Suddenly, a listless and lazy voice came. "Of course, the maid retorted subconsciously. After she had said 4 words, she realized something was wrong. The maid turned her head instantly. Then she realized that while she was sending the text message, the man who was just immersed in the sea of desire was already sitting lazily on the sofa, looking at her with a smile. "Are you okay?" After struggling for a long time, the sentence, "How come you're okay?" finally turned into this. "Of course I will be fine, but it's hard to say about you." Shifu looked at the other person with a smile and straightened his collar that had been torn just now. The maid felt a chill in her heart when Shifu looked at her, and she subconsciously ran out. Shifu quickly stepped forward to stop her. "Miss Shi, I was wrong. I was just bewildered for a moment. Please be magnanimous and forgive me." The maid admitted her mistake immediately. "You are indeed wrong." Shifu looked at her and said calmly, "I don't know whether you are possessed by a ghost or not. After all, I have never seen that thing, but I am definitely not a big man. On the contrary, I am a mean person with a small temper, just as small as a grain of rice. I am narrow-minded and vindictive." Shifu added slowly. "She is a woman and a villain, and she has both the 2 characteristics that are difficult to raise. So, if adults are generous and want to say this, just go to hell." The maids were stunned. Perhaps I have never seen anyone who can make fun of himself like this. After a while, Shifu left the room. The phone lit up. Shifu unlocked it easily, and saw the message from the other party. "Have you left the room?" Shifu left. "Don't worry, you will definitely not be treated unfairly after the matter is accomplished." Shifu curled her lips and smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly." Chapter 29. It can't be Xing Tan. Xian was talking to some uncles with whom she had business dealings. When she saw Xian walking back and forth at the banquet as if looking for someone, she frowned slightly, turned around and said politely, "Uncles, I have something to do and I have to excuse myself first. Sorry." Looking at Xiang's departing back, those people sighed with some emotion. Old Xi is really lucky to have such a granddaughter who is as capable and courageous as him. Young people are to be feared. When Mr. Xi took over the family company, he acted so vigorously and decisively that no one dared to say a word against him. I don't know who has the ability to marry her. She has high standards. There are so many children from noble families in the capital, but I haven't seen them get close to anyone except for work. I think with this person's means, if she doesn't get married, the Xi family might end up like the Wen family, controlled by Xi Yang. After all, Wen Yang is now the head of the Wen family. That can't be possible. Mr. Shi is not inferior to me, and he has a close relationship with that young lady. I heard that the young lady has a lot of shares. She's an illegitimate daughter, why would the Shi family leave shares to her? I don't know. Maybe her mother has some tricks up her sleeve. Old Master Shi was a playboy all his life. He must have had many illegitimate children outside. But she is the only one who can enter the Shi family. It can be seen that this woman is not an easy person to deal with. But then again, who is Shifu's mother? The person who asked this question looked quite curious. Someone lowered his voice and said, "It seems to be the one from the Xing family back then. Xing Qingtan." As soon as the name came out, those people denied it again and again. Impossible, impossible. At that age, old Master Shi could be Xing Qingtan's grandfather. Besides, everyone who went to Beijing knew that the eldest daughter of the Xing family, Xing Qingtan, was famous for her pride. How could she do such a thing? I also think it's unlikely. The person who just said that said silently. Speaking of Xing Qingtan, someone said with emotion that Miss Xing is also a pitiful person. The Xing family was destroyed overnight, and her brother had an accident and became a vegetable. I heard that she personally pulled out the device that was keeping Xing Qingchen alive, but I don't know if it's true or not. Liansu happened to pass by and overheard what was said. The eyebrows on the cold and picturesque face were slightly frowned, and the narrow eyes deepened meaningfully. Elsewhere, Xian called out to Shi Yin, "What are you looking for?" Shi Yin frowned angrily, "I don't know where Shifu ran off to. I can't find her anywhere." "What do you want to see her for?" Xian asked. Shi Yin and Shifu have never had a good relationship, so why would he suddenly look for her? I don't know. Shi Yin has always been extremely impatient with things related to Shifu. She just heard someone say that Shifu seemed to have met with an accident, and then she started looking for Shifu like a madman for no apparent reason. Then he muttered angrily, "Running around without telling anyone. If anything happens, it might cause trouble for us. But I seem to have not seen Shifu for a long time. Let me look for him with you," Shi Yang said. "What a troublemaker." Shi Yin frowned. Shi Yin and Shifu did not have a good relationship, so she went looking for someone by herself. But Shi Yang was different. She knew a lot of people at the banquet, and when she met them occasionally, she would ask about Shifu's whereabouts. So after searching around, many people knew that the little girl of the Shi family was missing. Wen Qiong was wearing a dark blue cheongsam and a silver-gray cape. She had a graceful figure and a beautiful face. She looked to be around 40 years old. When she saw the commotion, she walked over and asked, "What's going on?" As soon as he opened his mouth, he gave people the aura of a superior. "The young lady from the Shi family is missing," someone said. Wen Ruohua was standing behind Wen Qiong. She glanced at the young lady in the crowd, and the young lady immediately stepped forward and said, "I seem to have seen Shifu on the second floor not long ago." Wen Qiong glanced at her and said in a deep voice, "According to seniority, you should call her aunt." The little girl responded silently. "There is no way, after all, Shifu's seniority is there. I just don't know why this person wants to help Shifu. Could it be that the mother-in-law likes her daughter-in-law?" At this moment, many people think so. Wen Qiong went to the second floor, and Wen Ruohua naturally followed him. Wen Ruohua secretly glanced at Shi Yang, Shi Yin and the group of people watching the fun behind them, and curled the corners of her mouth, revealing the vicious look in her eyes under her bangs. By then, under the watchful eyes of the public, even if the Shi family wanted to protect Shifu, it would probably be impossible. And even if they were discovered, no one would think of her. After all, she didn't get involved from beginning to end. I snorted proudly in my heart, "Shifu, this is what happens when you compete with me for Liansu." When I walked to the third to last room on the second floor, I heard a faint discordant sound. Everyone looked at each other. Is this a fight between goblins? This realization made those people's eyes light up, and their faces were full of curiosity. They couldn't wait to open the door and take a peek to see if it was the missing little lady from the Shi family. Third Master Wen had left with Old Master Wen not long ago and had not returned yet. If it was little Aunt Shi inside, then the man. "Wow, this is still at my fiancée's house." Shi Yang's face darkened slightly. Shi Yin's expression was even uglier than Shi Yang's. Wen Ruohua blushed and tugged at Wen Jing's shawl, seeming to find it difficult to speak. "Auntie, why don't you let these people leave first?" Although she said this on the surface, Wen Ruohua actually wanted to open the door the next second. "No need. Wen Jing uttered two words lightly. No matter how bad Shifu's reputation is, she would not act recklessly in such an occasion, and with her ability, she would not be calculated by others, so the person inside could not be Shifu. But if these people were allowed to leave now, others would think that they were protecting Shifu. Even if they were not, others would be able to spread the rumor. Wen Qiong pushed the door open and walked in. Of course, she closed the door after she went in. Soon, the door was opened. Wen Qiong walked out with a cold expression on his face, followed closely by the maid who had deliberately bumped into Shifu before, and behind her was a drunk man. The people who were watching the show sighed in disappointment. It turned out that it wasn't the young lady from the Shi family. Shi Yang's expression returned to normal. Although Shifu has always had a bad reputation, if it is really her, the Shi family will lose all their face and dignity this time. Shi Yan breathed a sigh of relief, but then his eyes darkened again, not knowing what he was thinking about. Fuck, she knew Shifu wasn't that stupid. The person who was most shocked was Wen Ruorhua. When she saw the maid, she widened her eyes and stared at her in disbelief, as if she was frightened. How could it be Meng Qin? Shouldn't it be Shifu? Chapter 30. Is this woman a devil? Wen Ruorhua took a while to accept this fact. She took a deep breath and asked in surprise, Meng Qin? Why are you here? When she looked at Meng Qin, a hint of threat flashed across her eyes. Meng Qin was not stupid either. She was silent for a while, then she gritted her teeth and cried, I came up to serve wine, and as soon as I walked to the door, he pulled me into the room, and then. Having said that, he covered his mouth and cried in despair. But he had another plan in mind. Although Jiang Jin's family was not a rich and powerful one, it was still a small wealthy family in Beijing. Now that he was drunk and remembered nothing, as long as she insisted that she was forced by him, and there were so many people watching, even if her status was not high enough, she might have a chance to marry into a wealthy family. Besides, the second lady still has the leverage in her hands. Thinking of this, Meng Qin felt that he had actually made a profit today. The noisy noise sobered Jiang Jin up a little. He tried to open his eyes, and was met with a pair of eyes that were watching the show intently. Mr. Jiang, you are too impatient. We are still in someone else's house. You just left the hospital today, so take it easy. What happened to Jiang Jin? Someone asked in confusion. All those who knew the situation and were present had a very secretive expression on their faces. What happened? I was beaten up by that little girl from the Shi family. What happened? Why are you all here? Jiang Jin rubbed his head and asked. Wen Qiong's face darkened slightly, and he said in a cold voice, You forced the servants of my Wen family at my brother's birthday party. Meng Qin cried even louder. Jiang Jin was stunned and looked at Meng Qin. Fragments of information that appeared in his mind told him that this was indeed the case. However, he was probably used to this kind of thing. He looked at Meng Qin and said casually, Whatever compensation you want, I can satisfy you. This woman is not difficult to deal with, just give her some money. But as for the Wen family, this kind of thing happened in the Wen family after all, so I'm afraid we need to ask the elders of the family to come and apologize. Meng Qin didn't say anything, but continued to cry emotionally. She was not stupid and knew the implication of Jiang Jin's words. When Qiong glanced at the crowd of people who had gathered here and waved his hand, Go away. After those people left, he looked at Jiang Jin and Meng Qin, How do we solve this? Discuss it among yourselves first. Wen Ruorhua actually wanted to be alone with Meng Qin to find out the whole story, but the current situation was not suitable for her to get too close to Meng Qin. When she was about to leave, her eyes suddenly narrowed. Shifu was standing at the door of the room at the end of the corridor, peeling lotus seeds slowly, looking at Wen Ruorhua with a half smile. Wen Ruorhua. A chill rose from the soles of her feet, and she felt that Shifu was not peeling lotus seeds, but peeling her. She pursed her lips, turned around and left without looking back, comforting herself repeatedly in her heart, No, Shifu has no evidence and will definitely not know that she did it. Besides, Shifu is fine and nothing happened, right? Although she thought so, Wen Ruorhua walked away even faster, as if she was afraid that Shifu would catch up with her. After Wen Ruorhua left, she sat by the fountain in the garden, took out her cell phone and repeatedly looked at the messages sent to her by Meng Qin. Everything was apparently going smoothly, so what went wrong? Or in other words, the person who sent her the message was not Meng Qin? This guess made Wen Ruorhua feel a chill all over her body. It was either Meng Qin or Shifu, which meant that Shifu did not lack evidence. She pursed her lips with an unsightly look on her face. As soon as she stood up, she saw Shifu's figure. "Come here." Shifu hooked his finger at her. "Wen Ruohua." He stared at Shifu, neither speaking nor moving. Shifu chuckled, "I'll count to 3, or you can try to see if what you did tonight will be made public." Wen Ruohua's face turned pale. 1, 2, Shifu counted calmly. Wen Ruohua moved over in small steps, looked at the enchanting face in front of her, swallowed her saliva and said fearfully, Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Just because you didn't succeed doesn't mean you didn't do it." Shifu looked at her, opened a bottle of red wine in his hand with one hand, and sighed softly, "It's a pity to waste this bottle of wine." After saying that, he raised his hand and poured the water over Wen Ruohua's head. Wen Ruohua shuddered and screamed. The red wine flowed down the wet long hair and covered the fair face. The wine stains formed a stream from the chin and flowed quite violently. Wen Ruohua glared at Shifu fiercely. "Shifu, how dare you do this to me? Do you still want to marry into the Wen family in the future?" Shifu's red lips curled slightly, and he looked at her playfully and mockingly. "What? Do you have the final say on whether to marry into the Wen family? Not to mention Wen Ruohua, in the Wen family, even Wen Ruohua's grandfather Wen Xian has less say than her." Shifu thought for a while before defining Wen Qiong's identity. On the surface she was the future mother-in-law, but in fact she was her brother's mother. Wen Ruohua's face looked a little ugly, and she wiped the wine off her face. "Shifu, just wait for me, I won't let you go." She had never suffered such humiliation in her life. Shifu sighed lightly. "What are you talking about in the future? If you are a woman with the ability, don't let me go now." After a pause, he said with a half smile, "Besides, you won't let me go? Little girl, do you think I'm too kind? Shifu, is not a good person." Hearing this, Wen Ruohua froze and looked at her warily. "What else do you want to do?" "What?" She rolled the 3 words slowly and playfully with the tip of her tongue, and smiled slightly. "Just to teach you a lesson." Wen Ruohua suddenly had a bad premonition, and the always elegant and dignified lady started to run, but before she could take 2 steps, Shifu grabbed her neck from behind. He squatted beside the fountain and pushed her head directly into it. Wen Ruohua struggled hard, but was no match for Shifu. Estimating that the time was about right, Wen Ruohua relaxed a little when she felt that she was going to suffocate to death, allowing the other person to raise his head and breathe in deep gulps of fresh air. Wen Ruohua just thought she was alive again when someone pushed her into the water again. After repeating this several times, Wen Ruohua's face turned pale, and her eyes, which were full of ruthlessness and unwillingness just now, were now filled with fear and terror. She didn't even dare to look at Shifu. Is this woman a devil? Several times, she felt like she was going to suffocate in the next second. Wen Ruohua felt that she never wanted to try that feeling of being on the verge of death again in her life. And it's really not worth it for a man who doesn't love her. Shifu brushed off the non-existent dust on his body, and then said lazily, "Since you are a member of the Wen family, I will let you go today." Wen Ruohua. The whole thing froze. If she wasn't afraid of Shifu, she would have wanted to yell at him. Was that even human language? He had pushed her to the point of facing death several times, yet he let her go. Chapter 31 Hiding here for a tryst. Shifu patted Wen Ruohua's wet face and kindly reminded her, "It's early spring after all. Go back and change your clothes. Otherwise, it won't be good to catch a cold." As if remembering something, she chuckled and added in a charming tone, "Don't let it happen again next time, otherwise, you may not be able to see this beautiful world again." Wen Ruohua, who was about to leave, was so frightened that her face turned pale and she ran away. With such a fast method, she should have a place as an Olympic champion. After running for an unknown amount of time, Wen Ruohua bumped into someone with a bang. Lian groaned when he was hit, and covered his nose with his hand, looking at the person who hit him unhappily. "You are running so fast, is there a ghost chasing you?" Wen Ruohua's face turned pale. "Damn, Shifu is scarier than a ghost, okay? Would a ghost dare to drown her so many times?" But Shifu dared. Lian looked at Wen Ruohua's embarrassed and frightened appearance and said nothing more. He just asked, "Have you seen my aunt?" Wen Ruohua was stunned. "Who is your aunt? Didn't she hear when Lian got a new aunt?" "Shifu, she's your uncle Wen Jiu's fiancée." Lian looked at Wen Ruohua, only to find that the person who had just been talking to him had disappeared in an instant. When Ruohua heard the word Shifu, she ran faster than a rabbit. Lianla looks puzzled. Then she sighed a little depressed. She looked for her aunt all over tonight but didn't see her or her second brother. If she didn't know that her second brother was of aloof character and her aunt had a future uncle, she would have suspected that the two of them were having a secret date. At this moment, the aunt who had a future uncle tilted her head to look at the rockery in front of her left side and said lazily, "After watching for so long, it's time for the good show to come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a tall figure walked out from behind the rockery slowly. It was the second brother with a cold temperament that Lianla mentioned. Such a familiar way of appearance, as if the scene was reproduced, except that the characters were swapped. Shifu glanced at him and asked, "When did second young master Lian develop a hobby of eavesdropping on other people?" "I learned it from someone not long ago." Liansu replied lightly. Shifu. She naturally understood what Liansu meant, so he learned it from her. He sighed softly. "When Ruohua was the one who confessed her love to you not long ago. How could you not come out to stop me from bullying her like this?" "What else? Bully you?" Liansu raised his eyes to look at Shifu and asked calmly. Shifu narrowed his eyes. "You dare?" Liansu looked at her and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "I dare not." Shifu snorted coldly. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been targeted by Wen Ruohua." Seeing Liansu looking over, Shifu sighed again. "There's nothing wrong between Wen Ruohua and me. I guess she just came back after she confessed to you and happened to see me with you. So I am the one who caused you trouble. What else? It can't be because I'm going to marry her uncle and become her aunt." Shifu shrugged nonchalantly. After listening to Shifu's words, Liansu was silent for a moment. Even the emotions in his phoenix eyes, which were as clear as spring water, faded a little, and his expression looked a little indifferent. "Maybe this is the reason." After a moment, he said calmly. Shifu stared at Liansu. Liansu raised his eyebrows slightly. "Why are you staring at me? I think something is wrong with you." Liansu paused, and then heard Shifu jokingly say, "I seriously suspect that you are shirking your responsibility." Liansu tilted his head to look at her, smiling. "What responsibility? Wen Ruohua is your peach blossom, right? I am just an innocent fish that was harmed by your peach blossom." Hearing this, Liansu sighed softly, looked at Shifu with a rare innocent look, and raised his eyebrows sharply. "Is this also my fault? If this situation can be blamed on me, then I am more wrong than Doi for so many things falling on my head. I didn't realize you're so narcissistic." Shifu stared at Liansu with a strange look for a while and came to this conclusion. TSK 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 TSK. Suddenly, a series of TSK TSK sounds were heard, even before the musicians arrived. "I was looking for you two for a long time but couldn't find either of you. Turns out you were hiding here for a tryst." Liansu raised his eyes and gave her a cold look. "You can donate your mouth if you can't speak." Lianla. Crying, "Is this really my biological brother?" Her brother must have picked her up. After chirping for a while, Lianla came up to Shifu excitedly again. "Aunt, long time no see." Then it was as if he had an extra mouth than others and started talking non-stop. "Aunt, let me tell you, something very interesting happened at the banquet just now. Do you know Jiang Jin? It seems that he was drunk and forced a maid named Meng Qin from the Wen family, and was caught by everyone. Later, he wanted to use money to settle the matter, but Meng Qin disagreed. From what she said, it seemed that she wanted Jiang Jin to be responsible for her. Jiang Jin will definitely not agree, he is a dandy boy." At this point, Lianla suddenly paused, looked at the number one dandy boy in Shanjing, and quickly explained, "Aunt, I didn't say what you meant. You and he are definitely different. People like him are not worthy of being compared with you. Besides, dandy boys are definitely divided into different types, but Jiang Jin is one of those with bad character and morals. As for aunt, don't be too embarrassed." Seeing this, Shifu comforted him. After all, the little girl's face turned red trying to explain. Lianla. After a few howls, he concluded, "Anyway, my aunt is the best and kindest aunt." Shifu smiled and said nothing. The word kindness really has little to do with her. After this, Lianla continued to gossip with great interest. Jiang Jin disagreed, so Meng Qin started to quarrel with him. Anyway, the scene was very ugly. "Aunt, didn't you see? Jiang Jin's face was scratched, and Meng Qin's face also had slap marks. I don't know how these two will end up. I think Meng Qin is not someone who can be easily dealt with. Aunt, have you been with my second brother this evening? Have you seen Wen Jiyue? I used to see him on TV, but today I saw him in person. He is so handsome and has a nice voice. Aunt, when are you and your future uncle going to get married? Before the word marriage was even spoken, Liansu interrupted him calmly. The banquet should be almost over. Do you want to go home? Lianle. Without saying anything, he frowned and looked at Liansu with a strange and resentful expression. She always felt that her second brother was interrupting her on purpose. When Shifu and his companions returned to the banquet hall, most of the guests had left. Perhaps they were waiting for Shifu, so Xiang and Xiyin did not leave. Xiang looked at the three people who came in together. A hint of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes, and she looked at Shifu and asked calmly, "Do you want to go back to the Shi family together?" "No, I'm going home today," Shifu said. Hearing this, Liansu turned his head and glanced at Shifu. "Don't go back to Shi's house, go home." So, for Shifu, the Shi family is not her home, right? Xiyin, who was standing aside with an indifferent expression, sneered and said, "Sister, I told you not to wait for her, that's why she doesn't want to go back to the Shi family." Xiaoyin. Xiang's voice was slightly deep. Xiyin curled his lips and said, "I'll wait for you in the car." After Xiyin left, Xiang looked at Shifu and said, "You didn't drive here. It's so late. I'll take you there." "No need. Wen Jiyue will be here soon. He can take me there. You guys should go back early too." Shifu looked a little gloomy. Chapter 32. Not necessarily a girlfriend. This sentence made Liansu, who was about to speak, swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He glanced at Lianle and said in a calm voice, "I'll take you back." "Eh? Aren't you going home?" After asking subconsciously, Lianle finally remembered, Oh, that's right, you don't live at home anymore." After politely greeting the elders of the Wen family, Liansu and Lianle left. Xiang looked at Shifu and teased him, "It seems that you and Third Master Wen have a good relationship. Then I'll go back first. Be careful." After saying that, Xiang also left. When Liansu left the Wen family, he happened to meet Wen Jiyue, who had just returned. He looked at Wen Jiyue, and his clear eyes narrowed slightly. The community where Shifu lives has a nice name, Qingxue Cottage. Qingxue Cottage is located on the hillside of Anlan Mountain in the northern suburbs of Shangjing. It is close to the sea on the mountain. Standing here, you can see all the lights in the city of Shangjing. The winding street lights are dotted around, which is a rare and magnificent sight. However, there are only 3 households in the huge piece of land halfway up Anlan Mountain, and everyone jokingly calls these 3 villas golden houses built with money. Shifu occupied one of the 3 golden houses. The car drove into the community, past the first villa, and after passing a small natural lake, drove directly into a yard not far from the lake. The car lights shone into the yard, instantly causing a small noise. Chirp, chirp, meow, squeak, woof. There were sounds of all kinds of animals. I might have thought I was in a zoo, but it was probably late at night and everyone fell asleep after a while. Wen Jiyue was not surprised by these things, as he knew that Shifu had a lot of animals at home. Most of these animals are stray cats and dogs she picked up, pets that were injured or abandoned by their owners, and many of them ran down from the mountains. After all, Qingxue Cottage is close to the mountains, and she will not chase away some non-aggressive animals if they wander over to Shifu. She even keeps them in a free-range state and built a rest area in the yard, allowing them to create whatever they want in the huge yard. So sometimes you can see various small animals in Shifu's yard. He once saw a small creature that he didn't know whether it was a fox or a mink. Of course, Shifu himself also has his favorite animals, but it's a pity that he can't keep them as domestic animals. After all, it is illegal to keep national treasures as domestic animals. Therefore, Shifu would often go to the zoo to see the national treasure. He would not see anything else but would go straight to the panda house with a strong purpose. He would watch the pandas chop bamboo to eat for an hour and would not be willing to leave. And because he likes pandas, he also likes the cartoon Bunai bears. To be honest, he has never figured out what the similarities are between pandas and Big Bear. Finally, the car stopped in front of the villa. The Jiangnan Hui-style Chinese villa has 2 floors and a courtyard-style layout, giving people an ancient charm. Inside, both the decoration design and the furniture ornaments follow the same Chinese style as the outside. The color tone is based on ink texture and indigo as the supplement. It is simple, light, quiet and elegant, with a retro style that is unconventional. After washing up, Shifu casually wiped her hair with a soft towel, her eyes inadvertently falling out the window, looking at the brightly lit villa not far away, and raised her eyebrows in surprise. Is anyone living in that villa? She had lived in Qingxua Cottage for some years and had never seen the owner of the villa. Even Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu, who moved here first, had never seen each other. It seemed that the place had been idle since it was bought. Thinking of this, Shifu couldn't help but sigh. Could it be that he forgot that he already has an apartment in Qingxua Cottage? If so, they are pretty wealthy indeed. The next morning, the sun shone into their house and Shifu came out wearing grey and white casual clothes. Her waist-length black hair was casually tied into a bun. A light brown squirrel was squatting on her shoulder holding a chestnut. Even the vegetable basket in her hand contained 3 grey, white and yellow kittens. Shifu's yard is very large, about the size of 2 or 3 football fields. The left side is carefully developed and is planted with various flowers and plants, and even seasonal vegetables. The right side is a meadow, and near the outer edge of the fence there is a whole row of agarwood trees planted, and under the trees there are many wooden huts for animals to rest and play. Seeing Shifu, these little animals all gathered around, chirping, barking, meowing, and cawing, creating a very lively scene. Shifu played with them for a while, fed them some food, and then looked at the kittens in her basket. I don't want to play with you anymore. I have to go pick vegetables. Hui Bai Huang then slowly jumped out of the vegetable basket and followed Shifu towards the vegetable field. The variety of vegetables in February was relatively limited, and Shifu did not get any dupeng or the like, so they could only be seasonal vegetables. She pulled a few white radishes, and got some cabbage and celery, and then left her home. Shifu strolled into the yard next door with a basket of vegetables in her arms, and greeted the 2 elderly people who were basking in the sun in a familiar manner. Good morning, Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu. Her words were kind and natural, without any of her usual evil charm. She looked like a well-behaved little girl next door. Good morning, a fewer. The grandfather put down the newspaper in his hand and greeted Shifu kindly. Grandma looked at Shifu with a smile. Go wash your hands and eat. Your Grandpa Lu made your favorite pan-fried buns. Thank you, Grandpa Lu. Shifu said. She met Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu after she moved to Qingxua Cottage. When they were young, they lived abroad. When they were old, they returned to their homeland. Their children were all abroad and were probably very busy with work. They might not come back once a year. Shifu was their neighbor, so she would naturally take care of the 2 elderly people who lived alone. After a few visits, they became familiar with each other, and the 2 old people treated her as their own granddaughter. Shifu took 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and while serving porridge she heard Grandma Lu say, "It seems like a new tenant moved in next door yesterday. Let's go say hello after dinner." Putting the porridge in front of Grandma Lu, Shifu said, "Go ahead, I'll fix the water pipe for you later." After finishing their meal, the 2 old people carried their lunch boxes and went to greet their new neighbors. Grandma Lu rang the doorbell. After waiting for a while, no one came to open the door, so Grandpa Lu said to Grandma Lu, maybe they were too tired from moving yesterday and haven't woken up yet. Let's come back later. Okay. When I was about to leave, the door opened with a click. Liansu's clear and delicate face appeared in front of the 2 old men, and he said politely and courteously, "Sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time." When they saw Liansu, the 2 old men's eyes lit up instantly. They looked at each other and saw the same message in each other's eyes. They looked so well matched with a fewer. Grandma Lu said warmly, it's okay. We are here to bother you." She handed the food box in her hand to Liansu. "This is the pan-fried buns my husband made. They are still hot from the pan." "Thank you." Liansu took it with both hands. "Don't be so polite. We'll be neighbors from now on. Your Grandpa Lu and I will live in the first building inside Qingxua Villa, and the second building will be occupied by our granddaughter. She should be not much older than you." It can be said that the more Grandma Lu looks at her grandson-in-law, the more she is satisfied. Then he added, "If you have any questions in the future, you can come to us. Of course, it is more convenient to find my granddaughter. She knows everything, and you young people have more common language." Liansu's clear eyes paused for a moment, still polite and calm, Thank you, Grandpa Lu, Grandma Lu. By the way, I seemed to see you alone yesterday. Do you live alone too? Grandma Lu looked at Liansu with a smile, trying to find out information indirectly. When the other party moved in yesterday, she took a look from a distance, but she didn't see any woman, which meant that the man in front of her was most likely still single. Otherwise, young people nowadays would definitely live with their girlfriends. At this time, Yang Bailu, wearing only pajamas, appeared at the stairs. He leaned lazily on the handrail and smiled meaningfully. It doesn't have to be a girlfriend, right? Grandpa and Grandma, what do you think? Chapter 33 I'm Smart. Hearing their voice, the two old men looked over and their expressions froze instantly. They were not stupid, so they naturally understood the implicit meaning of this sentence. Moreover, a man who appeared here in pajamas early in the morning. The two old men looked up and glanced at Liansu silently. Seeing that he did not deny it, the enthusiasm in their eyes towards their grandson-in-law gradually faded, and they even looked a little resentful. After a slightly less than enthusiastic greeting to Liansu, the two old men left. Watching the two people leaving, Liansu Qingqing glanced at Yang Bailu calmly. Get out of here. Last night this guy refused to leave, saying that he wanted to enjoy the feeling of living in the golden house. TSK, Liansu, you can't be so ungrateful. Although Yang Bailu and Liansu are cousins, they always call each other by their first names. He looked at Liansu, who put the lunchbox on the dining table. If it wasn't for me just now, looking at how enthusiastic those two grandparents were, if you were single, they might have brought their granddaughter home with them. I'm smart, right? I can help you solve this problem once and for all. Yang Bailu was quite proud. Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu returned home sighing all their way. Shifu had just finished fixing their water pipe and came out of the kitchen when she saw the two elderly people were obviously no longer in the mood to visit their neighbors. She asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Hearing this, the two old men looked at Shifu with regret in their eyes. How come someone who is so good looking and has such an extraordinary temperament already has a boyfriend? She is such a perfect match for their affair. Grandma Lu sighed softly. The new neighbor next door doesn't have a girlfriend, but he has a boyfriend. Hey, no wonder Afuer is still single. There are girls like Qingning who monopolize several boyfriends, and there are also boys who are self-sufficient. How can Afuer find a boyfriend? Grandpa Lu also said. Shifu listened and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. No wonder he went to say hello so enthusiastically. It turned out he was going to arrange a blind date for her. Fortunately, the other party has a boyfriend. Otherwise, given Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu's personalities, it would be difficult for her to end the relationship without spending a few days with her. As for Qingning mentioned by Grandpa Lu, she knew that Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu's granddaughter, Lu Qingning, was said to have several boyfriends. Mainly, these people all knew of each other's existence, and they got along with each other in an eerily harmonious manner. Shifu stayed with the old man for a while and then went back to her own home. As soon as she entered the house, she saw a black kitten squatting and playing next to her black dog. But her little black dog is a bit aloof. When a cat comes over, it uses its claws to push it away, but the little black cat seems to be having a lot of fun. Over the next few days, Shifu discovered that the little black cat would come over, coming during the day and going back at night. It would not play with other animals, except for occasionally climbing on her and staying close to the little black dog. But the little black dog didn't want to pay attention to it. Watching the little black cat being slapped away by the little black dog for who knows how many times, Shifu sighed softly. She even suspected that the little cat regarded the little black dog as its mother. After all, they were both black. The little black cat was a little discouraged, and ran to Shifu with a grunt. It jumped lightly onto her knees, then curled itself up into a ball with a wronged look, and meowed softly a few times. Shifu really likes animals. She raised her hand and gently poked its belly a few times. I don't even know your name. You're so dark, why not call me Baidu? Hearing this, the little black cat's green eyes paused for a moment, and it turned its head to look at Shifu in disbelief, as if it was stunned by the name. Shifu patted its little head gently and said, Okay, from now on, you'll be called Baidu. Black cat. From then on, he was named Baidu. I'll give you a gift. Shifu said lazily, supporting her chin, then went back to the room and took out a little skirt for her pet. Liansu also discovered that his cat used to meow in front of him all day long, but since moving to Qingxua Cottage, it disappeared during the day and was basically not seen until night. Meow. Hearing the voice, Liansu said without even raising his head, "Finally you know you're back." When he looked up, he was stunned for a moment, and even his eyes widened slightly, with a very complicated expression. "It seems like I want to laugh, but it also seems like it's hard to put into words." The little black cat was wearing a small skirt with a bright red base, lace trim, and a pattern of blooming flowers embroidered with gold thread. There were also small red shoes on each of its forepaws. It had a small skyrocket-style bun in the middle of its head and a big red flower on its head. At first glance, he was probably a rich but unsophisticated kid from a landlord's family. Liansu. There is no more big words. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. What kind of aesthetic was this that was so unflattering? With a light sigh, Liansu took off the flashy clothes on the little black cat. But the next day, the cat left happily again, and when she came back she changed into another beautiful little skirt, this time with 2 little pigtails. Day 3. Day 4. This went on for several days. He would change his clothes every time he came back, but it was obvious that he was no longer a landlord's son, and his aesthetic taste had always been online. That's it. The cat is male. The next day, when Baidu came again, Shifu saw the nameplate hanging around its neck. On it was a sticky note with a sentence written on it, "Thank you, but it's a boy, so he doesn't need a skirt." Chapter 34. You are really my aunt. Seeing this, Shifu hugged Baidu and leaned against the sofa, laughing loudly, and let out a soft sigh. As usual, she changed Baidu into a cute little skirt. Baidu struggled a little when she changed her clothes for the first time, but now she just let it go. She was told to tilt her head back and lift her legs. After she was dressed, she even ran to the floor-to-ceiling window and twisted her hips to look at herself inside through the glass. Then he came up to the little black dog and kept sticking to it. Shifu. She felt something was wrong. Could it be that Baidu has a crush on Hongdo? Yes, Shifu named the little black dog Hongdo. That night, when Liansu saw Baidu coming back wearing the small floral dress again, he pinched his nose and sighed helplessly. That person is definitely a bad taste. I glanced at the new sticky note on the nameplate. Boys should wear pretty and cute floral dresses. Liansu was speechless for a long while, and even laughed out of anger. It really is a bad taste. He now has so many sets of miniskirts and shoes in various styles. But then again, he thought that person should be quite interesting. Besides, the other party had taken care of his cat for so many days, so he should go and thank her and return the little skirts. The next day, Liansu followed Baidu to Shifu's yard, but Shifu was not at home. When Liansu was about to leave with his kitten, he found that it had jumped into the other's yard very familiarly, and at the end, it wagged its tail at him to signal him to go in as well. Liansu sighed helplessly. Do you really think this is your home? But there are so many small animals in the yard, no wonder. He was about to leave, but was stunned for a moment in surprise when he saw all kinds of small animals in the yard. It seems that this person likes small animals very much. Shifu finished some things and was about to go home, but on the way she received a call from Sir Rouge, who said that Xian got drunk in the bar and was crying and shouting that he wanted to drink all the alcohol in the bar. Shifu even heard the sound of drunk Xian acting crazy nearby, as if he had lost his mind. After hanging up the phone, Shifu was silent for a while, then turned around and went to the bar that Sir Rouge mentioned. Anyway, I have nothing to do at home, so I might as well go over and see what's going on. Once inside the bar, the noisy sounds of singing, dancing and disco were endless. When Shifu found Sir Rouge, she was looking at Xian, who was sitting on the ground and acting drunk, with a speechless look on her face. Xian's face was completely blurred by tears, his eyeliner was blurred by tears, leaving bright marks on his face. With disheveled hair, he sat on the ground holding a bonsai and crying, like a ghost. Seeing Shifu, Sir Rouge breathed a sigh of relief as if she had seen a savior. Little aunt, you are finally here. I have been watching over her for most of the time, but I have no idea what to do. She has been crying while holding the bonsai, howling, but I couldn't hear what she was howling for. She just saw that this person was Shifu's niece's granddaughter, otherwise she would not care about Xian's drunken behavior. Shifu walked slowly to Xian, without coaxing or talking, took out his mobile phone and recorded a video directly. After finishing the video, he was ready to leave. Sir Rouge was stunned. You don't care about her anymore. I have notified the Shi family and someone will come to pick her up. Shifu said. So why are you here? Shifu raised his phone and smiled evilly. leave it as a souvenir for her. Sir Rouge, you really are her dear aunt. If we talk about loss, it's Shifu who is the loser. Sir Rouge sympathized with Xian for a second, then couldn't help laughing, but it's quite funny to see her howling while holding the bonsai. Shifu lazily sighed, if this tree doesn't live long tomorrow, it will be killed by her howling. Based on your relationship with Xian, the first person she should howl at should be you. Sir Rouge joked. After all, Xian and Shifu have always had a bad relationship. How do you know she didn't howl? Shifu asked in a faint tone. Sir Rouge's eyes widened instantly, and she imagined the scene of replacing the bonsai with Shifu. She looked at Shifu in disbelief. You didn't kill her. At this time, the person sent by the Shi family to pick up Xian also arrived. The person who came was Qianpei, the steward of the Shi family. He had worked in the Shi family for more than 30 years and was considered Mr. Shi's right-hand man. The Shi family usually called him Uncle Qian. Qianpei was a little surprised when he saw Shifu, Miss Fu. Shifu nodded slightly and said, I'll leave Xian to you. Then he turned around and left. Before she reached the door, Sir Rouge only felt a figure flash before her eyes, and then she found Xian hugging Shifu. Shifu had no expression on his face. I'm not going back to Shi's house. I want to go back with her. The drunkard's voice became hoarse after howling for a long time. Sir Rouge was in tears. Damn, Xian finally said something that a normal person could understand. Let go. Shifu's voice was a little cold, his brows were slightly wrinkled, and it was obvious that he was a little impatient. I won't. Xian hugged Shifu's waist tightly. Shifu felt a headache from the overwhelming strong smell of alcohol, and was too lazy to talk to Xian, so he just pulled Xian off his body. Before he could use any strength, he heard the other person's exaggerated screams, and then looked at Shifu accusingly. I told my dad that you bullied me. As soon as these words came out, Shifu's hands froze. He pursed his lips and remained silent for a while, then put his hands down helplessly, and even his voice was filled with sadness. So what do you want? I want to go home with you. Xian said persistently. Outside the bar. Qianpei looked at Xian, who was always sticking to Shifu, then looked at Shifu again, wanting to say something but stopping himself. After a while, he couldn't help but said, Miss Fu, are you really taking the second young lady back? The word, expresses the disbelief vividly. Given the relationship between Miss Fu and the second Miss, he was afraid that Miss Fu would take the person back and kill him to silence him. If you can bring her back to the Shi family, I will naturally be happy to have some free time. Shifu's charming voice had a cool tone. Qianpei looked at Xian, who refused to let go, and fell silent. In fact, he was a little curious. It was obvious that the person in the Shi family who disliked Miss Fu the most was the second Miss. Why did the second Miss want to go back with Miss Fu after getting drunk? Miss Fu, let me take you back. Qianpei said resignedly. No need. Shifu curled the corners of his mouth and uttered two words with ambiguous meaning. Qianpei didn't say anything else. Although Miss Fu had a willful and capricious temper, it seemed that no matter what the second Miss did, she had never hurt her. She should have known what was going on. But when he saw Shifu letting Xian sit on the seat of the motorcycle, he began to doubt whether Shifu had a plan in mind. Could it be that Miss Fu wanted to take the second young lady back like this? Miss Fu, isn't this a bit unsafe? The second lady is drunk after all. Qianpei said. Then tie him up. Shifu's words made people dare not question its authenticity. Xian shrank his neck in fear. Qianpei looked at Xian with sympathy, but he also felt that the second Miss asked for it. She could have gone back with anyone else, but chose Miss Fu. Don't you have any idea about the relationship between the two of you? Miss Fu, if anything happens, just call me. Coupled with Qianpei's worried expression, it was almost like saying, Miss Fu, if you have the urge to kill her, please call me in time and save her life. Chapter 35. Why is this person howling like a ghost? As the word, rest assured, dissipated in the wind, the red motorcycle floated away like a flash of lightning. Qianpei. Can you really rest assured? Shifu, I hate you. Xian muttered to himself while sitting in the pile. I have disliked you since I was a child. The atmosphere at home has become strange since you came back. Why do you still have such a cold face and make everyone feel like they owe you something? Later, relying on the fact that he saved his brother, he did whatever he wanted outside and even found people at the same time. These have nothing to do with me, so I don't care. After all, you are the younger aunt, you are of a higher generation, 2 generations higher than me. But you know clearly that I like him so much, what gives you the right to do this? It's fine if you have an unclear relationship with him, but why do you want to hurt him? As Sheehan spoke, his voice began to become filled with unwilling tears. Shifu, what right do you have? Stabbing him once was not enough, you also chopped off his fingers. How could you do such a vicious thing? Shifu said nothing and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Sheehan was so frightened that he grabbed the edge of the sitting platform. The strong wind blew into his nostrils and he was unable to speak for a while. When they arrived at Qingxue Cottage, Sheehan looked pale and could hardly stand steadily. After Shifu brought Sheehan back to her room, she ignored her. As for taking care of her, Shifu didn't abandon Sheehan halfway because of her father's consideration. The next day, Sheehan woke up from the cold on the floor. After waking up, she opened her eyes and was stunned for a moment. Isn't this her room? Only after closing his eyes and opening them again did Sheehan accept that he was in Shifu's house. She briefly recalled what happened last night. She was drunk and was picked up by Shifu. Yes, picking up. He stuffed her into the seat of a motorcycle and brought her back, and drove so wildly that her head is still dizzy from the bumping around. If this isn't picking her up, what else could it be? The most important thing is that she was the one who carried Shifu to go home with her. She must have been drunk at that time. Sheehan couldn't believe that he had been angry with himself in the room for a long time, and then he went downstairs to find something to eat because his hungry stomach was protesting. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw Shifu leaning lazily on the sofa watching TV. What was playing on TV was Bunai Bears. Sheehan glanced at him with disdain. How childish. Hearing this, Shifu curled the corners of his mouth with a smile. Then I'll show you something that's not childish. As soon as he finished speaking, Sheehan saw that the picture of Bunai Bears on TV had changed. In a somewhat dim room, a disheveled woman sat on the floor, hugging a bonsai tree, crying like a pig, howling as she did so, Ampashat. Of course, the howling is so incomprehensible to normal people. Sheehan was far away and the screen was dark. She could not see clearly but could hear the sound. She frowned in disgust. Why is this person howling like a ghost? Is he howling in mourning? Shifu tilted her head and looked at Sheehan meaningfully, then spread her hands. You don't know what she's howling about, so I have no idea either. After all, this is all the Ghostly Tribe series for me. Sheehan came over with a frown on his face. What do you mean by that? Looking at the woman's clothes on TV, Sheehan paused, and subconsciously lowered his head to look at his own clothes. His face froze instantly. Grass. That idiot who looks like a ghost is herself. And this damn dog Shifu actually filmed a video? Sheehan looked at Shifu and said through gritted teeth, hurry up and delete it for me. Shifu smiled lazily. Young people shouldn't be so irritable. Isn't it good to keep this video to relieve stress? Look, you cry so beautifully, and your howl is also quite interesting. You're the one who looks good when crying and has fun when howling. Sheehan's eyes were filled with rage, and he wished he could burn Shifu to ashes on the spot. Shifu raised her eyebrows. Why? Have you seen it? Sheehan. She had known Shifu for so many years, but she had never seen Shifu cry. Even in her impression, Shifu always had this kind of playful look on his face, lazy, casual and cynical, and seemed to not care about anything. Sheehan snorted coldly at Shifu, turned around and was about to leave. Anyway, her face wasn't captured in this video, so it's fine if she doesn't admit that it's her. Don't you want to take a look at the last close-up photo of your face? Shifu said softly. Seeing Sheehan looking over, Shifu smiled charmingly and added, a very large close-up of his face. Sheehan gritted his teeth and stared at Shifu. Shifu, you are really the most annoying person. I drank my brains out yesterday and that's why I wanted to come back with you. If she could beat Shifu, she would have pinned him to the ground and beat him up right now. Shifu glanced at her and spoke lazily. How can you drink away something you don't have in the first place? Why don't you drink some back? Sheehan was so angry that his face was slightly distorted, and he went into the kitchen without looking back. But not long after, he came out again with a gloomy face, sat down on the sofa, stared at Shifu for a long while. I'm hungry, go get me some breakfast. Are you still drunk? Shifu played the game without even raising his head. Sheehan pursed her lips and said, I don't know how. Qingxue Cottage is in a remote area and it takes almost an hour to wait for the takeout to be delivered. Otherwise, she would not have asked Shifu for help. Then just starve. Shifu said. Shouldn't my aunt take care of the younger generation? Shifu raised her eyes. Shouldn't it be the younger generation who should honor their aunt? Shiin gritted his teeth in anger, but finally resigned himself to going into the kitchen, mixing a bowl of oatmeal and cream as his staple food, and then boiled all the eggs in the refrigerator. She didn't leave any for Shifu. When Shiin came out of the kitchen, he saw Baido lying on the sofa and his eyes lit up slightly. What a beautiful kitten. Just as she was about to hug it, Baido suddenly arched his body and bared his teeth at her, which scared Shiin. When Shifu looked over, she pretended to be calm and snorted, "The cat you picked up this time is quite fierce. Vicious." Shifu raised one eyebrow. "Baido, come here." Although the little black cat is not called Baidu, it has obviously gotten used to Shifu calling it that in the past few days. It jumped onto Shifu with the ball of wool in its mouth, and climbed up Shifu's neck very nimbly along the furry bear pajamas. It yawned and lay there lazily, looking very docile. Shiin. She was no longer concerned about whether the cat was fierce or not, but how Shifu actually named this little black cat, who was completely black without a single color, Baido. But it's not surprising if you think about it carefully. Shifu named all her pets beans, such as red beans, green beans, mung beans, black beans, orchid beans, and potatoes.